like that and push. You outboxed the fucking best boxer in the world for rounds. You beat him at his own game. Your game plan was perfect. It's perfect. He nicked it just at the end. He nicked it at the end. He was stopping around. That's all it was. But that fight up until 10 was dead fucking level. You was outboxing the best boxer in the world. Just stop Rose, mate.
You were
Rose, like you come out of that with victory, mate. Like honestly, you know, if there was any doubters out there now, bro, there's fucking none now at all.
On Saturday night, I'll be listening to Usyk versus Joshua exclusively live on TalkSport while I'm enjoying my Saturday night Chinese. Special fried rice, bosh. Special chow mein, bosh. Sweet and sour chicken balls, bosh. Sweet and sour chicken Hong Kong style, bosh. Salt and chili king prawn, bosh. Salt and chili chicken, bosh. Barbecue spare ribs, bosh. Roast pork Chinese style, bosh. Crispy aromatic duck, bosh. Chips, bosh. Prawn crackers, bosh. Curry sauce, bosh.
Remember you're running your mouth, because when I bring people up here and I start cracking your glass jaws, none of you will like it. When your jaws start breaking, people start chasing you out of this uni, none of you will like it. Watch your mouth, because you don't know who you're talking to sometimes. I know, listen, all that public eye bullshit, I ain't into all that.
I think you were talking about the pandemic there. Have you changed, you think, as a boxer or as a person during it?
100%. Like, when I first started boxing, my whole world just flipped on its head. Like, I had to really step my game up and adapt to this new environment. And then, so imagine I'm upside down now and the whole world's moving at 100 miles an hour. So it's a bit of a whirlwind. And then with a pandemic, the whole world flipped on its head, which gave me a chance to now look up again. So I flipped on my head when I first started boxing. Then during the pandemic, where the world's flipped on its head, it's allowed me to resurface again. And I feel like in life, you always need to reset sometimes and go back to what the true meaning of what you're doing is, why you're doing it, reset with who you are, what your values are, and the pandemic's helped me do all that.
You're secure anyway.
No, Ben, it's gone past that, mate, because we've been here now since July talking, mate.
No. So what I'm saying, if I can't get you that by the end of the week, then I just give you the 100 grand. But I don't want. I actually have looked up to you growing up. I don't want this situation with you. I think I can do what you want, but I've got to the point now where I feel like Sky have fucked me, and I know you don't care about that, but that I'm not going to fuck you. And I know you say it's gone past the stage, but if I put in a contract where I've got to deliver.
Toby took the words out of my mouth. Oh dear. Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning, wherever you are. Stolen off on Mr. BWTM Sports, aka. Oh, sorry. Forgot to put the mic close to my mouth. Sorry about that. Let's try that again. Sorry about that. Oh, the tragedies of going live, eh? And not going live properly. Started talking about me fucking... well, a mic next to me. Let's try that again. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are. As stolen from my good friend BWTM Sports, aka England Jones, who I believe will be doing the post-fight for you this evening. Do you like Frank Warren and Queensby Promotions? If you don't, it's going to be a good night for you. Because we'll tell you what, yeah, we're seeing, prospects hit the floor left, right and centre. Already just seen Carol Itauma. Damn shame. Carol Itauma getting taken out inside 4 rounds I want to say the shock of the night, but I think what's going to happen in the main event is going to be even more shocking. But yeah. Someone's saying I've gone quiet again. I'm all right or what? Oh, sorry, I've done it now. Right. Let's do it again. It's fine. Sorry about that. Thank you, True22. I turned the mic gain settings incorrectly. Anyway, look, as you can see, right? down here at Warren Towers, it's disasters all around, okay? My mic's a disaster. I'm a disaster. Carrying a towel was a fucking disaster. And in around what time is it now? It's now 9:20. So in around 6 hours time at 2 in the morning, Anthony Yarde's going to be a fucking disaster. Because this is, the mismatch of the year, No, Itauma didn't quit, bro. Itauma didn't quit. Itauma just maybe it was bad matchmaking. A little bit too early in his career for such a seasoned opponent. And obviously, as I said before, it's when you get in there, tell you what, loneliest place in the fucking world when it's not going right. I had a spar. The last couple of spars I've been dreadful. Worst I've ever boxed. So bad. Text Shevin and said, bro, I think I'm too old for this, I think I'm losing it. It's horrible when you're in the ring and you can't do what you want to do. And it's just, the mental side of it as well is horrific, And I only spar, but when you're in there getting pinged around and there's nothing you can do about it, or you feel like you're just not firing, or you feel flat, it is what it is. Nah, he definitely quit. All right, goodbye. Cheers. Fuck off. I can't stand people who call fucking professional fighters quitters. Sorry, it just does my head in a bit. Does what it is. Iron says Ultra take some Clomid. Yeah, I need some chicken eggs. I need some chicken eggs. Right. Before we get going, 86 people who are in the chat. This is going to be a bad night for me, and it ain't going to be a good night for you. So, we've got 88 in the chat. Can we please start by getting the likes up? Let me tell you something. Ultra, why are you late here tonight? Because I don't want to see a fellow Jamaican / fellow Barbadian get knocked out brutally, like what we'll be seeing in about the next 60 minutes or so. This is the mismatch of the fucking year. Make no fucking questions about it. It's like one of the biggest level mismatches there is. Like, bottom line of it is, and you know what it is? I have to be real about it, because if Eddie Hearn put this type of fight on, what would you want me to come on here and say to you? Well, I'm going to come on here and quote unquote back the Brit. What is all this nonsense? Back the Brit. What is this stuff? I'm backing the Brit. I'm backing Anthony to win because he's British. Look, I love Anthony Yarde. I'll be absolutely rooting for Anthony Yarde to be wrong. I hope to God, that I make myself look like a complete tit, right? I hope to God I make myself look like a complete tit, and that Anthony Yarde goes in and does the job. And I hope that Yarde and Tunde both clown me, for the rest of my days on this channel about the time Ultra Tech didn't believe in them. But I have to call it how I see it, because, see, this was a matchroom card, right? And Eddie Hearn was putting on this type of main event. I would say it's a good fight for the punters, It's a good fight to watch. It's an exciting fight. Someone's definitely getting knocked out. But I would say Anthony Yarde is in way over his head in a fight that he shouldn't be in. Let me get a poll up here. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer. I'm just being 100% honest with you guys. I'm trying to be real, okay? Should Yarde be in the ring with Beterbiev? Here's the poll. Should Yarde be in the ring with Beterbiev? I have to be honest with you. When Callum Johnson got in the ring with Beterbiev, I called it one of the biggest mismatches of the year, right? And Callum Johnson ended up putting him down, right? And actually coming close to doing something in that fight, right? And he was hurt against Callum Johnson, right? He was hurt against Callum Johnson. So Callum Johnson fought Artur Beterbiev. And I turned around and said, this is one of the worst mismatches I've seen this year. Callum Johnson's hardly fought in a year or two. Next minute, you're shoving him in the ring with Beterbiev, right? Now, I just don't know how I could come on here with a straight face, look you in the face and tell you, yo, Yarde's got a really good chance to win this fight. Or I've got a feeling Yarde's going to do it. The thing about the whole age thing with Beterbiev, oh, Beterbiev's 38, he's got to age one day. The funny thing is, I watched this last fight against Joe Smith. There was actually like zero signs that he's aged at all. He lives the life. Like, and I think another thing that people don't understand now, and I've said this as well, is that age 38, age 40, age 50, like being 50 years old today is not the same as being 50 years old 20, 30 years ago. Press 1 if you agree with me, or press 2 if you disagree. Like being 50 in the year 2023 is not the same as being 50 in 1990. Or being 50 in 1980, or even being 50 in 2000s. It's just not the same anymore. You know what I mean? There's like the way we look after ourselves, the way people look after their bodies, the nutrition information we have today. Hopefully, improvements in medical science, things like that. I just don't believe the guys who are 50 today are just not the same as guys that were 50 in the 1990s. Just no way. I mean, you've seen even today with stuff like TRT therapy and things like that. The dudes out there that are taking, exactly, Jason, there's dudes out there that are taking TRT therapy that are fucking ripped, stone cold ripped at the age of 50. At the age of 50. Stone cold ripped, you know? Taking all kinds of TRT treatments and all kinds of treatments. It's just medical science, isn't it? So I think people need to just be careful with the numbers. Oh, Beterbiev's 38. 38 in the year 2023 isn't the same as 38 in the year 2000. He's shown absolutely zero signs of slowing down anytime soon. He is one of the most dedicated fighters in the sport. Like, this man does nothing other than live, you know, train, breathe. Very, very quiet guy by all accounts. Doesn't spend a lot of time out, you know, doesn't spend a lot of time with the women, doesn't drink. All the things that Sergei Kovalev was doing. Women, drink, and no doubt all the other stuff that came with it. That's what Sergei Kovalev was into. That's what ended Sergei Kovalev's career. Do you know what I mean? That's what ended Sergei Kovalev's career, right? You look at Sergei Kovalev prior to the second fight he had. What was the fight he had before the first fight with Ward? He didn't look the same, did he? It wasn't Chilemba. Who was it? Was it Chilemba or someone else? It wasn't Chilemba. Who was it? You know who I'm talking about. Who was the guy Kovalev fought just before he fought Ward for the first time? And you could see he wasn't the same. Beterbiev ain't that kind of guy. Beterbiev is not that type of guy, man. Beterbiev is not that kind of guy. Beterbiev is no Sergei Kovalev. Doesn't have vices outside of the ring. This is a guy who's not catching charges outside of the ring for misdemeanors, right? This guy doesn't have an alcohol problem. This guy lives clean. He's dedicated and he's freakish. Sergei Kovalev is an outstanding boxer with fantastic power. But Beterbiev has got freakish strength. And if you've seen the workouts that this guy does, just need to go online and have a look. And I'm talking about, I've been following Beterbiev on social media for years. And you see the kind of workouts this guy does. It's inhumane, the things that this man does. So, I don't know. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer. I don't want to be like a Debbie Downer about it. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know? But I have to be honest and call it how I see it. Can't come here and tell you guys, you know, the BS that I've been seeing on social media. Oh, I've just got a feeling that Yarde's going to put it off. Let me tell you a story. And then we'll go on to the predictions for Yarde and Kovalev. Yarde and Beterbiev. I've got all the predictions right here. So we've got predictions from your favourite, the BBC. And then we got predictions from British Boxing News. So I've got the predictions here, yeah? But I want to say something, and I want people to listen to this carefully about this, right? This is coming from me. I'm not a very confident person. But you know what? Honestly, tell you the truth, being confident only does so much in the ring. Honest to God's truth, being confident only does so much in the ring. Hand on heart, it only does so much. Like, I've seen people going, do you know what? I've just got a feeling for Yarde because he's confident. Yeah, he will be confident. Anthony Yarde believes in himself. Like, he genuinely believes he can go into this fight and win, right? And anything can happen in the sport of boxing. So he will be confident, right? But confidence only takes you so far. Does that make sense? Press 1 if you agree, press 2 if you disagree. Like, let me explain this one more time for people. A lot of people make a big mistake here comparing street fighting to boxing. Street fighting is completely different. In a street fight, you need confidence. That's why I always lose all my street fights, because you need confidence. Here's why you need confidence. There's no referee there. There's no touching gloves. You don't go off to the corners. There's no feeling each other out. It's literally half a second. Half a second. You've seen it. If you look at any street fight on YouTube, half a second is the difference between winning and losing, right? A little bit of hesitation, a little stutter, that can be the difference in a street fight between winning and losing. Because a lot of the time it's about who lands first. Makes sense. And fights are over in 2 seconds max anyway. 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds anyway. Not all the time, but a lot of the time. A lot of the time it's about who landed first. And a lot of the time, who lands first comes down to who's got the least amount of doubt. Who's got the least amount of hesitation. Who's the least amount of spook. That's why I lose all my street fights. Boxing is completely different from a street fight. Completely different. You got a referee in there. You got your cornermen with you. You're wearing gloves. There's no mates on the side. There's no bottles. You're not in the dark. It's well lit. You've got a ring. Guys probably the same weight as you. Or in and around the same weight as you. So you're not facing a massive fucking weight discrepancy. Fighting is completely different. In a boxing, I can go around, I can start the round off, I can throw a few jabs, and I have a little bit of time to see what the guy's got. Then I can go about my business. It's completely fucking different. So, all this shit about, well, he looks confident. We got into this shit the other week about Eubank, didn't we? Oh, he looks confident. He talks confident. That's fucking great. But I'll remind you of one thing, right? My mate from the gym says it. You've heard it before. Just says, Ultra, at the end of the day, it's about levels. I hate saying that, you know, because it's such a cliche, but that's what he says. I got in the ring with, listen, he just says, look, and these are my real name there. It just says it's about levels at the end of the day. Fuck all that shit. You can be as confident as you want. But at the end of the day, it is what it is, isn't it? It is what it is. And being confident isn't enough in a boxing ring. It's good. It's good to be confident. It's better to be confident than not to be confident. Can you lose a fight not being confident? Absolutely. But can you win a fight against an opponent of the class of Beterbiev just from fucking being confident? No. It's not enough. This is fucking elite level boxing, man. Elite level boxing. Can I just say this? Oh my God. Bot Allen is saying 44 likes. Oh, you lot are taking a piss. We've got 143 people in here in 15 minutes, and you can, and only 43. Do me a favour and hit the like button. I thought I was, in the tank for Warrior. I'm being honest. I'm just calling it how I see it and saying, look, being honest about the situation. I honestly think they've got it wrong. That's my honest opinion. I think Frank's got it wrong. I think Queensberry have got it wrong, and I don't think Yarde's ready. I think Tunde's got it wrong. I think they've all got it wrong. And I'm hoping that I get proven wrong. Oh, gosh, look. Chisora and Fury are currently ringside. Do you know what? Do you know who's also currently doing the comms for BT Sport or doing the punditry? Joshua Barazzi. Joshua Barazzi is live. Let me get that for you. Joshua Barazzi is live tonight. For those of you watching it on BT Sport, you know, Barazzi goes to quite a few Queensberry events. Listen, I'll be honest with you. I think it's only a matter of time before he ends up on ends up with Frank. To be honest with you, but that's just my humble opinion. I don't think it's really too much of a matter of time before we see Barazzi on a Queensberry show. To be honest with you, might as well just get it over and done with. I really do think that deal will happen if it can happen. I've been saying that for quite a while actually. But yeah, Joshua Barazzi tonight is live on there we go. Sorry about that. I just want to get a picture of Joshua Barazzi. There you go. It's Joshua Barazzi backstage. If you're watching BT, you'll see that he is live. All right. So one of Eddie Hearn's favourite fighters is currently doing the BT. There you go. And like I said before, for me, only a matter of time before we start seeing Joshua Barazzi on BT Sports. But that's a story for another day. Ultra, Frank told you that as a secret. I've never spoken to Frank Warren in my life. He doesn't even know who I am, believe it or not. No joke. No joke. LD Phoenix said Yarde could get hurt badly. He could. I mean, bro. Do you remember Kell Brook and Gennady Golovkin and all this Dare to Be Great shit? That ended Kell Brook's career, you know. That ended Kell Brook's career. So you have to be fucking realistic about, what's about to happen in the ring tonight, What do you guys think? I'll go through the predictions in a second, but what do you guys think? Hey, Gune, shout out to Gune. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Let me go through your comments and then we'll go to the thing. And I pray that I'm wrong. Listen, I remember as a little kid, I sat down and watched Nigel Benn getting on with Joel McLennan, right? And there were nobody in this country that thought that Benn could beat McLennan. And Benn got put through the fucking ropes. I remember watching that live as a child, I can't remember anything. I can't remember what happened yesterday. But I can remember Nigel Benn getting put through the ropes by Joel McLennan. And thinking, geez, this is over. I used to idolise Nigel Benn. And he came back and turned it around. I've never seen anything like that. If Yarde was to beat Beterbiev, in terms of upsets, that's what kind of level we'd be talking about. We'd have to go back to the Benns and the fucking... the Benns and the McLennans, and you'd have to go back to that to the Hattons and the Costa Zoos and the Lloyd Hunnigans and the Donald Currys and shit. This is like a big deal, a fucking big deal. Like this would be huge, I know we say, oh, this would be a big upset. Look, people talk about Liam Smith and Chris Eubank. To me, that wouldn't even be in the same fucking league as Anrthony Yarde. 0 amateur experience. Not 0, but he had like 13, 14 amateur fights. Came out of nowhere, picked up out of nowhere. You know, we all know about his record of opponents. For him to go in and beat Beterbiev, the champion, the lineal champion, and one of the most dangerous fighters I've ever seen in my life. We'd be talking about Nigel Benn, Gerald McLennan type stuff. That's what we're talking about, you know? Because that's the kind of fighter that's coming. You know when McLennan came to this country? Have you ever seen Gerald McLennan's knockout ratio? You ever seen it? I think, does Gerald McLennan still hold the record for the most amount of first round knockouts? You know when people talk about fucking, oh, he's a big puncher. You ever seen Gerald McLennan? That man was the definition, yeah, of fucking absolutely devastating. He was absolutely devastating, McLennan. If you look at the number of first round knockouts he had, and he was knocking out guys like, he was knocking out knockout artists like Julian Jackson. He was just, you know, forget, and you know, people talk about Calzaghe and Lacey. Forget that. Jeff Lacey was a fucking hype job. I'm talking about McLennan was the real deal. Beterbiev is the real fucking deal. That's what we're talking about coming to this country. We've got a genuine killer. You know what they need to do to Beterbiev? They need to give Beterbiev the Goldberg walkout. Press 1 if you think Beterbiev needs the Goldberg walkout. That's how dangerous Beterbiev is. You need police to walk him out to the arena. Needs the Goldberg walkout. On YouTube right now. That's how dangerous Beterbiev is. Beterbiev's so fucking dangerous, he needs the Goldberg walkout. With fucking police knocking on his fucking door and saying, Artur, sir. Mr. Beterbiev, sir. Are you ready to come to the ring? That's how fucking dangerous this guy is, you know. Police need to be escorting him to the ring, innit? Police need to escort this guy to the ring, innit? They'll be knocking on his door going, hey, Artur, Mr. Beterbiev, sir. Are you ready? Are you ready? If not, we'll wait. Imagine pulling that motherfucker over for a fucking speeding ticket, Beterbiev. Fuck me, you're giving the keys to his car, wouldn't you? Sleeper. Anybody who spells riding with a Y. Can we have a quick poll in the chat? Should I allow somebody who spells riding with a Y to continue to post on this channel? Press 1 if you think I should ban, and press 2 if you think I should let that go. Sleeper, man. You're going to spending Y with a what? Who does that? Riding with a Y. Bro. I'm looking at my keyboard, yeah? And the I key is like 2 keys over to the right. Bro, come on, man. Talk about laziness. But can I ask you a question, Sleeper? Do you know, yeah, if the I key is only 2 keys over, yeah, to the right of the Y key, that you haven't actually like done it shorthanded? Does that make sense, though, Sleeper? You tried to be clever in it, but you haven't been clever at all. If you think about it, because you haven't saved yourself any time in it. Because if you look at your keyboard, Sleeper, yeah, the I key is like 2 keys to the right. So by spending you a Y, you haven't even saved any time there, man. But you've wasted my time. You've wasted my time, man. Oh dear. Oh, let me give out a bumper latte for Sleeper and his magic keyboard. Bumper latte. All right, let's carry on. So yeah. I don't know what these dudes, man. It is what it is, isn't it? Right. Yeah. He's riding with the punches. This man's nuts. Yeah, let's have a look at the poll. And then we'll go through the predictions. 56% of you think that Yarde should be in the ring with Beterbiev. Okay, that's cool. Listen, riding, I'm going to leave you on this channel. And oh no, I can't after that. Nah, now I have to block you because you're just going for a bit too much there. All right, let's go into the predictions. These are the official predictions from the BBC. Okay, we have asked big names from the sport their opinions on the big fight. Let's have a look. Right, yeah, Frank. By the way, somebody asked me, is Frank Warren cashing out on Anrthony Yarde? No, I don't think he is at all. I think he actually thinks Anrthony Yarde can win the fight. So it is what it is. Yarde's promoter Frank Warren. Odds are there to be challenged, and I feel Anthony will do it. I really do feel he has the ability to do it. I think Frank's crazy, but it is what it is. Iceman John Scully, who I used to speak to back and forth on boxing scene forums before I started boxing, before I started sparring, and then I realised in it that people who spar don't really spend time on boxing forums. I've never been a guy to predict, but I'm not expecting to lose. I looked at everything and Yarde broke down against... I looked at everything that Yarde did against Sergey Kovalev, and the pace of the fight was not that intense. I think you'll find out very, very quickly that the intensity level will be 1,000,000 times higher. If he can deal with that, then more power to him. Raven Chapman, towing the party line there. I've gone for Yarde putting off the upset in 5 to 6 rounds. Bob Arum, I've got Artur winning by knockout, late knockout, early knockout. Callum Johnson, can't see anything bigger than anything more than a Beterbiev win. Right, let's get on to the real predictions. Who are these dudes? This is Anrthony Yarde's debut opponent, Mitch Mitchell. If I was to put a bet on this fight, I would go from a late knockout from Artur Beterbiev in rounds 10 to 12. I still think Artur Beterbiev will be too much. LD Phoenix said, should Yarde leave Tunde if he loses? No. Why should he leave Tunde? Who do you think... Does anybody think if Yarde switch coach, he'll win this fight? If he's going to win the fight, he's going to win the fight. Going to Adam Booth ain't gonna help him, like. Do you know what I mean? Go to Adam Booth. And go to Adam Booth! It ain't going to fucking help him. At the end of the day, Beterbiev is Beterbiev. I'll give you my prediction. I'm being honest. I want Yarde to win. I will be absolutely rocking with Anrthony Yarde. And like I said, I hope that I'm completely wrong. If I'm going to give you my honest prediction tonight, my honest prediction is that Anrthony Yarde will win by knockout. Excuse me, will be that Artur Beterbiev will win by knockout. Inside 6. Inside 6. Unless Yarde's speed, which is his only chance, is that Yarde's going to beat him to the punch. Because Yarde's going to sit in the pocket and try and counter him. And Yarde has got power to hurt anybody. I'm not questioning that. But he hasn't shown anything in his pro career to suggest he can beat Beterbiev. And that's what you have to look at, don't you? You can't just look at, well, what's the feeling and he's a Brit and, you know, blah, blah, blah. Me and Yarde are both the same skin colour. Yeah, me and Yarde are both from the West Indies. Yeah, you know, me and Yarde probably both would enjoy a tiger malt. Yeah, you know, me and Yarde, you know, will both probably enjoy a super malt. You know, yeah, you know, me and Yarde will probably both, you know, order a, you know, fucking goat curry and plant in with some fucking, you know, dumpling. Yeah, and some rice and peas and whatnot. We'd all do that, yeah? But at the end of the day, I have to call it how I see it. Andy Gattenby is one of the first guys I met in boxing and one of the nicest guys in boxing. Like a real good dude, this guy, Andy Gattenby. One of the first guys I ever met in boxing. I don't think he gives a prediction, but he just says he hopes Yarde does the business. Steve Wood. Can't see anything other than a Beterbiev KO. Jamie Spate. Yarde will get stopped, but it'll be ahead on the cards. Tim Rickson, who's the British boxing... There's nobody picking him to win here. Nobody. Not one person so far. Not one person. You go for Beterbiev inside 10 or 12. Stormzy's ringside, by the way, at the fight, by the way, for those of you like your big A-list celebrities. So all the stars, all the A-listers are coming out for this fight tonight. We've got Tyson Fury in the front row with Chisora, and then we've got Stormzy. Tommy Fletcher's gone the distance tonight. So that's the end of Tommy Fletcher's knockout ratio. Shout out to Tommy Fletcher. I'm a big fan of Tommy Fletcher. I'll speak to Mark Tibbs about him. Ace Adam. My heart is going with Yarde. Wow. So that's the first pick I've seen for Yarde. Ace Adam. Unbeaten light heavyweight. My heart is going for Yarde. Uros Djukanovic, boxing manager and advisor. I can't see Yarde winning. Chris Glover, unbeaten light heavyweight. Beterbiev inside 7 to 10. John Raspanti, Max Boxing, Beterbiev before round 7. That's how I'm going it. There you go. The end of it. There you go. Betting Insider Journal. I expect Beterbiev to score another KO within 4 to 8 rounds if you're a betting fan. So, look. No disrespect to Anrthony Yarde. No disrespect. I want Yarde to win and I want Tunde to get it done. But I just want to be honest, yeah? I hope people understand the severity of the task and what it means if Yarde wins. This is more than fucking Liam Beefy Smith, yeah? And fucking Chris Eubank. Right. Errol Spence did pick Anrthony Yarde. Errol Spence did pick Anrthony Yarde. Yes, he did. I think Errol Spence is fucking crazy, but it is what it is. Guys, give me your predictions. So we've got one more fight to go into the main event. So the next fight coming up is the Moses Itauma fight. Moses Itauma, we're making his pro debut. Also, we've got Jake Paul and Tommy Fury. Both are. You got to look. Come on. Tommy Fury's got pretty poor banter, but you've got to admit that is funny. Look at this. Look, Tommy Fury drawing a cock over the picture of Jake Paul. Come on. You got to give him a little bit of credit for that, Tommy Fury. You got to give him a bit of credit for that. Let me get my headphones ready. Ingrid will be coming on to do the live post-fight. How do you feel about it? Boxing Classics, by the way, I'm not very confident at all. Trust me. Talking on a mic in your own house where nobody can slap you in the face. Do you know what I mean? Do you think if I saw fucking, what's his name, Sleeper, with his big red tray, with his big fucking gold chain on, do you think I would tell him about his spelling? He'd knock me out. Anybody can be tough by the fucking keyboard and a mic there. Boxing Classics. Right, let's have a look. Tommy smashes Jake. I've got Tommy Fury to win this on points. So we'll have to wait and see. I'm just getting my headsets on. Right, yeah. DW23 saying immature. Tony Issue's picking Yarde to win on points. I hope you haven't put your mortgage in that, Tony Issue, because you're not sleeping on my couch tonight. Alright? So, shout out Tony Issue. I'm picking Yarde to win on points. Listen, when Tony Issue's telling everybody, look, he needs a loan or something, or he's got nowhere to stay because he put all his money on fucking Yarde on points, don't give him nowhere to stay. Because it's a stupid bet, in my opinion. It's a real stupid bet. Let's have a look. What do you guys think? Guys, give me your predictions for the fight. We'll get them down. In fact, let's have a look at this poll. 58% of you think Yarde should be in the ring with Beterbiev, eh? Okay, let's do it. We did this last week for Eubank and Smith. We're doing it again right now. Who wins and how? So here's how it goes. You vote for who wins. And then you tell me in the comments how. Yeah? How they win. That's important. And then after the fight, we'll tap back in. Who's gonna win and how? Yarde or Beterbiev? The poll is up now. If you're on YouTube, the poll's up now. We're doing really well. We've got close to nearly 200 viewers in the chat here within the first 33 minutes. Only 69 likes. If you like to hit the like button, please feel free to hit the like button. This channel, let's be honest, truth and told, is the home of British boxing. It's the channel that Joe Gallagher listens to. We had Joe Gallagher just saying a quick hello in the chat last week, you know. Keep telling you, this is the chat that professionals listen to, you know. Guys in the game, coaches, fighters. A lot of them, you'd be surprised, do listen to the show. So, like I said, this show, I consider this channel really the home of British boxing. Right, let's go through your predictions. How? If you would like to be part of the chat, all you got to do is subscribe. There's no super chat here as we cross 200. There's no super chat. You know, this is a very, very relaxed environment. There's no super chat. I'm not going to beg you for money. I'm not going to try and, you know, milk you and make money out of you. I don't need to do that. We don't need to do that on this channel. It is what it is. Right, let's go through these. Andy Lyon says, breaks him down. Who breaks who down, Andy Lyon? Give me the name. ABB is on crack. He's going for Yarde round 9. Chippy is smoking. What are you smoking, Chippy? Chippy's on fucking angel dust. He's got Yarde by around 5 KO. Chippy on that angel dust. Let me get a nice meme. Let me tell you what Chippy be doing right now. Big up to Chippy. While I go through it, let me get. I'll tell you what Chippy be doing. Chippy be billing up right now, like AJ. Look. That'd be Chippy right now. Chippy sitting here listening to me literally billing up. Billing up. Yard, talking about Yard in 5. Chippy, if you're right, yeah, honest to God, if you're right, I hope you are right, yeah. But if you are right, Chippy, then fuck me. Let's have a look here. John Smith says Tunde System 9 wins by stoppage. So you're going for Yarde, yeah? Sorry, I turned it down. Sorry. So John Smith's going for Yarde, yeah, by stoppage. Can you still hear me clearly, guys? Yes or no? Is the mic okay? I've just fucked with the gain again, and I'm not sure if I've fucked it or not. Let me know. Is the mic still okay? Let's have a look. Brian Burke says Ultra. Anthony got mad. Anthony's a fucking scrub, and Ousmane Dembele's injured for the Man United game, so you guys are gonna get lucky in the new camp because no Dembele, who's like the second best player after Lewandowski. Anthony's a scrub. Man United fans. Andy Lyons going for Beterbiev. Michael Donatello. Beterbiev by KO inside 6. Uses his jab from range. Steps around Yarde's 50 shot and unloads. Crazy D3 has got Beterbiev. KO round 5. Yarde will end up like Sanka from Cool Runnings. Bumper clot. Hey, I never seen a Cool Runnings though. Why man got to bring Cool Runnings? I don't even know the names of the characters. Yo King, do you know the names of the characters from Cool Runnings? I done seen the film. Oh, that's cold though. Look. Ice cold. That's cold. Crazy D3 saying y'all gonna end up like the man in the top right hand corner though. You guys are absolutely brutal, you know. Y'all gonna end up like Sanka from Cool Runnings. Jesus. Let me go through the rest of these things here. Hold on. Albanian boxer Arthur is sending him to the lobby. DW23, I got Yarde by KO, got 50 quid on it. Yeah. Goodbye to that 50 quid, but I'm sure you can afford it. Let's have a look here. Going through the rest of these comments here. John Smith says Yarde only has a chance in the first 6. I probably agree with that. If it goes 6. Sean at Medieval says Beterbiev round 5, bad fucking KO. JBO says the fight will end side either way, most likely Artur Beterbiev. Toby Player says Beterbiev by murder. George C. Beterbiev inside. He ain't telling me how though. Boxing Classic says hasn't Beterbiev been beat before? He's not invincible, is he? But I just feel like if you look at Callum Johnson, yeah, I just think Callum Johnson had a lot more experience than Anrthony Yarde. You know, Callum Johnson had a lot of experience. Callum Johnson had quite a bit of an amateur career, you know. And was a Commonwealth Games gold medalist or something. So he had a bit of a career. He had a bit of seasoning. I'm not sure if Yarde has that seasoning. I just don't believe it. I'll be honest with you. I don't believe it. John Smith says Yarde's going to get Eubanked. Mark Stanton says Beterbiev is going to be going in for some Mortal Kombat type finishing. It is what it is, isn't it? It is what it is. Stuck in Kiev says Beterbiev inside 5. Yarde will feel the power within 1 and be gun shy. Look, it is what it is. Moses Itauma is about to have his professional debut inside of the boxing ring. We've got 210 in the chat. Only 79 likes. If we can hit a few more likes, that would be fantastic. I tell you what, if we can get to 100 likes, I'll leave you alone probably for the rest of the night. We've got 210 in here inside the first 40 minutes. If we can get to 100 likes, I'll probably leave you alone for the rest of the night. Games You Love says, I think Yarde can hurt. Yeah, I think Yarde can hurt Beterbiev as well. Absolutely, yeah, I think Yarde can hurt Beterbiev. But it's just a question of, you know what I mean? The difference between hurting Beterbiev and putting him away. It is what it is. Someone said to me, Iron says Ultra. If Yarde gets flattened early tonight, is that it for him? No, not at all. If Yarde gets flattened early and just doesn't, take a massive shot, he just gets, flattened. It is what it is. It is what it is. Right, Itauma. Right, you guys are obviously ahead of me on my stream, so I know the result of the Itauma fight, but I'm gonna watch it live right now. It's gonna be the overhand right, isn't it? You can see it's gonna be the overhand right, I think. Let's have a look. I'm going for the overhand right from Itauma to end this. Because you can see him shaping it up. Body shot, overhand right. That is the worst opponent I have ever seen in a boxing ring. Ever. Are you kidding me? Nah. Did that overhand right even land clean? Nah. This card's been a disgrace. Nah, this card's a disgrace. Nah. Nah, this card's a disgrace. Let me screenshot this journeyman's picture though. Nah, even Itauma's like, nah. No, what's Itauma going over checking for? He's fine. Nah, Itauma's going over checking. He's alright. He's fine. That is well dodgy. What do you guys think about that Itauma knockout? This card's a disgrace, you know. This card's a... Look, he's fuming. He's absolutely fuming at this. Itauma's fuming. He's been out there. Let's have a look. Took a jab to the... But he's got over easy here. I actually think I could have done longer in the ring than this guy. And I'm garbage. Nah, that's a dive. The man's taking a dive. Wow. No. The man took a dive in the ring. All glove. No chin. Wow, we just watched a dive on live TV. That was absolutely outrageous. That opponent says, no, I'm not taking any chances. The opponent's just taking a dive in the middle of the ring. Do you know what? I didn't think anything could top, Fraser Clark's. Is Fraser Clark's debut the one where they pulled Jake Darnell out the crowd? But that is up there. Who had the worst debut? Itauma or fucking Fraser Clark? That has to be the worst fucking debut I've ever seen. Shocking. Absolutely shocking. That was so bad. Do you know what they might as well do? They might as well get another opponent right now and then have fucking Moses Itauma come back out after the fucking main event. But we are getting the main event. For those of you who want, listen, maybe the opponent, was like, look, no one wants to wait until 2 in the morning for another Frank Warren main event, innit? Innit? Isn't that what happened, innit? The opponent was like, look, it's 10 o'clock, Do you know what I mean? The underground's going to shut down in 2 hours. Everybody needs to get home. He's like, nah, Frank Warren trying to long out this crowd. Now, fuck that. Fuck that. I'm ending this early. I want to see the main event. That is shocking. Itauma is absolutely fuming. You can see him there. That is the most embarrassing pro debut I've ever seen. Mark Stanton saying, get Fury out of the crowd. Why? What's he doing? Oh, I see. You think he's jinxing it? Kyle Allison says he's on oxygen. Jesus fucking Christ. Mate, Kyle, let me tell you something. I got pinged around the ring, by a 40-year-old dad this week who had who had a beer belly, right? That's how bad I am. I'm actually confident that if you put me in a professional ring today with Karen Itauma, I am confident I could last more seconds than this guy. 100%. 100%. I could run enough for 11 seconds on oxygen. Felix Mitchell. It can't be right, can it? This ain't a great night for Queensbury. Karen Itauma is fuming. He actually looks like he's in tears, Can you see his eyes? Am I right about that? Itauma. He is absolutely fuming. Sorry, I'm absolutely shocked to seeing this. Itauma's face. I tell you what, it's been a bad night for Itauma. He looks like he's going to fucking start crying or something. His brother got beat and stopped in his first professional fight. And then that's the debut he's had there. He looks like he's in tears. Yeah, he did, didn't he? Yeah. He looked like he looked like he was in tears. And your brother got knocked out in the middle of the ring. Francis Warren, look at Francis Warren, he's fuming. Look at Francis Warren. Absolutely fuming. Yeah, he is. It's sad, isn't it? Bad night for the Itaumas, His brother got knocked out. He had to come to the ring. His brother's had his first career loss. And then he comes out to things like that. And he genuinely looks like he's going to break down and cry. 100%. Itauma rejoicing Simon Queensbury. Listen, he won't regret Simon Queensbury for that. I think that was out of Queensbury's control. I don't think that had anything to do with Frank Warren. Do you guys think Frank Warren or someone told him to take a dive? They're all sitting in there fuming. The opponent's gone in there and he hasn't given it a go. Simple as that. It's nothing to do with the promoters or any kind of that. I'm being serious. I'm not trying to stick up for anybody. I'm being serious. Francis Warren is in the ring. He is fucking fuming, Francis Warren. So you can see what's happened there. The opponent's come in and the opponent's just snuffed it. Probably, maybe the opponent had a bet on himself in the first round or something. But the opponent's come in and the opponent snuffed it. Simple as that. Francis Warren looks absolutely fuming. Absolutely fuming. Frank said your man goes down in the first. Nah, I think you guys are crazy. I think the guys come in, he's over. Do you guys, can I ask you a question? Do you guys not remember Tyson Fury versus Sefer Seferi? And do you remember that Tyson Fury dicked around in that fight? And as soon as Sefer Seferi started taking shots, Sefer Seferi quit in the ring. Do you remember that? Oh, sorry. I banned someone for saying they quit, and so I'm being a hypocrite. But do you know what I mean? As soon as Sefer Seferi started taking shots, remember he just gave up. Do you remember that? And Tyson Fury's comeback fight on BT. As soon as Sefer Seferi started taking shots, he said, "That's it. I'm at." And it was the whole fight was a farce, right? It was a farce, right? And it's, that opponent's coming tonight. He knows he's overmatched. He's coming in. He's taking his money, and he's not taking any punishment. You probably see that same opponent. You probably see him in a Leisure Centre next week, somewhere else. You probably see him in Uzbekistan or in the middle of fucking Congo in some kind of Leisure Centre next week, fighting somewhere else. Simple as that. You know, that's an opponent who's coming to the ring tonight and said, "Look, I'm getting paid, but I ain't getting hurt." He's come in, taking a dive. He's taking his money, and he's going off. That's it. Simple as that. That's my opinion on it. Very, very similar to the Seferi fight. Exactly, Sean at Medieval. Seferi didn't even really get hit. He just stopped. As soon as Fury put it on him. And let me just hear from Itauma. Let me hear from Itauma. Itauma's live. He's devastated. Right, so Itauma says he was emotional getting into the ring because his brother lost. He's devastated. And what a pro debut. Dreadful pro debut. So I'm just listening to Itauma. Right, so Itauma's saying it's a dive without saying it's a dive. There you go. Itauma just said, "I've never hit someone before and then go down in the first 40 seconds, so it is what it is." So Itauma's telling you it's a dive, basically. It is what it is. And he confirmed he is emotional because his brother got knocked out. I mean, it's just a dreadful, dreadful debut from him. You know, and I really do feel sorry for him, you know? I really do feel so. And Toby Plays is saying shades of Wilder versus Malik Scott. For me, this was way worse than Malik Scott. You know, the only dive that I've seen that can compete with this is Latte. And even Latte gives it a couple of rounds. You know, Latte's dives. Richard Latte, one of Cheven's favourite boxers. Latte. Let me get his Latte's picture up. You know Richard Latte? He's one of the biggest divers, yeah, in all of boxing. Allegedly. Latte. But at least Latte gives it a couple round. Do you know what I mean? At least Latte like strings it along. Like that opponent came and sat down after 14 seconds, man. Yeah, Wardley. Someone's about Wardley and what's his name? The Anrthony Yarde opponent. Anthony Joshua opponent. Fucking what's his name? Molina. That was shocking as well. But at least they're giving it rounds. Joshua Braxey's trying not to laugh. You know what? I'm not even joking. Joshua Braxey on BT Sport trying not to laugh. Yo, I tell you what, if you're Eddie Hearn, you've just signed Joshua Braxey for another couple of years. Be coming out tomorrow. Joshua Braxey signs a lifetime extension with Matchroom. Joshua Braxey had one piece in his Queensbury show. He see Karen Itauma get knocked out in 5 rounds. He then sees someone laying down for someone in 14 seconds. Braxey in the middle of fucking Steve Butts and Denzel Bentley trying not to laugh. You'll see it on the news tomorrow. Joshua Braxey has signed a lifetime agreement with Matchroom. He's like, fuck this. This is Mickey Mouse shit, man. He's like, nah, this is Mickey Mouse stuff, man. Listen, Frank needs to get on the phone to Latte. If you want a quick fight, get Latte on the phone. If you want a diver, they should have brought Latte in. Latte would have sat down for you, no problem. Innit? Press 1 if you agree with me, press 2 if you disagree. Latte would have sat down for you, no problem. It is what it is. DW23, would you give Braxey more or less chance against Beterbiev? It's a tough one, isn't it? Because Braxey's a better boxer than Yarde, and he's more well schooled than Yarde, but I don't think he has the power that Yarde has. Do you know what I mean? So I'm not sure. Does that make sense? Braxey could last longer because he has to box. He has to box with Beterbiev. He ain't going to be able to get him out. He hasn't got the power to put a dent in him. Yarde has got the power to put a dent in Beterbiev. Braxey does not. Do you know what I mean? And that's the difference. El Boxer, yeah, Latte would have gone down on the first jab. Who would have lasted longer in the chat? Latte or who is this opponent? Let me get to that. That's one of the worst dives I've ever seen. Let me see what they're saying on Benson's page. They must be having a laugh. Right, the main event's coming up. Big shout out to Moses Itauma's big shout out to Moses Itauma's opponent there, because of him, we're gonna get the main event imminently. Jesus, let's have a look at this. Dive. Both punches landed on the glove. Top 3 worst fight ever seen. Has to be up there. I've never seen a dive as bad. Dude took a dive. It absolutely pathetic. It was shocking. Marcel Bode. Hey, all of you guys who want to watch the main event on time tonight, hey, give a shout out to Marcel Bode. Give a shout out to Marcel Bode. Marcel Bode's the reason why people won't be taking the night bus home tonight from the O2 Arena. Shout out to Marcel Bode. If you're live from the arena and you make it home on time after Beterbiev's knocked out Yarde, and you can still make that last 105 train home on the Victoria line to South East London, don't forget to shout out Marcel Bode. Marcel Bode's the reason why people ain't taking the night bus home. If it weren't for Marcel Bode, 2 KOs, 2 wins, 2 losses. If it weren't for Marcel Bode, you man would be on the night bus home. You man would be on the night bus home tonight in -4 degree weather. It is what it is. Alright, guys. It is what it is. Tonight has been an absolute disaster. It has been a disaster. But the main event will be arriving with us very, very shortly. This ain't at Wembley Arena, is it? Rotted. Frank's moving too fast, even for me. Down the SC, what do they call it? The SC whatever arena. So, Wembley, innit? You'll be on the Jubilee line. You'll be on the Jubilee line. All the man them who come to support Yarde will be taking the Jubilee line home tonight. Straight to South East London. On that Jubilee line. That's the grey line. That's the worst one. The Jubilee or the Victoria is the worst one. That's how Joking's lying, knowing it. That Jubilee line's terrible. Jubilee line. Bakerloo line. You know what I'm say to me, Honestly. I'm not asking for much in life, All I'm asking, Lord Jesus Christ, is that when I finally settle down, obviously I've been with Mrs. Ultra for nearly 10 years, but when I'm finally able to afford property, When I'm finally able to afford property, Lord Jesus Christ, I pray that one day I never have to live on the Bakerloo line, or fucking Jubilee line. To be honest, the Bakerloo line obviously has got, Paddington and all that, but let's be honest, innit? Bakerloo line, louder Bakerloo line, man. Bakerloo line, Jubilee line. If I can stay off the Bakerloo line and the Jubilee line, I've done something. I just know that I've done something. I've achieved something in life. Like, even Jason Walker, who's the biggest roadman on here, Jason Walker's on the central line, isn't it? Ladbroke Grove on the central line, isn't it? So that red line, isn't it? The central line. Even Jason Walker ain't on the fucking, Jubilee line. And he the biggest fucking hood nigga he the biggest hood guy on this whole stream. You feel me? Alright, let's carry on. Crazy D3 say, nah, Bakerloo line and district line are peak. District line is posh. What are you talking about? District line's real. District line is posh. Earl's Court. If you're on that district line, what's the yellow line called? Circle line. District and circle line. Those are the 2 lines you need to be on, bro. If you go on them lines, you made it. Right, Derek Chisora's in the ring for some fucking reason. And he ain't lying flat on his back either, which makes it even worse. Right, they're doing the Tommy Fury. Hammersmith and City. Still Jason Walker. It's still alright, though. Right, here we go. So we got Derek Chisora, Josh Denzel in the ring. And here comes Tommy Fury. They're doing it. Jake Paul, Tommy Fury, face to face. TNT, they're calling him TNT. Take that nickname off Tommy Fury. Hey, didn't Tony Tucker used to have that nickname? Wasn't he called Tony TNT Tucker or something? I did Tony. Oh, Tony's taking his shirt off though. He thinks he's in WWE. What's he doing? Tommy Fury in the ring, taking off his shirt. He looks in shape though. They saying he's been in the gym since December time. Tommy Fury taking his top off. This is gold. Here he comes from Cleveland, Ohio. And here comes Jake Paul. WWE comes to Queensbury Sport. But you know what? Press 1 if you're liking this promotion and press 2 if you don't like it. How do you feel? Press 1 if you're liking this promotion and press 2 if you disagree with it. I love this stuff, man. I love this stuff. This is box office stuff, you know what I mean? Box office stuff. Yeah, I'm loving it. Jake Paul is coming to the ring to go face to face with Tommy Fury. Jake Paul coming to Welcome to the Jungle. Tommy Fury's in shape. What do you guys think, though? Tommy Fury is in shape. TNT stands for Tommy, not Tyson. I didn't know that. Jake Paul's trying to trying to stare him out. Jake Paul's trying to put the heads in. Oh, they're pushing and shoving. Here we go. This is like Monday Night Raw. Oh, yeah, it's going on. It's going off. They're pushing each other. George Warren. This is legit, you know, because George Warren is stepping in and George Warren has told Jake Paul to calm down. Fuck. So, what do you guys think? Fake or not fake? I mean, George Warren, who's not supposed to do that, has jumped in and told Jake Paul to calm it down. Here we go. Wow! Tommy Fury's coming out with a big talk. He says he swears to God you're finished. I'm ending your career. Tommy Fury looks in very, very good shape. What do you guys think? Press 1 if you agree with that. Press 2 if you disagree. Here comes Jake Paul. Do you think Tommy Fury's in good shape? He looks in good shape. Josh Denzel there trying to wind up there. Tommy trying to wind up Jake Paul. Getting booed. Tommy Fury looks pretty confident, I have to say. Tommy Player says Tommy is not never in shape. I thought he was out of shape recently. So I must listen. This is. Tommy Fury says I was beating better people than you when I was in the amateurs. I will school you. Tommy Fury says I was boxing the amateurs at 14 when you was on a Disney Channel. I will school you. Loud Tommy. Tommy out-talked him though. Tommy's out-talking Jake Paul though. Woo! Tommy's having it. Tommy says, when I hit you on the chin, you're going to stay here. Tyson's laughing. Who do you think's winning the war of the words so far? I think this is hilarious. Who do you think's winning the war of the words? Give me a vote. Give me a name. Who do you think's done the better promo tonight? Jake Paul or Tommy Fury? Genuine hatred, they're saying. Toby Player says Jake is going to stop. Jake is going to stop Tommy in 6. I've got Tommy on points, believe it or not. If he's 100%, I've got Tommy on points. But Jake Paul is the favourite. Who do you think? Who do you think's winning this promo? Jake Paul or Tommy Fury? Tommy's having it. Says in 4 weeks. Right, we're going to have a proper face-off now. Dench says Jake Paul doesn't relax at all. Jason's saying both of them. Right, here comes the face-off. Tommy looks up for it, I have to say. Toby Player says it's 10 rounds and Tommy has never ever gone more than 6. Jake has gone 8 twice. Yeah, listen, Jake Paul is the favourite to win this fight. Jake Paul is a dog. That's a fact of life. Like, I'm not disputing that. Jake Paul is the favourite to win this fight. I just think Tommy Fury genuinely might be the better actual boxer, to be honest with you. Jake Paul carries the power, no question, but I just believe that Tommy's actually the better boxer. I've always said I think Tommy's got deceptively quick hands and quick feet for a big guy. And I do think if he comes in at 100%, he might be able to scrape a decision. But Jake Paul is the favourite to win the fight. No question about it. Jake Paul is the favourite to win the fight. No question. Right, Tommy's having it there. There you go. Right, let's go through your comments. Tommy does not have what it takes mentally, even if he might be the better boxer. I tell you what, TMT, the pressure on Tommy is going to be absolutely immense. But I tell you one thing, he held it well, didn't he? Tommy Fury, he absolutely held it well there tonight. They've got Chisora there in between them, holding their hands up. Tell you what, thank fuck for this, because with Karol Itauma getting knocked out, and then Moses Itauma's opponent taking a dive, I tell you what, it's been an absolutely dire night of boxing tonight. But what do you think? Press 1 if you think the card needed that. There you go. Right. Press 1 if you think the card needed that tonight. It needed that little lift, didn't it? Even though it was stupid, it needed that little lift. Because I tell you what, this card has been absolutely dire for Queensbury tonight. I'll be honest with you. People taking dives in the ring. Karol Itauma getting floored. We need some pantomime. There you go. Jake Paul and Tommy shoving each other. I do think that was legit. Obviously, they're supposed to have a bit of promotion stuff. But I do think, yeah, when Jake Paul shoved him, he went too far. Because I saw George Warren jump straight in there. And that's not his job. That's not security. That's security's job. So, Jake Paul's quite pally, isn't he, with the Warrens? I don't know if you guys know this. By the way, obviously Frank would want Fury to win because Fury's kind of a Warren guy, but I don't think he really is. What do you guys think? I think Jake Paul and the Warrens really do quite good business together, and I think they'll be looking to continue to do business together. So I don't think if Tommy Fury gets knocked out in a round by Jake Paul, by the way, I don't think Frank Warren will lose any sleep over it at all. I think they're very much sort of got plans to do things between Queensbury Promotions and MVP, Most Valuable Promotions. So I don't think this is like, do you know what I mean? I don't think Jake Paul's even the away fighter, to be honest. If I'm being honest with you. But that's me. Iron says, where was John Fury? Probably serving a suspension for threatening to bend over Jake Paul's girlfriend like he did last time. I mean, Jesus Christ. The last thing you want is fucking John Fury in the middle of that nonsense. John Fury got red carded last time. It is what it is. Let's have a look here. Tyson makes 30 million a fight. They have to be on Fury's side. Yeah, look, they're going to want Fury to win, but I don't think they're that bothered, you know. It's not the same as like if Fury was fighting AJ. Do you know what I mean? Like when Tyson Fury fights AJ, it's like, fuck, you know, we can't let these bots go over to Matchroom. I think with Jake Paul, to be honest, the Warrens wouldn't be bothered if Jake Paul won. I think that the plan is to do business going forward with MVP and Most Valuable Promotions. That's why this fight's happening. That's why this fight's happening. This fight's happening because the Warrens and Paul are looking to do business. That's why Amanda Serrano recently fought very quickly on a Queensbury show. The two parties are interested in doing business in the near future. So if Jake Paul does have a fight in the UK, I could be wrong, but don't be surprised if it's on a Queensbury card. Don't be surprised. So that's what I'm saying. Right, it's nearly time for the main event. You can hear Sweet Caroline playing in the background. There's Jake Paul. That's the only shot that Tommy needs to worry about from Jake Paul, is that overhand right. That's the only shot he needs to worry about. But it's easier said than done. I think Tommy's got quick hands, quick feet. Can he get a decision? I'll be honest with you, Jake Paul's fought much better opponents. You know, the smart money would be on the Jake Paul stoppage, but I just have a feeling Tommy's got good feet, fast hands. I think he might pull it off. You know, he might pull it off. I think Jake Paul's been outboxed by worse boxers than Tommy Fury. And I think we'll see that on the night there. And I think Jake Paul, his big setup is for that overhand right. And what he'll do is he'll go jab to the body and try and throw the overhand right off the jab to the body, off the jab to the body. But essentially, he throws one shot or one shot only. Jake Paul has one shot only for me. It's that overhand right. Even if you watch Jake Paul spar, it's that one shot. And he sets it up off that jab to that body. He feints. He does set it up rather nicely, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Anrthony Yarde's in the dressing room doing the pads with Tunde. He's got his Arsenal kit on. That Arsenal kit ain't going to help him when he steps in the ring with Artur Beterbiev. This fight is absolutely imminent. I'm just hoping we can see a good fight tonight. It is what it is. Listen, whatever happens, Eric Harris keeps asking me, why do you think it's a mismatch? It's a mismatch because Anrthony Yarde has never done anything in his career ever to suggest that he should be in the ring of Artur Beterbiev, Eric Harris. That's the answer to your question. I hope now you can please stop spamming my chat. But I have answered your question, Eric Harris. who looks suspiciously like Gucci Man, Eric Harris. Is that you in your picture? Because you look like a G, my man. You look suspiciously like Gucci Man when he was on fucking Brick Squad 1017. You look like Gucci Man from Brick Squad 1017. Brick Squad! What are them Brick Squad anthems? Brick Squad this, Brick Squad that. Please everybody get off Brick Squad back. Now what's that one, Shem? What's the next to Brick Squad? Everything Brick Squad. With Bo Deal. And YG Hootie. And Ice Burgundy. And Waka Flocka. Man out here, Eric Harris, looking like a prime Gucci man. Spamming my chat. Why do you think it's a mismatch? Because Yarde has never done anything in his career to suggest that he should be in the ring with Beterbiev. I have to call it how I see it, man. 244 in the chat. 245 in the chat. Please feel free to hit the like button. Let's have a look. See how many likes we got. 107 likes. I wouldn't mind a few more likes. Who wins and how? 64% of you are voting for Artur Beterbiev to win. Eric Harris saying, "I'll fucking with you." That's it, my nigga. Listen, I shouldn't be saying them kind of word on here, but you know how you ride with the Brick Squad with the 1017 all day. For me, that's like the hardest click, one of the hardest clicks ever, man. 1017, man. Frenchie. That was when Gucci was in prison, wasn't it? That Frenchie, Ice Burgundy. Oh, who's that dude that looked like Draymond Green? He was the best one. Shevin. Who is it who looked like Draymond Green from Brick Squad? Draymond Green. Hold on, let me get Brick Squad 1017 up though. The one who looked like, he was the best one. Brick Squad 1017. OJ the Juice Man. It weren't him, but who was the other one? Come on, man. Tell me the name. All right, we'll get back to it. We'll get back to it. But that brother who looked like Draymond Green, he heavy. He was the heaviest one out of the lot. All right, let's go. Yarde. I'm Rich Bruv said, I hope Yarde loses fast. No, I want to see a good fight. Especially after tonight's card, I want to see a good fight. All right. 1 second. Right, so what they're saying is, there is no 3 knockdown rule. So they're explaining that tonight. There is no 3 knockdown rule for tonight's Yarde versus Beterbiev fight. And Joshua Bratz is just going through his final analysis. Let's go here. DS says, anybody know the purses for this fight? I don't care, because I'm not getting any of it, so why do I care? El Boxio says, what will be left of Yarde and Tunde's credibility after he gets flattened tonight? Anrthony Yarde will have plenty of credibility because Anrthony Yarde's willing to get in the ring with killers. There'll be nothing about Yarde's credibility or Tunde's credibility tonight. Yarde's getting in the ring with one, the pound for pound. Would you agree with me that Beterbiev is... Who would you say is the biggest pound for pound puncher in boxing other than Deontay Wilder? Give me names. Who would you say is a bigger pound for pound puncher, Inoue or Beterbiev? Beterbiev has never been the distance, man. Beterbiev has never, ever been the distance. But would you agree with me? When you talk about the biggest pound for pound puncher in boxing, you're talking about probably who? Beterbiev or Inoue, yeah? Am I right? Shevin is saying Tank. Nah, I won't put Tank in the same league as puncher as Beterbiev, man. Toby Players is saying it's between Gervonta, Beterbiev and Inoue. I think it might be Beterbiev, you know. He is absolutely huge. I mean, if you count Wilder, Wilder's the biggest puncher in the sport, period. But if you take Wilder out of it, who is the biggest puncher, pound for pound in boxing, would you say? Based on what you've seen. For me, it might be Beterbiev. I'd say Beterbiev or Inoue if I had to guess. Maybe there's a name that I'm missing out. So Yarde is getting in there with killers. Yarde is getting in there with killers. And Toby Larone is saying Anrthony Yarde has this fight and Callum Smith left. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Who told you that? What boxing promotion do you work for, Toby? Who told you that? There's a way back for Yarde, easy. You've got to get away from this fucking mentality in boxing. Oh my God, he took a loss. Where does he go from now? Oh, his career's over, he loses. This is what I'm saying, like. This is why we don't get no big fights in boxing. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is why we don't get the big fights in boxing, because people keep overreacting to a man losing. The man's not expected to win the fight. Simple as that. The man is not expected to win the fight. He's in the ring with the pound for pound, arguably the biggest puncher in boxing outside of heavyweight. If he loses, he loses. He can come back again. Doesn't have to be the end of his career. Doesn't have to be over. I mean, come on, man. We need to get away from all this BS, man. That's the reason why UFC get the big fights and we don't. Because in boxing, yeah, boxing fans just get fucking, go so stupid, innit? A man takes a loss in a fight he ain't meant to win. Or where did he go from here? Well, who gives a fuck? He got in the ring, didn't he? He got in the ring, and what are we doing? We're sitting on here talking on fucking keyboard. He's the one getting in the fucking ring. So it is what it is, isn't it? And I don't believe Callum Smith batters Anrthony Yarde either, by the way. I think people need to go back and watch Callum Smith versus John Ryder. Jesus Christ. Man got beat by John Ryder, if we're being honest. Who do you think punches hard? Anrthony Yarde or John Ryder? Fucking hell. So we all need to have a Horlicks and calm down. Do you know what I mean? All of us, you know. I understand, you know, the main events here. Emotions are running high. I know you guys are high off the juices of Tommy Fury and Jake Paul stepping foot in the ring. But all of us need to calm down, have a fucking Horlicks, and just watch this fight. Shevin needs to calm down because he's telling me David Benavidez would stop Beterbiev. So Shevin needs to calm down. Clearly been having all that fucking pan-fried fucking salmon that he's been shoving down his gob this week, yeah, because he bought a fucking... He bought an air fryer recently, so all he's been doing is air frying fucking salmon recently. Shevin now needs to fucking take some time out, yeah, and reflect on his thoughts for turning around and saying shit about fucking thingamajiggy. Benavidez is going to stop Beterbiev. Everybody needs to calm down. Is that all right? Including me. Everybody needs to just chill out. You can tell it's main event time because people are going mad. People are going mad. Iron says Buatsi versus Yarde is a proper 50-50. Do you know what? After Yarde takes a pounding tonight, it might not be a 50-50 no more, you know. We'll see. Look, if Yarde gets through and doesn't take big punishment, for me, that's a win. Press 1 if you agree with me, press 2 if you disagree. That's for me. If Yarde puts in an account of himself and doesn't get Kell-brooked, that's fantastic. Hopefully he can recover, knock over a few cans, and get back at it again. That's what I want to see from Yarde. I want to see Yarde win. But if Yarde doesn't win, if he just gets knocked down, stopped, just a normal stoppage, no broken orbital bones, no Kell-brook shit, that's what will do it for me. But you know, but you got to understand, people are saying, why am I being so down on Yarde's chances? I'm just being honest because the reality of boxing is fucking dangerous, mate. You saw Kell-brook. Kell-brook lifted Triple G off his feet with an uppercut. And Kell-brook's career still got ended in that ring. So, boxing's a dangerous sport, man. All it takes is one shot and it don't get any more dangerous than Beterbiev. It don't get any more dangerous than Beterbiev, in my opinion. Yarde is an absolute warrior. We'll see what happens. Let me talk about how Anrthony Yarde's going to win this fight. How Anrthony Yarde wins this fight. If Yarde is going to win this fight tonight, which it's not impossible, but if Yarde is going to win this fight tonight, it will be speed that will be the key. His speed. You know what people think about Yarde? People do underestimate Yarde's boxing ability. If you look at Yarde and Lyndon Arthur, I know Lyndon Arthur is nothing like Artur Beterbiev. I'm just saying it's all we have to go on. If you look at Yarde against the Lyndon Arthur jab in a rematch, his judgment of distance, his speed, but the feinting. He's sitting in the pocket, throwing feints, and then he's triggering, he brings that hand over his front foot, he draws the jab, and then he goes for that fucking Mayweather pull counter right hand. Yarde has very, very good reflexes. He's very, very quick, and Yarde carries serious power. And we have to remember those two things about Yarde. Yarde is extremely quick. He has very, very good boxing ability, right? He's got very, very good reflexes, but he sets up shots well. Not just reflexes, Yarde sets up shots. If you look when he had Arthur hurt, how he finished him, how he went about his business, you know, just peeking around the body, finding gaps. He didn't start clubbing away. He didn't let the moment get to him. A lot of fighters we see in gyms, even in my gym, do that, you know. They get fighters on the ropes, they start clubbing away, they start pounding the body, they start, do you know what I mean? They don't set the shots up, they don't look for the gaps. Yarde in there, feeling, touching, looking for the gaps. That's why he got Arthur out of there, the way he got him out of there, because he picked his shots, got on the inside, he was selling him dummies, selling him feints, peeking around one side of the body, and then shooting a shot around the other side of the body, taking angles around him. Do you know what I mean? Yarde is you know, if Beterbiev does get hurt tonight, and there is time on the clock, Anrthony Yarde is a dangerous finisher. And I will say that, you know. He's a dangerous finisher. He is a good finisher. If he gets somebody hurt and there's time left on the clock, Yarde is a very, very good finisher. Someone saying, is Yarde better than Joe Smith? On paper, you would say no, Yarde is not better than Joe Smith. But then if you look at the way they fight, and that's what I say, boxing's about styles. When you're talking about who's going to win a fight, it's not just down to resume. It's about styles, yeah? On paper, Joe Smith is better than Yarde. But then if you look at the way they fight, Joe Smith went in the ring against Beterbiev. I watched it live. And he hung himself out to dry. Joe Smith went into that ring, and Joe Smith never believed he was going to win in that fight. Joe Smith jumped into the ring with Artur Beterbiev, and he wanted to make it a shootout and get it done as soon as possible. That's what he did. He said, look, one of us is going, get it over and done with right now. He didn't box to a game plan. He didn't stick behind the jab. He went in, he got hot-headed, and he hung his chin out to dry straight away. And that's the reason why he didn't have any success in the fight. Anrthony Yarde is going to box a completely different way. Anrthony Yarde, in my opinion, has a much better skill set than Joe Smith Jr. Not saying he's a better fighter, not saying he's got a better resume, but all around, Yarde's got a better skill set. Yarde's going to bring things to the table that Joe Smith couldn't. Yarde will bring speed to the table. Yarde will bring reflexes to the table. Yarde will bring trap setting to the table. Yarde will be looking to work off the Beterbiev jab. That's what he'll be doing tonight with Beterbiev. Beterbiev will be looking to come forward and pressure Yarde off the jab. And Yarde will be looking to work off the jab and counter. Slip and pot shot with the right hand. Slip left hook. Yarde will be looking to work him off that jab. And that's what will be the key for Yarde tonight. Very, very simple. Yarde will be looking to work off that Beterbiev jab. That's what we'll see tonight. Yarde in the pocket. You'll see the head come over the front foot. Beterbiev jab, go back, pull counter. Slip, move, take angles. And that's what we'll be doing. And you'll be looking to, hang around in the pocket, work Beterbiev off the jab, and then if he gets an opportunity, you're going to see him go in there and trying to close out ASAP. He won't do what Callum Johnson did. If Beterbiev gets hurt, Yarde will go in and end it, and will try his best to end it. So look, yeah, Richard, also caveat that with if he isn't gassed out. So we'll have to wait and see. Look, Yarde, can he win? Yes, Anrthony Yarde has the punch power to knock out pretty much anybody at light heavyweight. I believe that. But listen, this is Artur Beterbiev. Do you know what I mean? This isn't some average. This isn't even someone who's world class. This is Artur Beterbiev. And that's why I have to call it how I see it. This channel isn't for fairy tales. This channel ain't for resumes. This channel ain't for pay-per-view numbers. This channel ain't for purse numbers. This channel's about the reality of getting into the ring. That's what the bread and butter of this channel is about. The bread and butter of this channel is about the reality of getting into the boxing ring. And the reality is, it's Artur Beterbiev. And I believe we are now ready for the main event. Let me just turn the sound up here. I think the main event's about to happen. I believe my stream is probably a little bit behind you guys. I'm around my friend's house watching it on BT Sport, so you have to bear with me here. I'm at my friend's house watching this on BT Sport, and I think his BT Sport's a little bit slower than mine, so we'll have to see. Richie Woodhall's final words from Richie Woodhall, so we're not ready yet. Sorry about that. I thought we were going to get the fight, but it's final words from Richie Woodhall. So we're just getting ready. 226 in the chat. If you want to vote on the poll, I'm going to shut the poll in a minute or two. So now is the time to get the poll going. If you want to get the poll going. So far, 342 voted in the poll. 65% are going for Beterbiev. If you had to give Anrthony Yarde last minute instructions, what would you give him? Toby says something about a sparring video. Ultra, I have some more sparring footage. Can I send it through so you can watch when you have some time and give me some pointers? Yeah, go on then. All right, go on. That's fine. If you send it to me, I'll have a look. It's not a problem. Yarde is coming to the ring. So you're about to see Yarde. Yarde's entrances are incredible, by the way. So I think we'll see a great entrance from Yarde, but it's everything after the entrance that I'm worried about. But Anrthony Yarde is on his way to the arena. He's on his way to the ring. So this fight is on. Here comes the MC. Here comes Anrthony Yarde. Let me shut the poll. I'm going to give you 10 seconds to vote and that's it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Last chance to vote in the poll. 4, 3, 2, 1. Poll is shut. 357 votes. 65% of you are going for Artur Beterbiev by knockout. That's what I'm going. I've got Artur Beterbiev to win this fight inside 6 rounds. I'm expecting one-way traffic. I have to be honest, I love Anrthony Yarde, one of my favourite fighters. But this is Beterbiev. This is, pound for pound, in my opinion, the most dangerous man in boxing, not named Deontay Wilder or Naoya Inoue. This man is absolutely relentless for taking this fight. Tunde ringside with Yarde. And you know Yarde's going to come out to that bad man music. You know Anrthony Yarde ain't going to come out to no Spice Girl shit. Here he comes out, the bass line's on. Bad man Yarde's coming out. Looks fine, relaxed. He's been to Russia before. You got to remember for Anrthony Yarde. Anrthony Yarde has done it the hard way. Anrthony Yarde has done it the hard way before. So, you know, like I said before, little baby, yeah. There you go. Yarde coming out to little baby. He looks fine. He looks relaxed coming to the ring. It's going to be tough. Will Yarde be feeling nerves? Absolutely. All fighters feel nerves. If you look at Dev Sani's interview with Callum Johnson on Queensberry before this fight, Callum Johnson said anybody who says they don't feel nerves before they go to the ring is lying. All fighters feel nerves. All fighters get scared. If you're not scared, then there's a problem. There's a problem if you're not scared. You need to be a little bit, you need to have a little bit of fear. Obviously, you don't want the fear to take over. Yeah, but you need to have that little bit of anticipation. It keeps you sharp. Yeah, so Yarde, I hope Yarde's feeling a bit of fear. I hope he's sharp. Yarde looks relaxed, standing on the side of the ring and climbs in. Tunde, is that Tunde with his hands in his pockets? Or was that James Cook? Very, very low profile. Very, very low profile from Yarde. Just wants to go in there and get this business done. He's about to step in the ring with a bona fide killer. Artur Beterbiev will be coming to the ring. I believe I'm a little bit behind on the stream. So if you want to sync your stream to be with me, you can do that. If not, it is what it is. If you do get a result, it'd be nice if you kind of didn't spoil it for everybody else. But, you know, I'm expecting it is what it is. Right, here he comes. The undefeated, defending, unified and lineal light heavyweight champion of the world, Beterbiev. The killer is coming to the ring. This man is a certified killer. It is what it is, isn't it? He's coming to the ring to his own music. We know where he's from. He's ready to go. Here he comes. Iceman John Scully walking behind him, holding the WBC title. This man, in my opinion, the most dangerous man in boxing today. If you ask me honestly, who was more dangerous, Inoue or Beterbiev, I would probably go with Beterbiev. That's me. Beterbiev coming to the ring. He's praying to the ring. I'm sure he's something that he does normally. How do you feel about the way Beterbiev looks to the ring? Do you know what? To be honest, if I had to say who looks the calmer of the two, Beterbiev or Yarde? Yarde 100%. What difference will that make in this fight? Less than 0%. It will make less than 0%. Beterbiev has been there, seen it, done that. Every time you get in the ring, it's a new journey. Every time you get in the ring against an opponent, you never know what's going to happen. Both fighters will be feeling that little bit of anticipation. It is what it is. James cooking in with Yarde. I'm just watching now. I think, are we going to have national anthems? Games You Love is saying Tunde is trying to stare down Beterbiev. Painful. I hope we don't have national anthems, you know. Toby Players says, hoping and praying for Yarde, but he's going to get a pasting of biblical proportions. Can I ask you guys a question? Last minute, right? Press 1 if you think Yarde will give a good account of himself. Or press 2 if you think it'll be one-way traffic. I have to be honest with you. I think it'll be one-way traffic, but let's see. Do you think Yarde will give a good account of himself? Jason Walker says, Beterbiev looks like he would cut your sister's throat in front of you and then laugh about it while battering you. Listen, you'd be surprised what goes on in certain parts of the world, you know. Beterbiev is a different kind of human being. He's a different kind of human being. I know he says stuff like, I'm human, I'm just like everybody else. But the truth is, Beterbiev is not like everybody else. It's the truth. I see him in that interview trying to cap. He's saying, you know, I just like everybody else, you know. You know, I just like everybody else. You know, I am a human guy too. You know, I have blood, I breathe. You know, just like everybody else. You know, listen. The truth is, he's lying. You know, Beterbiev isn't like everybody else. You know, and I've never seen any proof in my life, yeah, that Beterbiev is human. Never, ever in all my time watching boxing, I've seen most of Beterbiev's fights. I've never seen any proof that when Artur Beterbiev goes home at night, yeah, and takes his clothes off, that he doesn't see this in the mirror. True or false, innit? I've never seen any proof. Never seen any proof that when Beterbiev goes into the shower at home when no one's watching and takes all his clothes off, yeah, that he don't see this in the mirror. He's a certified gunman. 213 in the chat, yeah? 213 in the chat. I don't think we're even going to get national anthems, you know. I think they're going to send Yarde straight into this. They ain't even going to give Yarde the national anthem. They're going to send him straight in. I am sweating. This ain't like no Dillian. This ain't like no Dillian White versus Tyson Fury fight, where you know one man's going to go in and get smashed. Do you know what I mean? Like, my arms are sweaty. I'm already sweating into my shirt here. I'm nervous as fuck. This is what happens when you get killers in the ring, innit? Remember that Dillian White fight they were telling last April? Yeah, but look at Dillian's resume. I was bone dry because I knew Dillian was going to get pinged, mate. Bone dry. I knew Dillian was going to get pinged. This is different. I want Yarde to do well. And I want him to come out safe, you know. The beast from the east. Yarde looks relaxed. Yarde looks like he smoked about half a tub of dro before coming out to the ring, you know. Straight up. Hope Anthony Yarde don't have to do a piss test after this fight. Man looks like he had half a tub of dro before he came out to the ring. Yarde looking too relaxed. Yarde looking so relaxed. Yarde looking like he's about to fall asleep any minute. And I tell you what, if you don't get this fight right, he really will fall asleep in the next couple of minutes. They'll check. Beterbiev is in the corner. Active. Bopping around. He looks ready to go. All business. It is what it is. I think reality is starting to set in for some of those people who were criticising me earlier for calling this the mismatch of the year. I think reality is beginning to settle in, but I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong, and I hope that, you know, I get clowned for this. I hope people, you know, clown me and say Ultra got it wrong. Do you remember the time Ultra got it wrong and died Anthony Yarde? I hope I get clowned after this. I hope Tunde clowns me after this, you know, but it is what it is. We'll have to wait and see. I will say this. I wrote Yarde off against Lyndon Arthur. I thought Lyndon Arthur would win that fight, and Tunde clapped back at me and told me that I got it wrong. So Tunde clapped back at me on Twitter and dropped in my comment section and told me. So Tunde's aware of my track record in big Anthony Yarde fights. I'm normally wrong. I can only hope and pray that I'm wrong again tonight. Now, I'm a little bit behind. So if you want to stick with me, stick with me. I'll let you know when it starts. Right, touch gloves. They're ready to go. I'm going with Beterbiev. Mark Zola's saying, I reckon Yarde's going to catch him and drop him. I fucking hope so. I don't want to see anything bad happen to Anthony Yarde. I'll let you know when the round starts. And you can sync with me. This fight is about to be on. Yarde and Beterbiev. The bell's just rung. Right, bell's rung. Let's see. Yarde takes the centre of the ring. And he's throwing feints straight away. Oh, Beterbiev straight away with a double jab on Yarde. See how Yarde took it okay, but Beterbiev straight away trying to push Yarde out of the centre of the ring. Beterbiev with done up with a forceful double jab there. And he's already hit Yarde with it a couple of times. Yarde's moving around a lot. There's a lot of ring coverage from Anthony Yarde. Hopping around the ring. Lots of feinting. Yarde's got to breathe and keep it and get into a rhythm because he's going to gas if he keeps moving at this pace. Beterbiev's taking all the ring space. Yarde's backed up in the corner. That was a heavy looking left hook to the shoulder by Beterbiev. My lord. That was a heavy looking left hook to the shoulder. Beterbiev is absolutely pushing Yarde out of the ring, out of the centre of the ring. Yarde's dancing around trying to feint and get Beterbiev onto that counter hook. I think Yarde actually landed a counter left hook there actually. Wasn't much in it, but Yarde landed a counter left hook. Yarde went for a straight right hand, didn't land. Beterbiev covered that all the way. One thing to look for so far is, oh, lovely jab to the body by Beterbiev. But like I said, Beterbiev straight away is into a rhythm. And if you look at how economical Beterbiev is, we said this last week, good counter left hand from Anthony Yarde there. So you see the speed difference there. Beterbiev fell in and Yarde countered him off that left hook. But I'm still thinking Beterbiev's ahead. But Yarde, for me, can he just lower the ring coverage? Can he just slow the movements a bit? He's very jittery, he's moving around, just worried he's spending a little bit too much energy there. Can he slow the pace of the fight down? Because the pace of the fight now really does suit Artur Beterbiev. If you look at Beterbiev, he's hardly working. Good straight right there from Beterbiev, I think. But I think Yarde caught him with a left hook there. Yarde is an absolute warrior, you know. Overhand right. It's the first time you see the overhand right over that shoulder roll. Yarde went for that jab to the body and dropped his shoulder on the way in. And you see Beterbiev throw that chopping right hand over the top. For me, so far, it's a Beterbiev round. But Yarde's had his moments. He's got the speed. Yarde went for a left hook, went for a straight right, and he fell in short. Left hook there from Beterbiev. Just missed Yarde. Just caught on glove. Oh, I think that was a good right hand to the body for Beterbiev. I'm not sure. Oh, there Beterbiev went for the overhand right and just missed Anrthony Yarde. Yarde's on his feet. Yarde, he's boxing very, very well. Can't hold his ground in a minute, but he's sharp. Boxing very, very nicely, Anrthony Yarde there. Again, Beterbiev made to miss with the right hand. Yarde threw that counter check hook. He's not really landing clean so far, but Yarde's making him miss. But he's not landing anything clean, but he's making Beterbiev miss. But I'll be honest with you, if I had to be a person in the ring right now, I'd rather be Beterbiev. But Yarde's given a very, very good account of himself in this first round so far. 10 seconds to go. The pace is too high. Yarde's got to find a way to slow it down. He's moving around too much. He's getting backed up in straight lines and he can't turn early. Big left hook there from Beterbiev. Yarde takes it and comes forward. Anrthony Yarde's a G. That was the first big shot from Beterbiev. Beterbiev landed that little shot. Check left hook around the guard. And Yarde took it and looked at him. Oh, that was a very, very good round from Anrthony Yarde. He didn't win the round, but that was a good round from Yarde. Like, Yarde showed that he showed that, it was what it was. What do you think about that round from Yarde? Richard's saying, don't want to see Yarde spending too much. Yarde's backing up in lines and can't turn. If there's any way Yarde can turn early, it'd be great for him. If he can find a way to turn early and often. But to be honest, with the way the fight's going, the fight is still trending towards a Beterbiev stoppage. Makes sense. Really, really good first round from Anrthony Yarde considering, but it is still trending towards a Beterbiev stoppage because Beterbiev is so economical and he's positioning Yarde exactly where he wants him in the ring. Yarde's the one backing up in lines. Yarde's the one constantly throwing feints, constantly moving his feet. He had to work so hard in that first round compared to Beterbiev. Having said that, if you look at Beterbiev's eye, Beterbiev's got a mark under his right eye. Can you see that? So Beterbiev is getting marked up just underneath that eye. Look at Beterbiev's eye. You can even see it from the camera. Jesus. Can you see that on Beterbiev's eye? Beterbiev's got some big marking over that underneath that eye for the first round. So just watch that. Beterbiev hunting him down. Yarde tried to walk him into that left hook. Beterbiev made him fall short. But Yarde's still doing too much work. Yarde can't land the jab against Beterbiev. Can you see? And that's the problem. Yarde can't set him up with the jab. So he doesn't know where he's in. Yarde doesn't. Oh, good left. Good right hand from Beterbiev. Kind of semi-caught Yarde, but the key's the jab. Oh, good left hook from Beterbiev. But Yarde can't get the jab going against Beterbiev. And because he can't get the jab, he can't dictate the pace of the fight. He can't dictate the distance. And so he's hopping around the ring so much. But Beterbiev's hit him twice already. Oh, good little check hook there from Beterbiev. And it's all of a sudden, it's Beterbiev is throwing that left hook. And Yarde will be looking for that right hand over the top. But Beterbiev is throwing that check hook. Yarde backs him up. He threw a check hook, don't know if it landed, but Beterbiev's got swelling underneath that left eye. I don't know where that's come from. But Beterbiev does have swelling underneath that right eye. Can Yarde throw some more feints, trigger him, get him to walk onto something? At some point, Yarde's going to have to hold his feet. He's going to have to hold his feet, Yarde, at some point. Yarde's moving around, dancing. 1 minute 35 to go in round 2. It's a Beterbiev round. Oh, it was a big overhand right from Beterbiev. I think he missed Yarde, but Yarde can't get out of the corner. I think Yarde was hurt. Oh, decent check left hook from Yarde, though. But Beterbiev's trying to end it. But Yarde again, I think you hurt the Beterbiev a little bit there with that left hook from Yarde. Yeah, but Yarde is staying in there, though. Yarde landed a left hook on Beterbiev, and I think Beterbiev felt it. Double jab from Beterbiev. Beterbiev's on top, but just watch out for that left hook. Another left hook from Yarde. Yarde's staying in there. It's getting tough and tough. But he's staying in there. Oh, a little uppercut there from Yarde. It landed. And Beterbiev nods. I mean, it didn't look flush, but he nods. Yarde's giving it everything here. Beterbiev, though, still looking like he's on top for me. But Yarde, 45 seconds left in the round. So the thing that the problem in this round from Yarde is that there's no jab. Can you see that? If you look at Anrthony Yarde, he's not throwing the jab. He's not able to throw the jab because every time he throws it, Beterbiev's falling short of there, and he's probably so worried about a counter right hand coming back from Beterbiev that he doesn't want to throw the jab. So he can't gauge any kind of distance. So because he can't gauge distance with his jab, he's having to make up with it with his feet. That was a big left hook from Yarde. It was caught from Beterbiev, but Beterbiev would have felt that. Yarde put everything into that left hook. Good uppercut from Beterbiev on the inside. Yarde fell in with the right hand. Beterbiev counter uppercut. Good jab. This is a 50-50 fight so far, almost, to be honest. Oh, that was a lovely right hand from Beterbiev. Yarde fell short with his right hand. He fell over his front foot, and Beterbiev countered him. But listen, Yarde is showing so far that he's given a fantastic account of himself. Steve Bunce is saying this is the best 2 rounds of Anrthony Yarde's career. We're looking at the replay. For me, it's a Beterbiev round for me. Oh, as they're showing that left hook on the replay. Let me just quickly say, if you look at Beterbiev, yeah, can you guys see that swelling underneath his right eye? Just watch that. There is swelling underneath his right eye. How have you got the fight so far? I've got it 2-0 to Artur Beterbiev, but Anrthony Yarde is showing a lot of heart in there. But for me, like I said, what's going to lose in this fight is that he can't establish the jab. Beterbiev has got so good, he's very good with his feet. He's got that very, very well schooled amateur. These Eastern Europeans, these Russian fighters, they know how to use their feet to adjust and make the opponent's jab fall short. And if you actually look, Yarde's actually given up throwing the jab. Can you see Yarde's almost given up throwing the jab because he's not landing a jab and he's worried about the overhand right. So if you look, Yarde's not even using the jab no more. And because Yarde isn't using his jab, right, he can't hold center ring. He's having to use his feet to compensate for the jab. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Press 1 if what I'm saying makes sense. Press 2 if it doesn't. We're 2 minutes 40 gone in round 3. Beterbiev is starting to get on top here, to be honest. But Yarde's countering and fighting back well. Oh, good triple jab there from Beterbiev. Triple jab from Beterbiev. Yarde's gum shields come out. Timeout. Yarde needs that timeout. What do you guys think? Press 1 if you see what I'm saying with the lack of the jab from Yarde. He can't get the jab off. He's given up jabbing. But because he can't jab, he can't hold the centre. He can't touch Beterbiev, find out where he is, adjust his feet. His feet are having to do all the work to compensate for the lack of a jab. And he's going to be losing and burning up energy non-stop. But he's giving it everything. 2:26, round 3. Beterbiev for me is winning this fight, no question. But Yarde's walking him onto good shots. Can Yarde land that one shot? This is what it's going to come down to. Can Yarde land that one shot? That's the only way he can win this fight. Is if he can walk Beterbiev into one shot. It'll have to be the greatest shot he's ever thrown in his life. Can he walk Beterbiev into that one shot? Beterbiev again on the jab. Starting to push Yarde back with the jab. And he's landing that jab at will, to be honest. You know, yeah, Yarde's carrying that left hand very low. Good check hook from Yarde, but Yarde carrying that left hand very low. If you look at Yarde, Yarde's dipping that head down over that front foot. Right down the centre line. And Beterbiev's jabbing his head off a bit at the minute now. But Yarde hasn't been hit with any major shots. Yarde throws the right hand. Beterbiev just covers it up. But Beterbiev really can't miss him too much with that jab at the minute. Yarde's got to try and find a way. Can he check hook Beterbiev off that jab? That's been his best shot so far. Trying to check hook Beterbiev off the jab. Good jab from Yarde. Good jab from Beterbiev again. Beterbiev's jab is spearing. Beterbiev's pushing himself forward, thrusting himself forward, throwing himself into the jab, Beterbiev, and knocking Yarde off balance and onto the ropes. Yarde goes with a right hand, left hook to the body there from Yarde. Yarde's fighting valiantly. Yarde goes with a right hand uppercut which misses, but if you look there, it's them 2 double jabs from Beterbiev, and Yarde's eyes are starting to mark up a little bit. Yarde caught with an overhand right on the way in. He's giving it everything. Yarde hasn't really been hurt too bad at the minute. He's staying in there. And Yarde's trying to hold the centre. He's beginning to hold his feet. He's gone to the shoulder roll now, Yarde. He's going to try and hold his feet a bit. Little clever there from Yarde. Yarde then throwing a feint, making him miss. But it's Beterbiev's jab is what's winning in this fight. Yarde's looking for that right uppercut on the inside, by the way. That's one of the shots that Anrthony Yarde's looking for. You can see him in that shoulder roll. And when Beterbiev's falling in, Yarde was going to want to throw that right uppercut. There's a big jab on Beterbiev at the minute. And that's the thing with the with Yarde's style. When you bring your head over that front foot like what Anrthony Yarde's doing, can you see? It's very, very difficult to get out of the way of the jab. When you've got your left hand down and your front foot, your head's coming over that front foot. Yarde's feet are starting to slow down. Yarde's starting to blink, you know. And he's starting to gas. Do you know what? These are the first signs we're seeing in this fight. This fight's going to be over in a couple of rounds. Big left hook from Beterbiev. Oh, he hurt Anrthony Yarde at the end of that round. This fight's going to be over in a couple of rounds. There you go. Yeah, he was hurt bad. This fight will be over in a couple of rounds. The fight is going almost exactly like, you know, and this is what I said at the beginning of the fight, you know. It was what it was, you know. It's quite sad, but, you know, Yarde is a good fighter. But, you know, his style of boxing for me, first and foremost, like I said before, you know, needs to get into that high guard, in my opinion. Needs to get on that high guard because The way he's boxing in a minute, low left hand. That's what he does. He likes to gum in with the low left hand, bring the head over the front foot to entice the counter. He likes to bait the opponent into throwing the jab, and then he likes to work off that jab with his own counter shots. And right now, he can't beat Beterbiev to the jab. So he's bringing the head over the front foot. He's leaving that left hand down. And what he's trying to do is walk Beterbiev off the jab into a left hook counter or a right hand or a right uppercut. But it's just not working at the minute. You know, Beterbiev's jab is thudding. It's thudding. And you know what? It's absolutely thudding. And Beterbiev, you look at some of these jabs, he's throwing himself into these jabs. Yard's on the back foot. I think Beterbiev's going for the kill. We can say this fight's going to be over soon. Beterbiev's got him in the corner. Oh, there you go. Big right hand there from Beterbiev. This one's over. He's going to go for the kill. Oh, good left hook there from Beterbiev. This one's going to be over any minute now. Yard's trying to stay with it. But this one's going to be over soon. Good jab. Good right hand. Oh, Yard's gone. Oh my God. It was a lovely jab, right hand over the top. Look at how Beterbiev manages distance against the ropes. Can you see? Yard's against the ropes. Yard's missing everything because Beterbiev is managing the distance so well. Oh, I'll tell you what. If you ever want to look at how to measure distance, Beterbiev's got Yarde against the ropes and it's target practice. Absolute. And Beterbiev's not falling in. If you want to look at a boxing lesson at what to do when your opponent's hurt, Beterbiev didn't fall into any of his shots, kept the distance perfectly, had Yarde at the end of the jab and was just whipping in the left hands. This is target practice now for Beterbiev. Target practice. He'll stop him. He'll stop him anytime he wants in this fight. Anytime he wants. And for Yarde, this is just a case of best case scenario, you know what I mean, not getting hit too bad. My Lord. Yarde staying in there. Round 4. Fights back with the right hand that missed. Yarde's still trying to fight back, but he's been softened up very badly as Beterbiev lands yet another jab and backs him up. Yarde's got to start trying to turn early and often. Can Yarde land that one shot? We've seen Callum Johnson do it before. Can Yarde just land that one shot? That's a lovely left hook to the body there from Beterbiev on the inside, which the commentators missed there. Beterbiev with short left hook right underneath the elbow. Beterbiev with a right hand under the top. Oh, decent left hook from Yarde. Decent left hook from Yarde. And a good jab from Yarde. And a good right hand from Yarde. Oh, what a right hand from Beterbiev. How is Yarde standing? Oh my God. Yarde walked himself onto a huge left hand. You can never question Yarde's heart. How on earth is Yarde still standing? Yarde looked like he hurt Beterbiev with a left hook. Beterbiev backed into the corner. And then Yarde walked himself into a right hook. But Beterbiev, is he feeling the pace? He's breathing heavy, Beterbiev. Can Yarde last the round? Yarde took the right hand. How did Yarde take that? But Beterbiev's blowing a bit. Hey, that was a big... Yarde hit him with something in that round. That did something. Hit him with something. Because Beterbiev all of a sudden backed up. Yarde hit him with the jab right hand. Good body shots to the body from Beterbiev. Yarde catches him on the body. Yarde's pushing him back. Look at Yarde. What a warrior. How can anybody... Oh, what an uppercut from Beterbiev. It's Yarde's head coming over his front foot again. Yarde's left eye, Yarde's right eye shutting. It's another left hook from Beterbiev. Yarde's giving it absolutely everything. Wowza. Beterbiev looks to me like he's slowing, but Yarde's taking a bit too much damage. But if you look at Beterbiev's face, if you look at the right-hand side of Beterbiev's face, he's taking damage as well. But Yarde landed something there. We'll see it on the replay here. Oh, that was a huge right hand from Beterbiev. How did Yarde take that? Yarde's a warrior. Look at these jabs. Oh my God, that was a huge right hand that Yarde took off the jab. His legs went. But Yarde landed something somewhere. It was a right hand around the temple. And Beterbiev just took it. And you can see him. Look. He said, yeah, I'm getting that. And he's blinking a bit. So it was a right hand. It was a short right hand. But Yarde's right eye is closing. Yarde, listen. If I was to give one piece of advice to Anrthony Yarde in this corner, it would be right now, mate. Honestly, if you're going to push Beterbiev back, go into a high guard and bring your hands high. Stop dropping your hand. And if you look, his head keeps coming over his front foot and Beterbiev's landing the uppercuts inside. Sorry, I'm not making much sense in a minute. It's a lovely jab to start from Beterbiev. Just started the 5th round. Beterbiev just missed an overhand right. Yarde's eyes, his right eye's fucked. I just hope we're not going to get another orbital bone again. Hold on, the referee's calling timeout. Yarde's gum shield's come out again. Shevin saying Tunde just told him to throw the uppercut inside. They have been looking for that shot on Beterbiev. They're looking for that right uppercut on the inside. Yarde looks done to me, but he's gonna give it everything. It's just that right eye. If Yarde didn't have so much damage to the right eye, it's like I'd give him a chance, but I'd give him more of a chance. But he's taken so much that eye will shut any minute now. Yarde's eye will be closed, and that's the problem. That's what I'm worried about, to be honest. More so than his stamina. Yarde has got to stop bringing his head over his front foot. Go into a high guard if you must. And again, Yarde head over the front foot. Beterbiev jabs him. Just watching Yarde. Yarde trying to set him up with a jab to the body. Yarde trying to feint. Yarde is eating jabs. Low left hand, and Beterbiev is landing right hand. Beterbiev's landing the right. Oh, good right hand there from Yarde. But Beterbiev, again, Yarde's done something again there. Left hook from Yarde. I think he's done something again. You know what? Beterbiev can feel the shots, you know. Because when Yarde does land, there's something happening. Beterbiev just misses with the right hand. Yarde's chasing him down here, trying to get something. Probably offense is his best defense right now, but he's got to go with a high guard. But every time it looks like Beterbiev's about to end it, Yarde just lands something. Right hand to the body from Anrthony Yarde. He's got to keep his hands high and watch out for that overhand right. Again, Yarde getting jabbed off to fucking... Yarde getting jabbed to high heaven here. Yarde landing a few jabs of his own, but he's backing Beterbiev up a bit now. And he's having a little bit more success. A little bit more success, Yarde. He's trying to hold his ground. I think he's realised now, this is it, you know. This is it. Yarde's gassed to fuck, but he's realised now his offense is his best defense. On the outside, he can't defend against the jab. His head comes over his front foot. He's got a low left hand, so he's got no defense against it. Beterbiev just missed with a vicious jab there. Yarde can't get off the ropes. Oh, Beterbiev just missed him, and Beterbiev countered him. So Yarde countered Beterbiev with a left hook, but oh, what a right hand from Yarde! Oh my god! What a right hand from Yarde! Flush! Yarde's got to go for it now. Oh, Beterbiev's hurt. Oh my god, he was hurt, but he's okay. Oh my god, he felt that. Yarde landing that right hand, and Beterbiev felt that. Yarde with a right hand to the body. Yarde's giving it everything. The Beterbiev, oh, you can see it in his face. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god, what am I watching? Yarde with a left hook. What am I watching? This is unbelievable. He's hurt. Yarde's got him hurt at the end of the fifth. Oh my god. Anrthony Yarde. Oh, he took a big right hand from Beterbiev. Oh, another right hand. Oh, he left hook. An uppercut. Yarde's in massive trouble. Yarde's in huge trouble. Beterbiev's trying to end it. Can Yarde get through? This is it for Beterbiev. If Yarde gets through that, maybe Yarde can do it. What a fight. Anrthony Yarde give it absolutely everything in that round. Oh my god, I've got tonsillitis. Oh my god, Yarde's doing it again. It's Sergei Kovalev all over again. They've thrown Yarde in at the deep end. No one's given him a chance. Not even me. And Yarde landed a hell of a right hand. You can see Beterbiev, he felt that. Opened his jaw afterwards. And Beterbiev is gassing in that ring. Listen, make no mistake. In my opinion, Beterbiev is probably going to win this fight. Beterbiev nearly finished him at the end of that round. But was that the last salvo from Beterbiev? Was that it? Was that all that we'll see in the last round? Because I tell you what, to me that looked like a last salvo from Beterbiev there. We'll see. He gave it everything, and you saw that there. He gave it everything, Beterbiev, to get Yarde out of there in that last round. Beterbiev wants this fight done. Beterbiev wants this fight done. Right, let's have a look. 6th round. Let's see. Round started. Great jab from Beterbiev. I still think, but oh, what a right hand from Beterbiev. Surely that could be the end of it. Big overhand right from Beterbiev. Can Yarde survive? Oh, Yarde's cut as well. He's busted. His nose is busted. His eye's busted. The cut isn't the problem. The cut's not flowing into his eye. The problem from Yarde is the eye shutting, but Yarde is fainting. He's moving. He's dipping around. Good jab right hand from Yarde. Yarde looks... Oh, uppercut from Yarde. Just missed. Yarde's giving it everything. He believes in himself. If you look at Yarde, I'm not worried about the eye. I'm looking at his movement. He's got a second wind. There's no question. Yarde has a second wind. He's on his feet. He's on his tippy toes. Beterbiev is still the favourite. Good right hand to the body from Yarde. Beterbiev is still the overwhelming favourite.
But what I'm saying is Yarde has got a pep in his step. He's fainting, he's moving around. He made Beterbiev miss, he slipped it. It's like he believes. It's like he fucking believes he can win. It's madness. It's like he actually believes he can win this fight, even though he won't win. Anyway, 1 minute 45 in round 6. Beterbiev's taking breathers. He's on the outside trying to spear Yarde with that jab. Yarde's giving him a moving target in this round. We thought Yarde was finished, but Yarde's giving him a moving target. He slips and throws the right hand, just misses. Yarde's giving Beterbiev a moving target, lands a left hook on Beterbiev. That's the problem now. Yarde's giving him a moving target, and Beterbiev's not throwing the jab. Yarde is giving him a moving target. He's fainting. He's dipping at the waist, and Beterbiev's not throwing the jab as much because Yarde's cutting him off the dip. Left hook, right hand to the body from Yarde, which was very sneaky. But his eyes are shutting. I think now he can just about see out that eye. He's backing Beterbiev up. It's Beterbiev cut. It's Beterbiev cut on that right eye. Good jab from Yarde. Yeah, Beterbiev's cut. Beterbiev's cut. Yarde is giving it everything. Overhand right on the inside. Just misses. Yo, Beterbiev's feeling his cut. He's stabbing his eye. Yarde's backing him up. One overhand right from Yarde. He needs one overhand right. Beterbiev threw a left hook. He just misses. But he's feeling the pace in there. Yarde's pressuring him. Yarde needs one shot. Beterbiev needs one shot. It's simple as that. Yarde can still see out that left eye. Yarde's backing him up. The big change in that fight, the adjustment from Yarde, is that Yarde is showing him a moving target. He's moving his head, he's bobbing, he's weaving, he's changing levels. He's going high, he's going low off the jab. And he's thrown the timing on Beterbiev's jab. He's thrown the timing. Oh, what a shot from Beterbiev. Big left hook from Beterbiev. You see the sweat fly off the Yarde. Yarde hangs in there. But Yarde is standing his ground in there, and it's gonna go to the 7th round. Massive overhand right from Beterbiev, but I think Yarde caught that. But Beterbiev wants this fight done. That's the key to this fight, is that Beterbiev is not comfortable. Beterbiev wants this fight. Press 1 if you agree with me that Beterbiev is trying his heart out to end this fight. Beterbiev is not taking his time now. Beterbiev wants this fight over, but Yarde will not let him finish it. And it was the change of levels from Anrthony Yarde. Something clicked. Something clicked after that 5th round where he landed that right hand. And you just see like Anrthony Yarde believes he can win. And he's changing levels and he's thrown the timing off Beterbiev's jab. If you look at Beterbiev's jab output in the first 5 rounds and look at Beterbiev's jab output in the last 2, you'll see that it's just a terrible cut on Beterbiev's eye. Beterbiev's got a cut right over the eyelid. It doesn't look like a good cut. That is not a good cut at all under Beterbiev's eye. Yarde will lose this fight in my opinion. But he just needs one right hand. If Yarde can land one overhand right, he can do this. Yarde storms out the corner and into the fight. Yarde believes in it. Can he keep... What a check left hook from Yarde to start off. He's got to show the head movement. Yarde has got to show the head movement. Yarde's giving it everything again. Yarde sticking in the pocket. Left hand to the body. Left hook to the body. Oh, good hook to the body from Beterbiev. Yarde's changed this fight though because he's actually walking Beterbiev down. Good right hand from Yarde, right onto the cut. Beterbiev is not hurt, but that was a straight right hand, right on the cut from Yarde. Short right hand, but can Yarde keep up the head movement? He's throwing Beterbiev's jab. Press 1 if you agree with my commentary. Can you see Beterbiev? He stopped jabbing. Can you see that? Good left hook from Yarde, overhand right from Yarde. Beterbiev's jab's gone. Can you see? Right hand from Yarde to the body. Beterbiev's jab's gone. He's got no jab. Yarde's throwing it. He doesn't trust the jab because Yarde is slipping off the jab. Yarde is slipping off the jab, and that's the difference. Watch Beterbiev's jab. He's not jabbing no more because he doesn't want to get hooked off the jab. So Beterbiev's abandoned his jab, and now Yarde is taking the center of the ring, and Yarde is winning this round. 1 minute 45 to go in round 7. Another body shot from Yarde. I still think Beterbiev wins this fight, but Yarde is on top. Beterbiev hunting again. Beterbiev missing with the overhand right. Beterbiev missing with the overhand right, and again, Beterbiev isn't setting up off the jab anymore. That's the story of this fight, is that the jab has gone for Beterbiev. That eye looks horrible for Beterbiev. Yarde needs one overhand right. One shot. One overhand right can do it. Oh, Beterbiev's eye has a big jab from Yarde. Beterbiev's eye is terrible. But can Yarde get a left hook from Yarde? Lovely left hook from Beterbiev. But Yarde's making him miss and he's walking him down. Beterbiev is uncomfortable. There's no question. That cut's making Beterbiev uncomfortable. Yarde, the pace is good for Yarde. Good uppercut from Yarde. Massive left hook from Beterbiev. Right hand from Yarde. Right hand from Yarde. He's hurt. He's hurt again. Right hand from Yarde. Yarde's doing it for the West Indies. Big uppercut from Beterbiev. Yarde has got to get off the ropes or this is over. Yarde's got to get off the ropes. Yarde's in huge trouble. What overhand right from Yarde. Yarde hurt him with the overhand right. Left hook. Yarde hurt him again. But this is going to end now. Oh my goodness, one of the fights of the year. This is one of the fights of the year. Yarde in the corner. It looked like Yarde was going to get finished. He hurt Beterbiev. Uppercut from Yarde. Uppercut from Yarde. He's hurting Beterbiev. This is one of the fights of the year. Massive right hand from Beterbiev. Yarde looks done. Can Yarde survive? What a round. Yarde's going to survive. That's one of the fights of the year. What a fight. My God, look at Beterbiev in the corner. He's gassed. I'm gassed. I've never seen a fight like this before. Jesus Christ, this throws back to the old days of Ben and McLennan. Yarde somehow is in there, and he's in there. Beterbiev at the end of each round, and the key was there. If you look at Beterbiev, nearly got Yarde out of there, but Yarde landed the overhand right. Press one if you saw it right in the corner. Yarde looked like he was done, and then out of nowhere, Yarde overhand right as Beterbiev was finishing him, and Beterbiev staggered back. He was hurt. He was hurt. Yarde pushed himself out of the corner. He went toe to toe with Beterbiev. Round 8. Yarde comes storming out. Round started. Yarde off his stool straight away. Yarde doesn't give a fuck, man. They said this man wouldn't fight Jose Burton. Press 1. There's some big head clashes in there. And their head clashes. Oh, good short right hand from Beterbiev. Yarde hangs on. That was a lovely short right hand from Beterbiev. Lovely short right hand to start from Beterbiev. That break absolutely suited Yarde. Well, listen, Eric Harris, aka Gucci Man. So far you're right, but let's see. Sorry about that. Right, 2 minutes 23 gone in round 8. Beterbiev's landed a lovely short right hand. Yarde is pushing forward though. Yarde is pushing forward. It's Beterbiev who's in the corner. Yarde tries to walk him onto an overhand right and just misses. Yarde can still somehow see out that right eye. Both of them are gassed. Good jab from Beterbiev. Good right hand from Anrthony Yarde. Good right hand from Anrthony Yarde. Good jab from Beterbiev. It's a Beterbiev round. But Yarde is unbelievable. Yarde is still pushing Beterbiev to the corner. Yarde throws an overhand right. Just missed. Beterbiev just caught it. Yarde giving it everything. Good jab out of the corner from Beterbiev. Another excellent jab out of the corner from Beterbiev. Beterbiev's got that jab back in action. Yarde needs one shot still. The game plan hasn't changed. Yarde needs one shot. If Yarde can land one shot, the fight can turn. It's all Beterbiev again in this round for me. But Yarde needs that shot. Oh, what a shot from Beterbiev. That could be it. Oh, Yarde went down. That was a massive shot from Yarde. Oh, that was a huge shot. Yarde went for a left hook. Beterbiev with the right hand. Hey, Yarde looks done. I think they're going to put him out. Oh, he's in massive trouble. Yarde wants to continue. This is the end. Yarde's got no chance. Oh, big right hand from Beterbiev. Right hand. They're going to throw it in. Tunde's thrown it in. It's over. It was the right decision. Hey, it was the right decision from Tunde Ajayi. What a fight. What a fight. Absolutely the right decision from Tunde Ajayi, by the way. Who thinks Tunde Ajayi made the right decision? Absolutely the right decision from Tunde Ajayi. Possibly just saved Yarde's career. Hey, what a fight, man. Stand up and clap for Queensberry Promotions in that fight. Wow. Anrthony Yarde comes out of that and his stock goes higher. Look, Beterbiev and Yarde hugging in the ring. Yarde is the man. Look at Yarde. I think he's okay, you know, Yarde. His eyes not shut. Yarde gave it absolutely. That's one of the best fights you'll see this year. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. What a fight. It was the result we all expected. For me, Beterbiev, just too much experience for me. Too much experience for me. You know, too well schooled, but Anrthony Yarde, my God. I'm just praying that Yarde comes out of that with no serious injuries. As long as Yarde comes out with no broken orbital bone, nothing, Yarde will come back. And I think that will... And somebody said, will Yarde be finished after this fight? Mate, Anrthony Yarde, unless he's had it beaten out of him, that could be the beginning of Yarde. Anrthony Yarde is world class. Press one if you agree now. Nobody can dispute, I would say, on the evidence of what I've seen tonight, Yarde is the best light heavyweight in this country. Because the man has been in the ring with 2 killers in fights he had no business being in. And he hurt both of them. And that's what boxing's about. They said this man was ducking Hosea Burton, though. Remember that? They said the man was ducking Hosea Burton and shit. All I'm praying for is that Yarde didn't leave it in the ring tonight. As long as Yarde can come back fresh, he is a world champion against the right fighter. He has been in with 2 of the greatest light heavyweights of all time. Would you agree with that? Would you agree that Sergei Kovalev and Artur Beterbiev are two of the greatest light heavyweights of all time? Would you agree with that? That Yarde's 2 of Yarde's losses are to 2 of the greatest light heavyweights ever. Andre Ward didn't beat Sergei Kovalev the first time around. That's how good Sergei Kovalev is. Andre Ward didn't beat Sergei Kovalev the first time around. So Anrthony Yarde's lost twice in 2 world title fights, but he's lost to 2 of the greatest to ever do it. He's not some WBO title holder. He's not some IBO title holder. You know, you've got guys that are running around right now with interim belts that are calling themselves champions. You've got guys in this country that are running around with Mickey Mouse titles. Mickey Mouse belts. You know who you are. Running around, yeah? On the other channel, shall we say. With Mickey Mouse paper belts. You know who you are on that other channel, which nobody watches. Mickey Mouse interim titles. Mickey Mouse interim titles. Anrthony Yarde has fought the man. And my God, I owe Anrthony Yarde an apology. Because I never thought in my wildest dreams it would be that close. I thought Yarde might have his moment. But my God, Yarde had Beterbiev in trouble in that fight. And Beterbiev will tell you that in the replay. All we have to pray for now is that Yarde is healthy. And that he hasn't, left it all in the, hopefully a part of Anrthony Yarde wasn't left in the ring tonight. My God. What a performance. I'm sorry, I've got nothing left. Guys, I've got another stream to switch to in a minute. So I'm going to have to switch to the other stream in 5 minutes, okay? I'll go through your comments. We're going to have to switch to another stream in a minute. Alright, because I've got another one here. Well, mind you, we've got 300 in here, so... Should we stay on this stream then, since we've got 300? We might as well, innit? It's only been 2 hours. Let me change the title of the stream. 1 second. Let me change the title of the stream. Beterbiev stops Yarde in Fight of the Year candidate. What a fight. Whole of the UK should be proud. My God. I was wrong. I'll be mailing in my apologies, yeah? I'll be mailing in my apologies. Hold on 1 sec. One second. Just let me get this done, yeah? Let me get this done. Yarde is for real. Guys, let's start. We're staying. I want to try and get Ingram to come over here, yeah? Right. Did that live up to the expectations? That fight exceeded all expectations. That was a fight that will live in the memory for a while. Fight of the year contender. My God. So I'm just watching, right? Beterbiev's there. Is my mic still clear? Sorry about that. I've hardly got any voice. Right. Jason Walker. Would you like to come on, Jason? If you would, give me the link. Does anybody want to come on? I owe an apology to Anrthony Yarde. I never thought Yarde could do it. Can you hit the like button? We've got 258 in the chat. And 146 likes. Please hit the likes. Jason's going to come on. All right, let's get this going. All right, the mic's okay. Let's get this going. Right. If you look in the chat, there'll be a link. Gareth A. Davis is speaking to Anrthony Yarde. Anrthony Yarde did himself proud tonight. This meant so much more to me than the Kovalev fight because he wasn't fighting a faded champion. He was fighting a killer. Joshua Buatsi saying, we have to big up Anrthony Yarde. Buatsi himself on BT Sport. He's saying, big up Anrthony Yarde. What a fight. And listen, let me tell you something, Joshua Buatsi. If you want to be involved in the big fights, you know where you can come and get the big fights, Buatsi. If Joshua Buatsi's given Anrthony Yarde a 10 out of 10 for that performance. So there you go. He give Joshua Buatsi give Anrthony Yarde a 10 out of 10. So big up Joshua Buatsi. Joshua, if you want the big fights, Joshua Buatsi is an Olympic gold medalist. He ain't fought nobody. He's an Olympic gold medalist. His biggest fight is Craig Richards. Joshua Buatsi is a hell of a fighter. Joshua Buatsi, if you want a big fight, you know. The fights are there. If you're on BT Sport, you can come over and get a big fight. Where's Jason Walker at? Let's get the people in the chat. The chat is in the description. The link is pinned to the description box. I need to get Ingram on. Jason Walker's here. Hold on one sec. When you're ready, Jason, let me know. Alright, big dog. Sound check.
Yo, what's happening, my G?
Right, just go straight to. I can't even speak anymore. I'm in shock. I'm gonna apologise to Anrthony Yarde and Tunde Jai. Jason, I'm gonna let you take over for a minute. I'm gonna email Ingram. Jason, take over.
Yeah. All right, yeah, bruv. This is why I fucking love this sport. I fucking love boxing, you know. This is why I love boxing. What a fucking fight. That was incredible. Oh my God, just hearing you, Ultra, as well, go mad for all that time, yeah? When are you going to watch a football match where for half an hour, you're literally screaming? You get like moments of fucking ecstasy like that in sport, like that are just tiny, where they're just 2 minutes, where it's just one goal here. Bruv, it was incredible, bruv. You were on top form. It was amazing. You smashed it, Ultra. You're going to pay for it for days with your voice, but it was worth it. The chat was loving it. It was incredible. It was fuck me. Honestly, bruv, I had tingles. Like, my hair was standing on end. It was one of them fights. It was back and forth. The skill Yarde showed for someone who's got so little amateur experience was incredible. The improvements, like, no way should he leave Tunde. They're a good team together. I'm not hearing none of that fucking shit. None of that bullshit. He pulled him out. He cares about him. Yarde was finished against such a deadly fighter. That was it. It was over. As much as he wanted to stay in, it was done and dusted, mate. It was only going to get
He was done. Yeah, he was finished.
Yeah, Tunde saved his career and he goes out of it with his credit intact and his fucking stock risen.
Perfect ending. Right winner, perfect ending. Carry on, Jason.
100%, like all that, yeah, in the chat as well. He smashes the fuck out of Buatsi. Buatsi must have been sitting in that studio just thinking, Jesus. I tell you what as well, Joshua wants to take a fucking leaf out of a real man's book, yeah? A real man who gets in the fucking ring and puts their fucking balls on the line. They're getting paid to be a fighter. You're a fucking fighter, not a pussy, not a little cat. Not some woke little... Anyway, I'm not going to go into that crazy political shit. But yeah, just all that bollocks, I'm telling you. But yeah, AJ needs to take a fucking leaf out of Yarde's book. You can't buy that kind of heart, can you? 6'4", 18 stone. You're like a pussy cat, bruv. Yarde is a fucking G. Proper warrior. Them bears wrestle bears, bruv. Them Dagestan motherfuckers. Them cunts are proper hard out there, like Khabib and Salas and that, the fighters out there. They are next level, them Eastern Bloc European fighters. They are built from fucking like metal. They move fucking bricks and mortar with their bare hands, bruv. They fucking fight lions and shit. They are proper ghetto and gutter. They make people like me and Yard, who we think we're from the ghetto, they make us like look like we're raised in Knightsbridge. And Yard went in there and fucking went toe to toe with an absolute beast, one of the biggest beasts in boxing. All that shit now, people who don't want to hear that fucking shit. Oh, he's 38, he's a bit past it, all that bollocks. Fuck all that shit. No one was saying that before this fight with 18 knockouts. No one was saying that. So I don't want to hear that fucking shit now. Anyway, yeah, it was amazing.
Jason, for me, what did it for me was, I think it was 2 rounds before the end, and it looked like Yard was done. I think it was like 6 or 7, and Yard was taking punishment off the ropes, and Yard was punching himself off the ropes, man. He hurt Beterbiev, run over and right, and punched himself off the ropes. Bro, this guy had like 12 fights in the amateurs, bro. Yard had 12 fights, bro. I don't talk about heart so much, but the man, Jason, I couldn't put it any better than you. You got a man out there that had 80, 90, 100 amateur fights that couldn't show a third of the bollocks that Anrthony Yarde showed tonight. Anrthony Yarde had 12, 13 amateur fights. He's been fed his steady diet of nothing but cab drivers. The man said he was afraid to fight Hosea Burton back in the day. All Yarde does is fight gorillas, bro. This man went to Russia. A black man who went to the middle of Russia, and fought a certified gunman on the away card and nearly stopped him in the 8th round. And then he put him in a ring with Khabib Jr., like you said, and a man in there, Anrthony Yarde, listen, he's a bit overweight to me. He's a bit too muscle bound. It looks like the Aki and the Saltfish has been getting to him. Maybe he needs to lay off the supermalt. Maybe he's had a few too much Duns River. The man punched himself off the ropes. Listen, let me tell you right now, if our supermalt, I'm looking to sign Anrthony Yarde up to a lifetime subscription. Lifetime subscription to Supermalt. That's the power. Anrthony Yarde showed you what a can of ginger beer can do for a man, innit? Or the man out there from London know, innit? When you go to a corner shop and pull up a can of that DG London beer.
It's the Aki saltfish and dumpling diet. I'm telling you, it's that jerk chicken, bro.
You're sitting there, bust up at the end of round 5. He's like, nah, man, give me a can of that fucking D&G. I'm going straight back out there. Man, Anrthony Yarde, a bad man. A real bad man. Carry on, Jason. Anrthony Yarde is a real bad man.
Like you were saying about them old school fights, you know how they're just back and forth. That fight, exactly like you're saying, it was just back and forth. Yarde was like getting beaten up, and then he come back and he was on top. And then like Beterbiev was on top, and then Yarde was on top again. You're like, raw, now Beterbiev's cut. What the fuck? And then Beterbiev was looking tired in his corner, and then Beterbiev was holding. I couldn't believe it. I was looking at him thinking, oh my God. He was looking there all cut in his eye. I was thinking, right, he actually looks human. He actually looks beatable for the first time ever. Obviously, he didn't like, hard food. Hard food. Yes, yo, King, hard food. Oh, it was amazing. It was amazing, bruv. It was our boxing just for the past this year of boxing has made up for last year already, because last year was a load of fucking dog shit. It was dog shit. And this year with Liam Smith and fucking Anrthony Yarde already, it has been absolutely fucking banging. Crazy results, crazy fights, banging. I love it. That's what boxing's all about. Back with a bang.
Jason, we have to talk about these cards quickly. Sorry about that. I was just getting the cards up. Do you know Yarde was ahead at the time of stoppage? I know he wasn't. I know. No, hold on a minute. He wasn't. Sorry. All these cards are for... Oh, no, hold on. I'm just checking. Hold on. I've got them right here. No, one card, Yarde was behind by 1 point. Yarde was up. Yarde was winning the fight on 2 cards.
Yeah, the commentary for BT had him up as well. Yeah, I didn't have
him
up.
Nah.
I wasn't scoring the fight. I wasn't scoring the fight because it was just one of them fights that you're too engrossing to even fucking score. But you could see visually that Yarde wasn't winning the fight. But it was a fucking pretty even fight. Like Beterbiev wasn't running away with it, but he was winning the rounds. He was winning the rounds slightly, like. And he was always finishing, always finished strong. He'd always catch Yarde at the end with
Yeah,
like, a big
exactly.
throw, about 3 or 4 rounds. He caught him at the end of the round, man.
But you know
But,
what?
you know,
That's when I first started sensing for me that Beterbiev was in a bit of trouble for me, because he was really trying to get Yarde out of there. Particularly at the end of the round, he was really there. He was really trying to put a dent in him. Like, he wasn't fucking. He wasn't coasting. Do you know what I mean? He wasn't coasting in that fight. Like, yeah, he had to, like, he made Beterbiev work for that fight. He made Beterbiev work for that fight. And the thing that go on.
You saw just at the end of the fight when they embraced. You saw the respect in Beterbiev's face.
Yeah.
You saw the relief. I saw relief, like happiness and relief in him. Like, rah, fuck, thank God that fight's over. Like, Jesus, that was harder than I thought. He thought he was going to come and walk through Yarde as well. I know he did. He thought he was going to come and walk through Yarde. Not saying he underestimated him, because Beterbiev wouldn't do that, but he didn't think it was going to be a fight like that. Yarde fucking. No one thought that, bruv. How can he
Nobody.
have thought that?
Hand on heart, did anybody really see that happening? If you think so, press that into the chat. I'm just looking at Beterbiev, a very, very happy man backstage, getting his hands unwrapped. Bro, Jason, can you see any of the comments at all, by any chance?
No, I can put them up. Chat. I'll put 1 sec. Chat.
Okay, because if you want to address any of the comments, guys, if anybody wants to call in and you can share the panel with myself and Jason. We're trying to find Ingram in a minute, but we can't find him. But if anybody has got a question or wants to say anything in the chat, or if anybody wants to come on and talk to me and Jason, we're not going to argue with you. We just let you have your say. The link is in the description box. I'm going to put the link in the chat one more time. Carry on, Jason.
What do you think? They're having a chat. I see people going back and forth in the chat about Bivol now, Beterbiev. Just quickly, what do you think of that now after watching that fight?
Bivol, but I actually had a sneaky thing for Bivol anyway, because I just think Bivol's is a bad matchup, because Bivol's really got excellent feet. The way that Beterbiev was spearing Yarde with the jab, I don't believe he's going to be able to spear Bivol with the jab. Bivol's feet are way too good. Bivol's going to be able to bring himself in and out of distance as well, and I think Bivol's feet are so good. I think he's going to be able to avoid the jab, draw the jab off Beterbiev and counter him, and I think Bivol will get that fight done. So I would lean towards Bivol. But by all means, carry on. But I thought that even before this fight, to be honest. I thought that even before this fight. Carry on, Jason. Carry on, Jason. I've just got George Warren in one ear. Can you imagine, Jason, if Jake Paul and Tommy Fury's like this?
There's a guy who says that in the chat. There's someone who said Artur Yarde will be champ. You think Yarde will be champ? John Smith. I think that Yarde's good. I don't know how long can Yarde stay at that weight.
That's a great point.
I mean, he could be champ, but how long can he truthfully stay at that weight with them muscles and that kind of thing? So he would be champ by the time then retire, but he might have to move up. But he's good enough. I reckon he can hold his weight against Makabu and that. Can
Yarde just wait until? Can he just stay at 175 for long enough for Bivol and Beterbiev to unify and then give all the belts up, basically? That's what you're hoping for, isn't it? Bivol and Beterbiev to unify, but then Canelo's going to want his shot, and maybe they'll try and make it undisputed because it's Canelo, but that's what you're hoping for with your Yarde. Bivol and Beterbiev go and smash each other to pieces, and then give the belts up, and then can Yarde, because we've seen it before in British boxing. We've seen guys have nearly misses before. George Groves had 2 nearly misses for a world title, and finally got it done at the 3rd time of asking. Frank Bruno had loads of nearly misses at world titles, and got it over the line. So it's not like it's never happened before, but, like I said before, to me, hold on. What do you think about this, guys? George Warren says Anrthony Yarde against any other light heavyweight in the world tonight is a world champion. I would say take away Bivol. What do you think about that? If Anrthony Yarde fought for a world title tonight against anybody not named Bivol or Beterbiev, press one in the chat, or 2 if you agree, or 2 if you disagree. Who wins that fight? Yes or no? Sorry, Jason. Anything else? Just keep going, Jason.
That's a real good point as well. I'd probably take Yarde as well. Actually thinking about it. I mean, who else is there? He beats Smith. He beats Buatsi. He beats Callum Smith, I reckon, as well. He's a go on, mate.
No, I've never understood the Callum Smith beats Yarde thing yet, but maybe someone will tell me. Maybe I'd. But yeah, we'll see. Hopefully he can pick up a belt. Any other comments, Jason? Sorry, it's just my throat, my voice is done. Just keep going.
No, go on,
carry me as much as you can. If you see any comments, call them out. And if anybody wants to call in as well, call in.
I'm just going through the comments now. The game plan was to go after Yarde. Yeah, Vanguard's a manhood. The game plan was to go after the KO in 5 to 6 rounds. Beterbiev weathered the storm and closed in from a solid base and delivered. Yeah, that's real summed it up. I mean, it was a bit tighter than that, but yeah, I think so. I think once he got into the fight, I think that was the plan as well. He realized he wasn't going to get Yarde out of there, so he just weathered the storm and then stepped on Yarde when he started to lose. But I think Yarde had a lot
Absolutely.
more. Yarde's gas tank really held up, didn't it? Where did Yarde get that fucking second win from in the middle of the fight? Like, it's like he went for a 5-minute break.
I said it in the commentary. If you look at the first round, you could tell Yarde can punch because the first round looked all Beterbiev, but if you look under Beterbiev's right eye, I could see it marking under his eye straight away. And I was calling that marking out on his eye from like the fucking second round. You could see he had marking all over his eye. So I knew straight away that whatever Yarde was doing, he was doing something, Jason, because he was marking it up. And it wouldn't have been Beterbiev's plan to get cut like that in that fight and to take the shots he took, because Yarde rocked him in that fight. Yarde definitely hurt him. He definitely felt Yarde's shots in that fight. So, look, it was what it was. But Beterbiev's got outstanding experience. And a lot of people don't understand that good quality fighters with lots of experience, they have excellent poker faces, Jason. They know how to disguise when they're hurt. Does that make sense? Sometimes fighters get hurt in the ring, but it's not always obvious when they're hurt in the ring because, you're supposed to hide it when you're hurt in the ring. Do you know what I mean? You're supposed to hide it. You're not supposed to, get hurt and then show your opponent and start falling around in the ring and showing. The whole point is some fighters have really good poker faces, but you see some of the things that Beterbiev was doing. He was taking a shot, and then you see him pull out, back up. He's blinking a couple of times. He took a right hand to the jaw, and he's fucking checking his jaw, opening his mouth, and he's blinking from the eye. Listen, that fight did not go to plan for Beterbiev tonight. I don't care what anybody says. I thought he was going to win.
100%.
I thought he was going to win the fight. I thought it was a mismatch, and I thought Beterbiev was going to get Yarde out of there before 6 rounds. But nobody can watch that fight and tell me that that was the fight they were expecting, or that was the fight that Beterbiev had planned for. You can tell it, like you said, Jason, from Beterbiev's celebration at the end of the fight tells you all you need to know. Yeah, that fight was harder than what you thought it was going to be. Like, he knew that fight was a tough fight, especially with the cut. 100%. Carry on. Sorry, Jason, carry on.
C. Davis, Ultra, have you seen what Tony Bellew has to say? Can you get that up, Ultra? Can you have a look?
I will. Keep going through the comments, Jason, and I'll get this full up.
Because I always want to see what that mug's got to say. Like, you know what I mean? When he opens his mouth, he spouts nothing but shit. So he's always funny for a laugh. Buatsi is on Spider. Yeah.
Look at this fucking clown. Right, this is Bellew, live on Twitter. Styles make fights, and people are all going to shoot me down here, but I'm going to say it anyway. Callum Smith knocks Beterbiev out within 6 rounds. He's too open and easy to hit. I've said he's vulnerable, and he'll show it when he fights Callum. Listen, it could happen, yeah? But guess what? Callum Smith ain't in the ring with Beterbiev. And you know what? Like I said before, that shows you. Can I be honest with you? Guys, press 1 in the chat if you agree with me. Press 2 if you disagree. Let me just say something, Jason, and tell me if you agree with me, Jason, on this. I thought Frank Warren was supposed to be a finished promoter. I thought all the fighters were leaving Frank Warren. I thought Queensby Promotions was finished. I thought BT Sport was finished. I thought the Zone was taking over the game. So if it's game changed, why is Joshua Buatsi on my fucking TV screen then on BT Sport? And why is Tony Bellew trying to take the shine away from Anrthony Yarde by bringing up, Callum Brookside Smith? Ain't nobody give a shit about Callum Smith from Brookside. Ain't nobody give a shit about Callum Smith, a.k.a. Jimmy Corkhill, and Brookside. Because the only thing that Callum Smith needs to do is rematch, John Ryder, after that disgraceful mismatch. I don't want to hear nothing about no Callum Smith and Brookside, a.k.a. Jimmy Corkhill. I don't want to hear that shit. But isn't it ironic, that the Zone is supposed to take over, innit? Game changed. So why are you taking the shine off Anrthony Yarde? You're obviously sitting there watching it. Why aren't you sitting at home watching Dead Zone? Why are you sitting at home watching Yarde? Why aren't you sitting at home watching fucking Dead Zone? Why are you watching your man Joshua Buatsi on BT Sports, man? Give it a rest with this stuff, man. That kind of stuff annoys me. You can't give Yarde credit. They're trying to give Yarde credit in one breath and take credit away from Yarde. Take credit away from Yarde in the other breath. Now you want to mention, Callum Smith. Allow Callum Smith. I don't care. This ain't Callum Smith's night. This is Anrthony Yarde's night. Sorry, I'm just being real.
Nah, you tell them, Ultra, man. Fucking put it on them. I love that. Games you love. Eddie would have had this on pay-per-view 100%. Yes, you know that. big up Uncle Frank, yeah, delivering again. Everybody, that card was absolute dog shit until you got a fight of the year contender, if not fight of the year, for almost a unified light heavyweight fucking title at prime time 10:30, not pay-per-view. And people want to have a go at Frank Warren. Fuck me. Jesus.
Just looking at these comments against Bellew, look, people are laughing at listen, Bellew might be right. Maybe by the time Callum Smith fights Beterbiev, maybe we'll get him out of there, right? I'm not even disputing what he's saying. What I'm disputing is, for me, it's the timing, isn't it? Like, for me, it's Anrthony Yarde's night. Do you know what I mean? And it's so typical of what goes on that side. For me, it's so typical of what goes on because for years, that side has been saying, oh, well, this side are bitter. This side are jealous. This side are bitter.
Yeah.
You can't even, in it, Jason, they've been saying that, oh, it's the QP side that are bitter and this and that. But these man can't even let Anrthony Yarde have his moment for less than 20 minutes before they start talking about, oh, well, Beterbiev's too easy. It's going to be Callum Smith. Man, just keep talking about Dead Zone. Don't worry about what's going on the other cards, man. Sorry, man, I'm just not having it tonight. Daryl, would you like to call in, Daryl? If you would, yeah? Let me know. Southside Boxing says you're fucking mad fight of the year. What better fights have you seen this year? Big fights. Like, I'm sure you may have seen like more even fights, you know, in small halls and other. But what better fights have you seen? Certainly for the big British fights that I've watched so far. Yeah, I haven't seen very many big. I mean, it's only January, but for me, that's going to be a fight of the year contender. Would you guys agree? Press 1 if you agree that's going to be a fight of the year contender, and press 2 if you disagree. Like I said before, it's only January, but I don't think you're going to see very many better British fights than that this year. Because like I said before, you know...
Right, what are you talking about, bruv? We're only in January. What fights have you seen already that are better than that? What are you talking about? I never have a go at anyone in the chat, but that is some gas, bruv. That is so much gas. That fight was incredible. Like, that fight was incredible. It was a back and forth light heavyweight fucking world title fight. What are you talking? What more do you want from boxing? Like, what do you want? Like, honestly, I'm
don't get it.
What do you want from boxing? If that's not what you fucking want, and a fight of the year, you don't think that's top-notch boxing, well, what do you want? You want to see fucking people just knock out cab drivers, or you want to see fucking just people against, I don't get what? What is it? That was that was amazing, bro.
It was good. I just think it's the magnitude of it. Like, I gave Yarde no chance. I didn't think Yarde would be able to do that in a ring. So, like I said, for me, I've just sent Daryl. I've sent it by email to you, Daryl. It's just the magnitude of what Yarde's done for me. Like, if that fight had taken place last year, Jason, right? If we imagine this is now the month of December, yeah. So imagine if this fight had taken place in December. How many fights in British boxing last year would have been better than this fight? Only a handful you could have thought of in the same category, right? Press 1 if you agree, press 2 if you disagree. It's all about, imagine if this fight took place in December of 2022. How many fights in that year last year were better than this fight? I don't think there are many at all. What do you think? I don't think there are many at all. I know people are in love with Wood and Conlon and things like that. I hate to break it to you guys, no disrespect, but Michael Conlon is not Artur Beterbiev. Do you understand the difference of what I'm talking about? Do you understand what I'm talking about here? No disrespect to Lee Wood and Michael Conlon, yeah? But do you understand the difference in levels between Lee Wood, yeah, Michael Conlon, and Artur Beterbiev, yeah? Like, do you understand the difference? Like, that's all I'm saying. Like, so I'm just saying, even if this fight took place last year, I believe this would have been a candidate for fight of the year. Would you agree with me or not? Or do you think this fight wouldn't have been a candidate for one of the best British fights we've seen? Best fights we've seen in British soil last year. I don't know. For me, it is what it is. Jason, you can do whatever you want, Jason. If you've got anything to say, just, whatever you want. I mean, Daryl will be here to join us any minute. Any other comments? I'll read some out. Jack Plant says, let's watch porn stars and YouTubers on the zone instead of the fight of the year contender. I don't know what to say. Like, I'm interested. Like, what do you guys think? Like, for me, that was, in terms of fights that have taken place on British soil. If that fight had taken better last year, Southside Boxing said, I've seen better on small hall shows. Yeah, small hall shows. I understand that. There's plenty of fight of the year candidates. But do you know what I mean? We're talking about on TV, under the lights, big time shows. You know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about big time TV fights of the year, under the lights that are happening on prime time on British soil. For me, if that fight had taken place last year, it would have been a candidate. That's my opinion. It would have been a candidate. I've got Daz and I've got Tony here. Let me bring Daz in for 1 second. Daz, how are we doing?
Yeah, all good, Ultra, man. Good to be here. How you
Jesus, you guys are saving me. All right, Daz, say your piece, man, and then I'm going to bring in Tony as well, and we'll go through everything. But Daz, take your time. Just take your time. Take as long as you want, and say your piece. Tony, I see you, bro. Go, Daz.
Yeah, I thought Yarde was brilliant tonight. Really composed. I think he was brave. In the early rounds, he hurt Beterbiev a number of times. Got hurt himself, but I think he did really well to weather the storm. I think Yarde's chin and his composure is very, very good for a guy who's only had a handful of fights at the top level. I was really impressed with his defense at times, being able to slip and ride shots. It was brilliant. Beterbiev, wow. I mean, what can you say about that guy? The engine that he's got, his punch output is pretty consistent. He's slow, but very, very methodical. And when he gets a guy hurt, he's great at keeping that pressure going. And I think ultimately, after he hurt Yarde a couple of times in the early rounds, it was the number of times after that he could get Yarde consistently hurt over and over again was what did it, really. There's only so many times you can get buzzed in a fight continuously and keep recovering and then come back on strong yourself. And I think Yarde did well to recover a few times, but down the straight, it just was too much for him, and I think the stoppage came at a good point to justify it.
Hey, Daz, when did you actually ever think Yarde was capable of doing that against Beterbiev? Because I didn't, to be honest.
I was watching the fight with the missus, and I said to her, I think this fight's going to go 6 rounds. I said maximum 6 rounds. Yarde's going to get stopped within 6, and she thought it would go more than 6. We had a little bet, and she was right. That's why I gave her €10, so she won that. But I think Yarde was brilliant. I didn't see that coming at all. I think, credit to him. The game plan was solid, really, really solid. But I think maybe he might look at it and think he could have tried to put it on Beterbiev a little bit more in the first maybe 3 when he got him hurt that once or twice there. But he probably thought back to the Kovalev fight when he did that, and he gassed himself out. And he probably made the right decision overall. This is all in hindsight. I think he did in the moment, he did the right thing. It just in hindsight, you look back and think, oh, what could have been? But no, honestly, I think for the experience level that he's got and against the guy that he was in with, he did everything he could do. You still there?
Yeah, I'm here, bruv. Yeah. I totally agree with you, man. I totally agree with what you're saying. It's mad though. Your bird beat you on the bet. That's a joke.
She did, man. She saw something I couldn't see. She was like, "Yeah, I feel like down the straight, this guy's gonna get it because he's too athletic and he's making this guy miss a lot." She could see something I couldn't see. So she got me there.
Yeah, that's sick, man. Yeah, what do you think about the fight? Do you think it was a proper banging fight? Do you feel like do you think it was a good fight? Did you enjoy it?
I loved it. I thought it was brilliant. To be honest, when the fight first started, I didn't really know what to expect because the first time that Yarde got hurt, I think it was in the second, maybe, if I remember saying right. When he got hurt the first time, I thought, oh, here we go. It's going to be over very shortly within like 3-4 rounds. But I think I underestimated his toughness and resilience and maybe some of his ability to like ride shots, slip, survive. He's come like if I compare it back to the Kovalev fight, he's come on like so much in that time, and I think he's developed really well. But yeah,
Dow, can I just butt in? I absolutely
ahead.
agree with you 100%. I never ever thought, and this is the thing about it, does upset me that people already. I mean, if you just look quickly as well, by the way, I've just had a look at the BT Sport page. So the BT Sport have said congratulations to Beterbiev. Just quickly, if you look at the comments, yeah, fight of the year so far. Obviously, it's January. Just quickly, Daryl, if that fight took place in December of 2022, this fight, yeah? If this fight took place last year, would it have been a fight of the year candidate in British boxing?
Yeah, I think it would be. It would be like this one, and then like obviously Lee Wood and Conlon. Yeah,
and a few.
But yeah, I think I'd say.
Would it be a contender?
Easily,
it would be contender. I mean, if you look at here, people saying fight of the year so far, top fight, one of the best fights I've seen, great fight, unbelievable fight, incredible fight, went beyond expectations, unbelievable, what a fight. So, I mean, if you look at what the crowd are saying, it's great. Just wanted to quickly, actually, let me just quickly bring Daryl. Don't go anywhere. Let me quickly bring in Tony, and then I want to bounce back to you, Daryl. Tony, what did you think, man?
So I'm going to say this, and people can disagree with me. I'm not going to be on for too long, but Tundi just robbed robbed Anrthony Yarde of an opportunity. He needs to be fired. That's first and foremost. He should not have stopped the fight when he did. You have a 38-year-old who has been hurt numerous times by your fighter, and your fighter's still in it. Yes, he got put down. Yes, he got hit by the same overhand right that put him down. He's against the ropes, but he's still in the fight. His legs aren't wobbly. He hasn't spaghetti noodled. He's still there. He's still reacting. He knows what's going on. Horrible stoppage. Think about this. Think about when Buster Douglas fought Mike Tyson. Imagine if Buster Douglas's corner would have thrown in the towel immediately after Douglas went down. We would have never got that upset. So I just feel like Anrthony Yarde was robbed of an opportunity by Tunde. It was an unnecessary stoppage. Outside of that, by far, fight of the year. We're only in the first month, and it's already beat the other 11 months that haven't even come yet. There's no fight that's going to be better than that. This by far. And then, like I said, we saw Yarde do something nobody else did. He hurt Beterbiev several times. Several times he hurt him. So
can I just, Tony, let me just throw something at you, Tony, quickly. Do you know on the Tunde stoppage, Tony? What do you think about this? I think. Do you know what's done it? Do you know how Tunde stopped it? I think Yarde was. I know he was on his feet, but I watched that and I looked at how Yarde was behaving, and he was looking over to the corner and he was looking at somebody, and the way Yarde looked to me, it looked to me like Yarde was done. That's my opinion. You've got a lot more experience in the ring than me, and that's fine. I do see what you're saying, you know, because most people disagree with what you're saying, and I disagree with what you're saying to a degree. But then again, if you look through history, and if you look at things like Jose Luis Castillo versus Diego Corrales, if you looked at how many times Diego Corrales looked like he was done in that fight, and you'd have pulled him out, how many times, would we have had a classic? So actually, there's a lot of logic to what you're saying there, Tony. I think what swung it for Tunde is Yarde's body language was wrong to me. He was on his feet, right? But he wasn't looking at his ref. He was looking away. He was looking to somebody in the corner. And to me, when I looked at him, he was 100% done to me. Someone saying Yarde asked what round it was. But Tony, please carry on, Tony. Unmute yourself. Have your say.
So let's do this. Who used to be y'all's number one guy from the UK? Imagine for a second if Andrew Ruiz Jr.'s corner would have thrown in the towel the minute he got knocked down by Anthony Joshua. That upset would have never happened. So furthermore, to go off of that, you got to understand who you're talking about and understand who the fighter is. We're not talking about a Paulo Malignaggi. We're not talking about a Devin Haney that's got bunny paws for fists. We're talking about a guy with devastating power who hurt a guy that's never really been hurt before. Yes, he got dropped by Johnson, but Callum Johnson didn't hurt Beterbiev. He just knocked him off balance. Beterbiev got up and annihilated him. It wasn't even competitive. So you've got a guy who has enough power to change the story of the fight in one punch. He was still there. You don't step in like that. It'd have been different if Beterbiev was on top of him, mollywopping him, unloading on him, landing clean shots, but he wasn't. He bounced against the ropes, and Tunde immediately jumped up to stop it. And the thing about it is in this very same fight, to just pull up a point, Beterbiev hurt Yarde earlier in the fight. He got reckless with his hands and got caught and got himself hurt, and he was backing up. Who's to say he doesn't get reckless again at this point because he thinks it over and gets caught, and now he's hurt or down? Again, with a guy with that much power, who's already got a guy bleeding from the left eye, you don't call it off. You don't call it off.
Okay, Tony. There's one person who does agree with you in the chat. It's Mr. Anderson, and he's been in the ring as well. Sorry, but I agree with this guy. This is a world title fight. Yarde had a chance to win. Bad stoppage. I did see Yarde looking at Tunde. I'm not sure how Tunde's seen it. Tony, I'm going to ask you a question. Yes, Daryl. Yes, Jason, please jump in. Sorry.
Just to the caller, I totally agree. I don't agree. I respect what you're saying, bruv. I do respect what you're saying. But to compare it to the Ruiz situation and the Buster Douglas situation and situations like that is a bit mad, because them Brez, they hadn't been getting smashed up for like 8 rounds. Like, Yarde had been getting thumped up. I know that he was still in the fight and his legs hadn't gone, but he looked gone in his face, bruv. He'd been getting serious blows, like, and Tunde knows his man. I think it was a good pull out. I think he could have gone on and maybe stayed in it for maybe a round or two, but I think the loss was on the cards and Tunde saved him for another day. Imagine if he goes on for another 2 rounds and gets his head caved in and then doesn't fight after that.
Or Kell Brooks. And I think Tony as well, Anrthony Yarde has a real lack of experience at the highest level. And I think they know that. And I think that's the difference. But Andrew Ruiz had like real top level experience. I think Anrthony Yarde's still a bit too green. I thought it was a mismatch going in, Tony. Daryl, what do you think? Just quickly, and then Daryl, have your say on it. Stoppage.
Yeah, I think Tunde obviously knows this, man. Anrthony Yarde's body language was all wrong because
I agree with that.
He got up on about 7 or 8, and then in the last 2 seconds he turned back to his corner and he was walking. He was facing outside of the ring. He was looking towards Tunde and speaking.
For me,
his body language was wrong. He should have been. If he was ready to continue, he should have been facing the referee with his hands up, ready to go.
Yeah,
but he wasn't
absolutely.
Doing that. He wasn't
I
doing
agree.
that. So
I agree.
mean, potentially you could say that he could have gone on, and then we'd never know what's going to happen. But it didn't look, from what we saw, that he was ready to continue and carry on the fight.
Tony, have any of you seen Tony? Tony's a fucking animal, so it's just how, he's what it is. But it is what it is with Tony. These Americans, innit? Do you know what I mean? That's how they... it ain't over till you're dead.
Can I rebuttal to this?
Yes. We can rebuttal, then we're going to move on to the next point. Go for it.
Yeah, that's fine. We can move on because I'm not going to be on, like I said, for too much longer.
No.
Here's the issue that I'm having with listening. And here's the thing. The story of the fight. We're not talking about he got dropped in the first round. We're not talking about he got dropped in the 3rd round or the 4th round or the 5th round or the 6th round or the 7th round. We're talking about it was the 8th round. Prior to the 8th round, we saw Beterbiev breathing heavy. He was already breathing heavy. He was showing signs of wear and tear and getting tired, which also means Beterbiev wasn't at 100%. He's 38 years old. How many more rounds of being beat on like he was would he have left in the tank? The thing is, sometimes you have to weather the storm to defeat it. Sometimes you have to ride through the hurricane to get to the eye to where it's calm. The fact of the matter is, Yarde was not done. He wasn't loopy. He was still there. His legs were still under him. And you have a 38-year-old who, for the first time in his fight history, is being shown to be tired and has been hurt on numerous occasions. You don't stop the fight.
Fair point, bruv. Fair
Sorry
point.
about that. I've just
Fair
got a bit of a
point.
technical problem, so I can't hear anybody talking. But I know Tony's had his opinion on that, and that's absolutely fine. I want to ask you... I want to change tone on it quickly. I want to ask you guys a question. Start with Jason, and then I'm going to go down, then I'm going to go to Tony. Start with Jason. Do you believe Anrthony Yarde will be a world champion? I'm not sure he will be. I know he can be, but Jason, do you think he'll be a world champion? I'm just going to sort my my mic out 1 sec.
It's hard. It depends if he can stay at that weight for long enough to see the belts fractured. Does he beat Bivol? No. Does he beat Beterbiev in a rematch? Maybe. Will he get the rematch? No. Does he go up? Can he cut it at cruiser? Does he beat Makabu? What about he might get I don't know. It's 50-50. I'm sorry, I can't. I don't know. It's hard. I'd say probably not, if I'm honest. Although there's so many world titles now that fucking this. Yeah, I know. He could win one of them regular titles anyway. But yeah, let someone else have a go. I'm not sure, man.
Yeah, I don't think he beats Bivol. Beterbiev, he's not going to get the rematch. So yeah, again, I agree that's not going to happen. If the belts get fractured and maybe somebody else picks up a vacant title and he fights that guy, then yeah, potentially. So I think if he stays at the weight for another 2 years, then yeah, I think he could pick up a world title against somebody that's not a Bivol or a Beterbiev.
Sean Medieval said, for Yarde to be champion, it's all about timing. That's spot on, Sean. That is spot on, mate. John Smith, Tony, a tough dude. Yeah, well, I saw Chevon saying, someone else having a laugh about, someone said, Americans, did he die though in the ring? He did he die though? Did he do enough? Did he die? And Chevon was like, yeah, true, that was joke, man. Whoever that was funny.
Sorry about that. I'm here. I fucking muted myself by mistake. Sorry, Tony. Can I just get your thoughts on whether Yarde can be a world champion? Sorry, bro. I was calling out for you and I was fucking muted, trying to get you to go on. What do you think? Do you think he will be a champion, Tony?
Comes back full circle. Tunde robbed him of the opportunity? No, he will not. He's 31 years old. This was his third step-up fight, the third time he came up short. The first one was against Kovalev, which he got knocked out in. The second one was against Arthur, which he was lucky enough to avenge. This one, he gets stopped again. So he's been stopped by an aging world champion in Kovalev. He got stopped by an aging world champion in Beterbiev. He'll never get another opportunity, which is another reason why you don't step in and stop the fight like you did. Because now he's not going to be a champion. It's over. It's done. It's a wrap. He'll fight, but he won't be in an elite level.
Let me ask you, Tony. I think if he can stay at the weight for another year or so, and Beterbiev and fucking Bivol smash each other to pieces, the belts will fracture again. And so y'all will have a chance to pick up something. What do you think?
I highly doubt it because I don't see Beterbiev getting through Callum Smith. So Callum Smith's younger. He'll beat Beterbiev. He'll get in there with Bivol. Bivol's younger. Callum Smith's younger. They're going to hold on to it for a while. Anrthony Yarde will age with them.
Okay. What was I going to say about this? Do you know what? I was going to say something else, actually. I was going to say something else. You know, Tony rates Callum Smith a lot higher than I do. Just what you let you know. Let me ask Daz. Daz, what was he saying? Callum Smith or Anrthony Yarde, Daz? Who would you pick? I think Callum Smith's got the better fundamentals in terms of, like, it's classic, you know, amateur style boxing, you get behind the jab and stuff. But Callum Smith struggled. I can't get that Callum Smith John Ryder fight out of my head. I can't get it out of my head, Daz. And that Callum Smith John Ryder fight didn't look very good to me. Now, you could talk about weight drain and things like that, maybe, but Callum Smith, who do you think's the best light heavyweight in the country? Do you think it's Callum Smith?
Callum Smith can't fight on the inside, but he's great on the outside. So really, it depends on the strategy that Yarde employs. If Yarde could get inside on Smith, then yeah, I think he beats him. But it depends how disciplined Smith is and how much he's improved his inside work since he fought Ryder. We haven't seen him fight against anyone good on the inside since Ryder, so it's very hard to say. If I had to pick between the two, I would say that Smith beats him based on experience at this point.
Let me ask you. I want to ask you. I'll go back to you. Oh my God, I had the great question. Right, here we go. I want to ask you all. I'll start with Jason. Then I'm going to go to Tony. Then I'm going to go to Daz. Jason, in all the fights we've seen, we've seen some big British fights recently. We've seen Anthony Joshua involved in fights. We've seen Tyson Fury involved in fights. We've seen Derek Chisora involved in fights. We've seen all kinds of British fighters involved in fights. How many fighters do you think we've seen that have truly... You know, we hear about leaving it in the ring, right? Leaving it in the ring. Sometimes I think there's a time to stop, and I think Anthony Yarde was right to be stopped tonight. But Jason, do you think... I know what the answer is, but do you think Anthony Yarde absolutely left that nothing in the ring? Like, how many times do we see a British fighter get into a big fight with an elite level fighter, and we're wondering, like, for instance, when Callum Smith fought Canelo Alvarez, did Callum Smith leave it in the ring? I don't think he did.
Left it all on his fucking arms, didn't he?
I don't think he left it in the ring. When Billy Joe Saunders fought Canelo, maybe he did. Maybe. Okay, Billy Joe, maybe he had no choice. But do you know what I mean? Rocky Fielding. We've seen so many of our fighters. Do you know what I mean? They fight elite fighters and they don't. And I just think it's ironic that Yarde might be the one actually who ends up not winning a WBO world title. Do you know what I mean? That's the ironic thing. Yarde might be the one out of all them guys. Yarde may not end up his career with that WBO. But Jason, he was the one for me more than most of the fighters that I can remember. Jason, that can say pretty much, yeah, I left it in the ring. What do you think, Jason?
100%. He leaves it full. That's one thing you can't say about Yarde. He gave it all against fucking Kovalev. He fucked up a bit against Arthur, but he got the game plan wrong. But he always puts his fucking balls on the line. Like, his heart is just incredible. Like, so maybe Tony has got a point. Like, maybe Tony's got a point about leaving him in the ring and about him not getting another chance. You know, the more I think about that, and I still think it was the right decision. But Tony's got a real point there. Like, you know, it's a world title fight. He made a really good point about it being his second, third chance, step up, everything like that. When's he going to get another opportunity? All them things are very true, like, but you know, I don't know how much he had left. But yeah, going back to your point, fuck. Anyway, yeah, go on, that's it. I'm done.
No worries. Tony, let me bring you in. Tony, what do you think? What's your answer to that? Out of all the British fighters you've seen, You know, I know you think Tunde pulled him out too early, but what do you think? I think Yarde left it in the ring. Did Anthony Joshua leave it in the ring against Usyk? I don't think he did. You know, etc., etc. What do you think, Tony?
He tried to leave it all in the ring, and it was robbed from him. That's how I'll answer it. I'll stay with the same mindset I've had from the beginning. He attempted to leave it all in the ring, and it was taken from him to prove that he didn't want the fight to stop. He thought the referee stopped it, and he was yelling at the referee until the referee pointed to the corner. Then he saw that Tunde did it, and he even yelled something at Tunde because he wasn't ready for it to be stopped. Most guys, when they're gone, they're ready for it to stop. You don't see them arguing with the referee like that when they're getting pouted on, beat on. Again, he tried to leave it all in the ring, but unfortunately, he wasn't allowed to leave it all in the ring.
Okay, right. We've got a caller coming in, and I'll bring in Daryl after this. 09 Fly, 09 Fly has called in. What are we saying, bro? How you doing this evening?
Yeah, not too bad. How are you?
It is what it is, bro. It is what it is. I've got no voice. What did you think about the fight? What did you think about your fight? And just any opinions you've got. Go for it.
Yeah, it was an exciting fight. Enjoyed every second of it. I do agree with Tony, though. I didn't think Tunde allowed him to sort of empty the tank and just leave everything in the ring. I just think that Beterbiev looked vulnerable. I think if he connected with him, gone.
No, keep going. We're listening. Keep going, brother. You're doing fine. Keep going.
Yeah, I think if he connected with him more, or there's always an opportunity to get him. It might have changed the sort of the fight.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay, well, we've been through that. I disagree with Tony on that. I think, like I said before, I think Tunde's damned if he does and damned if he doesn't, because we all sit here saying Tunde could have let him out, but if Tunde lets him out and he takes more punishment and it turns out he's broken his orbital bone like Kell Brook, most of us today, the whole internet will be turning on Tunde, saying Tunde doesn't care about Yarde. Tunde's left him in there for a payday. Tunde should have pulled him out earlier. So, do you know what I mean? Like, it's one of them weird things, isn't it? Like, I don't think Tunde could win. I think Tunde was fucked either way. Do you know what I mean? I think if Tunde leaves him in there, and if anything happens to Anrthony Yarde, where broken orbital bone or something happens to him where his career is over, or do you know what I mean, or something happens where it's the end of Yarde, to me Tunde catches heat for that. I still think Yarde's body language says to me that he was that was it for me. But that's my opinion on that. That's my 100% opinion. And like I said, Tunde would get killed for that. And we got to remember that like Tunde is responsible for him, and Tunde would have wanted to leave him in there, 100%. He would have wanted to, but again, for me, it's the what if, And in British boxing recently, we've seen a lot of this stuff. Last week we saw Chris Eubank Jr. come out. We thought he had a broken orbital bone. Turns out Chris Eubank Jr. took a fucking elbow to the fucking to the jaw. So there you go, Tony. That's where all that mysterious power came from. It was like Chris Eubank's taken an elbow to the fucking jaw midway through one of them combinations. He took a massive uppercut as well. But do you know what I mean? It's one of them things really where I just feel like yeah, is Yarde going to get another opportunity versus, listen, if you leave Yarde in there and, Beterbiev knocks him out badly, or your Yarde really gets finished or something happens, he really won't have another opportunity. That's the end of that. But it is what it is. Tony, I don't want to keep going on about the same point, but I have to give you the chance just to rebuttal on that or say anything about what the caller said, because I can't just do you like that. So if you want to unmute yourself and quickly cuss me out, quickly do so and then we'll move on.
I'm not going to cut you out. It's just body language is key. Y'all keep saying his body language was bad, and I just have to say you need to rewatch the fight and not think emotionally. The dude, when he got caught with the second overhand right, he immediately went defensive. He dipped down low to evade shots, and whenever he was backing up against the ropes, his guard was still high. When you're wobbled, you don't react like you should in his defense. What somebody said, "Oh, you're a tough guy. You're a tough guy." Oh shit, my camera's not working. Hold on.
No. You keep going.
I'll get on camera real fast. No, hold on. Let me just adjust this real fast. So the person can actually see what I look like. Not that has anything to do with anything. But again, The fact of the matter is, he was still defensively responsible. He was watching Beterbiev. You could see that he was still in a fight.
Yeah, Tony's cut himself off because I think he's turned his camera on. So Tony will be back in just a sec. I want to bring Daz back in because Tony will be back in just a sec. Tony, it's because you've done something to your mic or your camera, so it's kind of removed you from it. Daz, you still there? Daz, if you're still there, can you unmute yourself for me?
Yeah, I'm still here.
I'm still here. All right, and here, right, okay, hold on. The King's back. Look at him. Look, here we go.
So again, yes, I'm a tough guy. A tough guy. So, anyways, like I was saying, I've been in the ring, but he was defensively still responsible. He had his guard up. He was watching him. Look at the eyes. He was still focused on Beterbiev, looking at where it was coming from. When the referee stepped in and stopped it, he immediately looked at the referee. There was no delay. There's nothing there that I saw to say that this guy was on the verge of being put away, and he wasn't being beat on. He got caught by an overhand, and I believe a jab right after, and he went back against the ropes with his guard up. He bounced off of it. When he rolled off the ropes, he was looking to come back to attack, and the referee stepped in and waved it off. At no point in time did he look done. Body language is everything.
Let's move on. Let's move on. Daz, unmute yourself again, Daz. Are there any other points, Daz, that you'd like to come back on before I bring Jason back? Like anything else you'd like to talk about the fight, what you thought about the event? I tell you what, we'll get to other people's, but I thought the event as a whole was pretty much toilet, you know, until that fight. That fight for me almost saved the card.
That Tommy Fletcher looks garbage.
Hey, I'm friends with Mark Tibbs. Can't fucking come on this channel saying that. I thought Tommy Fletcher's the real deal. I have to speak to Mark Tibbs about that this weekend. Okay. Go on, Daz.
Well, for a guy that's got, 15-ish fights, I think he's got, he looks very, very ropey. He looks like he's lacking a lot of basic fundamentals. For a guy who's 6'7" fighting against a guy who's 5'8", the jab was a non-entity. The jab was not even there. He just looking to come in with uppercuts and hooks, fighting like a small man. It didn't make any sense to me, so I wasn't really seeing what's going on there. I was interested to see what Watsy was doing on the shoulder. That was quite interesting. I wonder if he's coming over to Queensbury or what was going on there. It's interesting.
I think it's only a matter of time, to be honest. I really do. And that's not even the first show he's been to. He was there. Do you remember the one he was there last year with Yarde, and him and Yarde were sitting next to Frank and fucking talking about fighting and taking pictures? For me, it really is only a matter of time. But we'll see on that. Daz, what do you think about that fucking Moses Itauma? And I'll get Tony and Jason's pin. I'll get Jason in next on this. Is that the worst fucking dive you've seen in a British boxing ring? That fucking that Bode guy, Martin Bode versus Moses Itauma. I've never seen anything like it in all my life.
It was weird because so if you watch the stoppage, it was 2 shots. So the first shot, I think, was a right hand or something. He jumped backwards on the first one, and then sort of jumped backwards on the second as well, threw himself right onto the floor on the second shot. I'm not going to say it was a dive, but what I will say is he was looking for a way out of there. The guy didn't want to be in there. He wanted to get paid and go home. It was a bit of a rubbish fight for the guy, because on his debut he didn't really get a chance to show what he's all about. But I felt for him. Young kid, and his brother got stopped early on in the
crying. He was crying afterwards.
Crying at the end. Yeah. You could see the tears were for his brother, because obviously he would have wanted to both get a W. So that was sad for him. But no, I'm interested to see what he goes on and does. He needs a better, more durable opponent. Maybe like him versus that Daryl Sharp, the short guy in the vest, would be a good next opponent for him. That guy looks tough still. Come out in that wife beater vest, came ready for action.
I'm gonna have a word with Mark Tibbs about Tommy Fletcher. To be fair, in the pre-fight preview, Dev Sani was talking to Sean Noakes, and they were talking about Tommy Fletcher's opponent. And they did say it was going to be hard for Tommy Fletcher to knock him out. They said it would be a really, 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 really good achievement if he knocked him out beforehand.
Can I just say something? Can I say one more thing? For any young boxers who want to know about defence, yeah, you can learn it from watching defensive masters like Ward and Hopkins and stuff. But you can also learn from watching journeyman. A guy who's had around 100 fights and hasn't been stopped very often, that's a guy you can learn defence from. A small man like that, 5'8", yeah, against a guy 6'7". Watch how he was defending. Active feet, moving all the time. Never kept his back on ropes for too long. Guard tie, and he was always slipping and rolling the shots. And then when the big guy gets in close, hold and then break. That is brilliant. You can learn defense from journeymen just as well as you can learn from guys who are elite. And the good thing about learning it from a journeyman is that they're usually not as skilled. So the defensive tactics that they're employing are more rudimentary. Therefore, you can learn it more easily as a beginner.
Sorry, Jason. I was talking to you and I muted myself. Sorry, Jason. I'll start again. Jason.
Yeah, go on, bro.
I was talking to you. Yeah, that Moses. I muted myself. That Moses Itauma dive. Have you ever seen a worse dive in British boxing? This man's gonna put Richard Lartey out of a job. I've never seen a dive like that before.
Well, Richard Lartey, leave Richard Lartey alone. That might be the GOAT, bro. Richard Lartey's the GOAT, bro, with his red beard, man. My man, he's the G. Like, but yeah, that was just ridiculous, man. It was so fucking shit as well. Like, what are you doing? Like, I don't even actually, do you know what? I don't even think it was Frank or Warren or Francis's fault because they were screwing as well. The geezers come over here, felt one little punch and just gone down, innit? Like, or decided to go down. Like, I think it was just, because Warren looked fucked. Itauma looked fucking pissed off. They wanted something better for him as well. Anyway, definitely for that. They want to bring him through. They're not going to feed him such shit. Like, you know what I mean? They know how good he is. I'll be surprised anyway. They're going to feed him shit, but, you know, try and step him up a little bit slowly. You know what I mean? I think that was I don't even think of blaming Frank or Francis Warren for that. They look so pissed, bruv. They look so pissed. And Itauma was so upset about his brother losing. Like, you can see in the interview, when he goes, they said, oh, yeah, that bird is so stupid. You know, when you get these birds, you know, fuck all about boxing and they're just waffling shit and they read off a script. So they never cater the interview for the fucking moment or anything. So something that happens in the fight can totally change, but they've got a script anyway. She goes to him like, oh, yeah, so, you know, how are you going to remember your debut? Like, yeah, da-da-da-da. His brother's just lost. Before you can see
got knocked out.
Exactly.
Hello?
Like his brother is fucked up. Yeah, I'm here. They're fucked up.
No, sorry.
So
That was someone else. Sorry, Jason. That was someone else. Carry on.
He doesn't know what the fuck's going on. Sorry, I'm not knocking women or anything, but these fucking stupid birds in boxing who don't have a fucking clue talking shit, bruv. He's there pissed off, nearly crying, and she's talking about, oh yeah, did you enjoy your debut? He's like, of course, like, it's going to be remembered like well weird. Like, it was just a fucking off interview. She got the whole vibe wrong. It was just ridiculous. Like, anyway.
Well, there we go. There goes my channel. And so when my channel gets taken down, we'll all be over at Jason's.
No, they're not the thoughts of the channel. They're not the thoughts of the channel. And before anybody tries to say I was saying anything about women, I'm not. I'm talking about women or men. But in this situation, women who know fuck all about what they're talking about.
All right, Jason now digging himself an even bigger grave, which means a good time to. It's okay. It's a good time to bring in Joe Blow to talk to the chat. Let's bring in Joe. Joe.
Hello.
Thanks for waiting. How do you feel about the fight?
I thought they stopped it a bit early.
Oh my god! If anybody else agrees with Tony, the next person who agrees with Tony is going to get a ban because I'm looking to get Tony out here because he started to make me feel uncomfortable with that fucking size 20 neck here and the fact that he's had 32 amateur fights. So I'm looking to get him off anyway. But if anybody else agrees with him, that's it, you're gone. Carry on, Joe.
I think maybe it was a fair stop. I don't think Anrthony Yarde was prepared for an opponent like that. I think he should have cleared up the British division first. Fought Joshua Boatsy, maybe Callum Smith first, had more tougher fights.
Yeah, go on, carry on.
Because that's quite a hard fight to go into after Lynn and then him. If I'm correct.
Did the fight absolutely exceed your expectations? Either way.
Yeah, I always knew Berbatov was going to win, but it was exciting while it lasted, and it was good to see a good fight. Yeah.
All right. Any other thoughts that you got there, my man? Any other thoughts on where Yarde goes? Do you think Yarde will be a world champion? Next up, it's Callum Smith.
Maybe it's the fight King Arthur next.
Who's fighting Lyndon Arthur? Who?
Anrthony Yarde.
Lyndon Arthur in a trilogy.
Well, they fought twice, haven't they?
Fucking hell. All right, mate. All right, mate. I'd rather fucking pull my balls out than watch Lyndon Arthur as
Ultra, can I add some thought for people for
Of course. Yes, Daz, go in, jump in.
One thing about the WBC titles, they're not going to allow any Russians to contest for it. I'm not sure if you guys have brought this up already, but I know that WBC said they won't sanction Bivol versus Beterbiev. So I think next in line for WBC title is Callum Smith. So it could be Smith versus Beterbiev if he's going to defend that WBC belt.
What do you mean they ain't going to let any Russians fight for the WBC? But Beterbiev's Russian.
Beterbiev fights underneath a Canadian flag because he's a Canadian resident and Canadian resident now. So if you remember watching the broadcast, he had a Canadian flag in his bio, and he's a Canadian fighter officially on paper.
When will Joshua Buatsi his title shot?
Hold on. But Bivol fights out of California, so he's American. If that's
Has
the game
has Bivol got an American passport now then?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
fair
he's
enough.
been over here for a very long time. Like he doesn't he does go to Russia, but he's always over here in America.
Well, if he's got an American passport, it will happen. But I was reading that he fights underneath Russian banner, so I'm not sure. I know when Bivol fought last time, if you look at the broadcast, he was billed as a Russian fighter, not an American fighter.
Also, I will say, Tony, do you know when Bivol fought last time? His money, I don't think he got paid straight away either. Do you aware of that? Like, there was a big thing with Bivol not getting paid, and it wasn't even Matchroom. His money was getting held up, and it was down to his nationality and
exactly
about money laundering
because he was billed as a
like
Russian fighter. That's exactly why.
Go on, Tony.
No, I remember seeing that. I just want to circle back to Fletcher. Fletcher is the worst fighter I've ever seen. Y'all brought up Lardy. I would rather watch Lardy take another 5 minutes to dance to the ring than watch that dude ever fight.
What is
now,
wrong with these
on
people?
a side note, here's some good stuff. We saw a unicorn in the wild. I've never seen these guys with like 90 plus losses. I know they exist, but you don't really know where they are. We actually got to see one. Because we got to see one over here in America, we was laughing about the fight because it was so bad. Then we started going down the rabbit hole of BoxRec, and we found the worst boxer in the history of the cruiserweight division in the UK. His name is Aiden Anderson. He got knocked out by Sharp, who Fletcher was fighting. Just as a tidbit, so y'all would know. Outside of that, I'm about to hop off. Y'all have a good night.
Have a good night, Tony. I'll pass the name over to the Warrens because we'll get him on for Anthony Yarde next. So yeah, Tony, slip me the name and you'll be seeing him in the yard in the ring with Anthony Yarde very, very soon at the O2 Arena, topping the bill. Joe, any more final thoughts before we let you go?
No, thank you for letting me on the show. Thanks.
No, take care of yourself, mate. Take care of yourself. Right, Jason, give me your final thoughts.
A great fight. I rewatched the ending of the fight, and I have to agree with what I said before, man. It was a good stoppage. Like Tunde stopped the fight properly, man. Yarde was finished. Like he was gassing. You know, when his tank, Tunde knows as well. Let's look at the history. When his gas tank goes, what happens to Yarde? He gets knocked out by jab. Yeah, it's all over anyway. But yeah, it was a great fight, Ultra. Your commentary was off the chain.
Thank you,
I hope your voice is okay. Yeah, everyone.
Hey, Jason, hold on, Jason. Let me ask you. Hold on. Let me ask you.
Yeah.
Tommy Fury or Jake Paul? What happens? Just quickly.
It's mad. Like, I kind of think Jake Paul. It's terrible. Why not?
I think he's the favourite. I think Jake Paul is the favourite.
I want Tommy to. You know what though, Jake? Like, I don't even hate Jake Paul anymore. Like, I don't. He puts in effort. He does his thing. He knows how to promote a fight. Enough people could learn a thing or two from Jake Paul in boxing. I tell you that.
Okay.
They really could.
All right. I'm going with Tommy, but Tommy might pull out. But
Jake Paul.
sorry. If there's echo, the echo's me because I'm not muting myself when Jason's talking.
It's not.
Guys, it's my fault. I'm the echo. Carry on, Jason.
It's me, Ultra. I'm gonna hop off because it's me on the echo. But listen, thanks a lot. Thanks for the chat and everything. Like the stream. Ultra needs to stay on doing things. Boxing needs Ultra. I'm telling you, yeah. Peace, love.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, Jason. See you soon, my man. See you soon. Daz, can you stay for a bit if you can? Daz, you can just hop off the stand for a little bit longer. Okay, don't go anywhere, Daz. Okay, I'm just gonna bring in Sean. Okay, Sean, how are we doing? Unmute yourself, Sean.
What's good, bro?
Wagwani. What's going on?
You know what? I'm just coming from the fight right now.
Yeah. Tell us, how was it?
Bro, it's funny because all my boys watching it, they said that they had Yarde up watching from TV, but watching from the fight, like watching in the arena, I had Beterbiev winning still.
Let's start off with the crowd. What was it like? Was it empty? Now people want to know, what was it like? Could you have thrown a hand grenade in there and not killed nobody, or were there actually live bodies in the arena, bro?
It was packed, bro. It was packed. Seriously, it was packed. Like, it was actually packed. That I was actually looking at the crowd as well to check. Because I heard there were still tickets up for sale today and stuff, but no, it was pretty full, to be fair.
Bumper Clarté, there you go. Same here. What do you think? As a ticket buyer, did you feel like that exceeded your expectations, what you saw tonight?
100%, bro. That was some Hagler Hearn shit, bro. That was, bro, the crowd was, bro, some of the rounds here, the crowd was just all up, like cheering. It was sick. The atmosphere. One of the best fights I've been to live. Seriously, I'm not even gassing.
No, keep talking. Just keep talking. What do you think about Yarde and just Yarde? I mean, I'm not sure if Anrthony Yarde will ever be a world champion, but it does hurt my heart. To be honest, it does hurt my heart that Yarde might not be a world champion, because when he has lost, other than the Lyndon Arthur fuck up, he's lost to two of the greatest light heavyweights of all time. Do you know what I mean? So it does, but just tell me what you feel about Anrthony Yarde in his heart. It's unbelievable. What do you feel?
And you know what? For me, Anrthony Yarde, my respect for, I was saying to my boy, because I went with him, my respect for Anrthony Yarde has gone up so much. Like, he is an incredible warrior. Do you know what I mean? And you know what? It's funny, because I was saying to my boy, I feel sorry for Yarde and Buatsi to some extent, because they're in a division that's just full of killers. Do you know what I'm saying? And it's like, some champions, even British world champions, they get the belt, but the competition isn't that bad. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, the competition isn't that deep. But these guys, like, come on, man. Like, Yarde, he lost to Kovalev, and then he lost to Beterbiev, bro. Like, and you know what? He tried his best today, man. But he just, ultimately, he just wasn't good enough. But he tried his best, man. He tried everything. Do you know what I'm saying? And I don't know what you thought, Ultra, because I haven't had a chance to listen to your commentary. But do you think, like, what do you think he could have done differently? Because the one thing I did notice is that when he went into the ring in the early rounds, he was using a lot of energy, bro. Like, a lot of nervous energy. And you know what? Like, you can understand it, because obviously he's probably never been in this situation before where everyone's rooting for him and a big crowd. So it was a lot of energy early on. But I don't know. Maybe another trainer might have helped a little bit, but also, I feel to the point, maybe he just wasn't good enough. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, obviously he wasn't good enough, but maybe it just comes down to poor talent. Do you know what I'm saying?
What I will do is I'll give you my opinion, and I'll quickly let Daryl talk to you, and then we'll move forward. But let me say this. For me, I just don't think Yarde had enough experience. I don't think he was ever really. Do you know what I mean? He shouldn't, even what he did tonight, to be honest, was more than what I expected from Yarde, to be honest. Because, like I said before, I hate to go on resume and things like that, but if you look at Yarde's experience, even if you look at Yarde's recent performances, there was nothing that I'd ever seen in Yarde's recent performances in the ring that would make me think that this man would do what he did in round 6 and 7, which is stand in a corner and take a clean fucking right hand on the jaw from Beterbiev, eat it up, like a fucking McPlant, come back and stagger him and stun him with overhand right and left hook. I never in my wildest dreams thought I would see Yarde taking clean artillery from Beterbiev and literally fighting his way out of it. I never thought I'd see that. The one thing, if you're asking about an adjustment, Yarde, in rounds, I think it was rounds, and Daryl can see what he thinks, but I think it was in round 5. Something changed when Yarde landed a big right hand on Beterbiev and hurt him. And all of a sudden, even though he was gassed out of his peanut, he started loosening up, and it looked like after 5 he started using head movement. And for me, Beterbiev, I love to see the jab stats, but I think later on as the fight went on, I think that Yarde's success in the later rounds coincided with Beterbiev stopping jabbing, because I think what Yarde started doing, when Yarde started using the head movement and changing levels and dipping underneath and hooking and throwing rounds off the jab, it was really throwing Beterbiev and throwing Beterbiev's time, and then I think Beterbiev kind of stopped throwing that jab. After he got hurt a couple of times, he stopped throwing that jab, and that's why, if you look at the late half of the fight, Yarde starts to hold the center and starts walking him down, you know? And that's because that jab disappeared. Yes, I just felt maybe... Go on, carry on, bro. Please carry on.
I noticed as well, like with Yarde, towards the back end of the fight, he started throwing feints, and Beterbiev was reacting to it. So you could tell that he felt them shots, like he did touch him. And he did get Absolutely, but it's just, I think what happened, he got caught, he did get caught, and then that was it. Like, when he got caught, he didn't want to know afterwards. And when he went down, he didn't want to know afterwards. Even when he went to the corner, it was like, he was kind of done then. Do you know what I'm saying? So...
He looked down to me. Let me bring in Daz. Daz, have you got anything to add? I'm going to bring in Blue Collar Sports as well. Got anything to add there, Daz?
Yeah, so I think it's important to remember in boxing, experience counts for a lot. So we saw that in Smith versus Eubank just the other week. So let's look at totals. So Yarde's had, I think, under 50 fights combined, amateur and pro. But Beterbiev has had about 330 amateur and pro combined. Yarde started boxing, I think, in his late teens. Beterbiev, I'm pretty sure, started boxing a long time before that. So you can't really, at the elite level, make up for the fact that Beterbiev has seen all styles. He's been all around the world. He's been in different situations before. He's fought at a high level for a long time, amateur and pro. Yarde's learning on the job. I know everyone doesn't like to really talk about that, but it's the fact that Yarde doesn't really have the experience to know in certain situations what he needs to do, because he's finding out for the first time. So yeah, that's always gonna, those little 1%, they add up, and it matters a lot elite boxing. So when everything's equal, these little tells, these bits of experience, they all matter. So I think he was always up against it, and the fact that he's even competed at this level is credit to his natural talent and his willpower and his ability. Because I believe if Yarde started boxing a lot earlier, maybe if he started at 10 years old like a lot of other people do, he would be a lot further in boxing. But he is where he is, and I think he's done fantastically well still. The same like Anthony Yarde, they've done fantastically well.
Harold, can I ask you That's a very good question, yeah? It's something I'm struggling with, yeah? Yarde, because you know at the elite level, it's the minute differences make the difference, right? It's the little details, right, that could equate to the win. So do you think Yarde with another trainer, an elite trainer, do you think it's a different outcome, or do you think maybe he just wasn't good enough?
Well, everything that Yarde knows about boxing comes from Tunde, because he started with Tunde pretty much. So a new trainer was going to struggle to unpick everything that Yarde's ever known in his career. So Yarde's been boxing the same way with Tunde for over a decade. I think he met Tunde about 20 years old, roughly. So it's about 11 years he's been working with Tunde. So that's going to be very hard to unpick. So if for example, let's say, for example, he went with a Joe Gallagher, and Joe Gallagher's going to try and teach him a hands-up boxing, behind the jab, very stiff and upright. That's the complete antithesis and opposite of the way that Yarde's learned to box for over a decade. I think at this stage, if Yarde's got, let's say, 3 years left in his career, how do you learn a new style in the 3 years that's left and implement it in fights? I don't think it's really possible. I think he probably needs to stay with Tunde.
No, I hear that, but all right, look at AJ in the last fight with Usyk. Like, for me, that was one of the best versions of AJ I've seen. Like, the way he approached the Usyk 2 fight, incredible. Do you know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is, like, that's because of Robert Garcia, innit? So because a new trainer might have given him a strategy, might have given him a shot. I don't know, like, might have given him a new idea to approach it. That's what I'm thinking. Like, maybe that could have been the difference. I don't know, but maybe not. Maybe he just wasn't good enough. Do you know what I'm saying? So I hear what you're saying. It's
hard to say, really. It's all ifs and buts. It really depends on how he gels with this new trainer and what he's trying to implement. Oftentimes, I feel like a trainer can't fight for you. Ultimately, a trainer can give you a strategy and a mentality and give you advice. But then when you get in the ring, it comes down to your ability to implement what you've learned and your willingness to do that. because a lot, like for example, a lot of people like change trainers, and then they go when they get into the ring, they go and fight the same way they've always been fighting. So it really is it's a like a test and learn situation. So you could go with a new trainer, but then it's only going to see on fighting night whether it works, and it takes time to gel. And time at 31 years old isn't really something that he's got a lot of. I believe that actually when Joshua fought Usyk, he fought the wrong kind of fight in the second fight. I felt like he should have he should have imposed himself a lot more, because the old AJ, the come forward, seek and destroy kind of AJ, is more what he needs to bring out in his style. And that's actually why he went to work with Robert Garcia in the first place, because he wanted to box more like a Mexican kind of style. But we didn't see that on Come Fight Night, because he was caught between styles, because he was trying to implement the Angel Garcia, I think his name is. He was trying to implement Angel's Cuban boxing style with Robert Garcia's sort of more Mexican come forward aggressive style, and he got caught a little bit between styles and didn't really end up doing either of them. So yeah, really it's hard. It's a hard one,
guys.
I don't think it's gonna change.
I've got people queuing up, so I've just got to bring Sean. I've got to let you go, but just closing, Sean. I'm going to give you 10 seconds. Just tell me your final thoughts on tonight and just how it was run as an event. Were there many fights? How do you feel? Would you go back to another show? Would you go and watch Yarde again? Just give us any thoughts that come in your head.
Thanks for having me on. The undercard was shocking, like absolutely shocking. But the main incredible. No, undercard was fucking awful, bro. Did you see Moses' fight? Like
dive.
You didn't even hear him, bro. But anyway, the main event was incredible, innit? So big up to BT Sports for doing their thing, innit? But yeah, great fight. Well done to Anrthony Yarde. He can come again. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, thanks for having me on, guys.
Speak soon, bro. Speak soon. Right. Blue Collar Sports. Sorry, this guy's been waiting. Ingram, if you just wait for me for... right, Daz has gone. That's fine. Peace, Daz. Daz has gone, guys. Press 7 if you're about Daryl. Daryl's the main man. Daryl wants his own show on this channel. He can have his own show. I'm going to give you a little bit of news, and I'm going to bring in Blue Collar Sports. Riku will have his own show on this platform, possibly tomorrow. Press 7 if you're about the Riku report, because I've heard the Riku report will be airing at some time tomorrow. It will be an all Riku show, so you won't be hearing from me. That's where this platform's going. I don't know, maybe Jason Walker's cooked my platform by saying the things he said, but if we still have a platform by tomorrow afternoon, that's what our platform will be. I wouldn't be on here. Well, I'll be here, but I won't be talking. But I'll be here putting the strings in the background, but it will be the Riku report. So it'll be you and Riku. If you're ready for that, you're ready for that. Blue Collar Sports, I apologise. Please unmute yourself. I am so sorry, my man. Ingram, if you just wait, Ingram, it'll be just be me and you. So Ingram, if you just give me a couple minutes, I will make sure it happens. Blue Collar, man, just talk to me. What did you think, man, about what we saw tonight?
Well, yeah, I mean, first and foremost, tremendous fight. I expected Yarde to let it all hang out, but not quite like that. In this country, in Great Britain, we have a tendency to praise losers far too much. I'll give you an example. Paul Butler against Naoya Inoue. All I saw on my timeline, how brave, he went 11 rounds with Inoue. He didn't try to win in a unification fight. What we saw tonight was nuts and guts, let it all hang out. And Yarde, to me at least, he exceeded my expectations, made it a great show. And also, I think the addition of James Cook to Anrthony Yarde's team has worked wonders. We saw that in the Lyndon Arthur rematch. He dealt with Lyndon Arthur as he should have done. In my opinion, Yarde is far more talented, far more raw potential than Lyndon Arthur. And in this fight, they came with a good game plan. Yarde's jab was as good as I've ever seen it. I saw him doubling up on the jab, varying the jab from body to head, then feinting the jab, drawing the lead of Beterbiev and catching him with a counter check left hook. I liked the variety. He traded when he had to. No deer in the headlight looks in Yarde's game. And he just got beat by the more experienced, stronger fighter who just had a bit too much for him.
Let me ask you a question. Blue Collar, if that fight had taken place at the end of 2022, would that have been a Fight of the Year contender for fights in this country?
I think so, yeah. I think so. Yeah, I do. Maybe it's just reactionary, like speaking in the moment, but I was glued to my seat.
Do you think Anthony Yarde will be a world champion? Do you think that was his last chance?
I mean, as it is right now, I mean, Beterbiev's a world champion, Dmitry Bivol, two tremendous world champions. As of right now, the scene as it is, no. However, boxing moves in mysterious ways. Titles can become fragmented. All he needs is a favourable ranking in one sanctioning body. He gets a favourable fight. Who knows? It's possible. I've seen far worse hold world titles.
Do you think? Let me ask you one more thing as well. Do you know about Joshua Buatsi against Artur Beterbiev? Do you think styles make fights? We saw Buatsi at BT Sport. He seems to be. I don't think there's anything much in it really, because I know, but some guys just like going to different fights, right? You know, we see a lot of guys from the other side come to Queensberry fights, but Buatsi has been though around rather a few of these fights, and tonight he's on BT Sport. I still think he may end up crossing over, but anyway, how do you think he goes, and what do you think is the better way? I mean, Yarde is taking probably more risk than Buatsi. It's probably been in better fights than Buatsi, but maybe, like I said, the way Buatsi's being moved, he isn't in great fights. His biggest wins against Craig Richards, but maybe at the end of the run, maybe it will all pay off for Buatsi. Does that make sense? Maybe it will all pay off. What do you think?
With Buatsi, when he turned pro, I was quite excited, to be honest. I like his style. He's exciting to watch, but for the longer his career's gone on, the inactivity, the selective matchmaking, it feels like they're kind of hiding something with Buatsi. He doesn't really get much TV time or much promotion. I'm not sure what the deal is with Buatsi. I don't think it's going to work out with Buatsi. He's a good fighter. He's solid. He's probably, I don't know, he'll get a title shot, but I can't see him doing much. I'd worry for Buatsi at mid-range and in the pocket with Beterbiev. He squares up way too much, too many wide shots. I think Beterbiev gets to him, to be honest with you, on the inside, and probably makes a quick job of it.
Final question. Let me ask you, where do you... Again, we shouldn't really be... He didn't win, so, you know, I agree with you. You know, praising mediocrity, it is what it is. For me, like I said before, the reason why I'm quite keen to give him praise is because we do see a lot of fights involving British fighters, like you said, where they don't really sort of, you know, leave it all on the line, rightly or wrongly. You know, I'm just a keyboard warrior, so it's not really for me to judge properly, but you do sort of get the feeling there's more left in the tank. You know, the one that disappointed me a little bit was AJ Nusick, particularly the first time around. You know, did he really sort of, you know, go and sort of, you know, hang his chin out to dry? Do you know what I mean? You know, he's had all those amateur fights. He was an Olympic medalist. He's had all the backing from GB Boxing. He's had all those commercial contracts, you know, all the backing from Under Armour. And, you know, he gets a bit hurt, and then he sort of, you know, he lets a sort of a cruiserweight back him into his shell. And then you see a guy like Yarde, who had fucking 13 amateur fights. He's getting in a ring with... We discussed it beforehand, Blue Collar Sports. We said, pound for pound, other than Deontay Wilder, who's the biggest puncher in the sport? And the two names that came up were Beterbiev and Inoue. Biggest punchers in the sport, pound for pound, after Deontay Wilder. I think, you know, Yarde hasn't just got in the ring tonight with somebody who was world class. I think he's gone in the ring with someone above world class. But just give me your final thoughts on that, and any other final thoughts you got.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I would totally agree in regards to what Beterbiev brings to the table, and that really showed us what Yarde is about. Yeah, Yarde, late starter to boxing, doesn't have the experience. There were times in this fight where he did switch off, and he let Beterbiev capitalize on that. Technically, yeah, the guy still needs to improve, but we can talk about technical aspects of boxing all we want, but there are other ingredients, things that you can't necessarily teach: heart, balls, desire, guts. And I think Yarde proved that he has that. So, yeah, man, I mean, I want to see him come back. I'm intrigued to see where he goes next.
Thank you very much for coming on. I'll post a link to your channel very quickly. Blue Collar Sports, you guys know, he's got more subscribers than me anyway. I'll post a link to the channel. Bro, I really appreciate you coming on tonight, man. Take care.
No worries, man. Peace.
See you soon, man. Thank you very much. Ingram!
How you doing, bro?
Oh, Jesus. Did you watch this shit or what?
Yeah, I watched it.
All right, let's hear it, Ingram. I'm going to mute myself. Go for it.
The experiment is over. We've had two fights, to me, that have ended similarly, between Yarde and Kovalev, and now Yarde And Beterbiev. Now, if you go and look at the start before the fight, you saw Tunde Ajayi and Yarde warming up. All that. All right, good. Look sharp. Now, I'm asking myself, okay, you're doing all that stuff now, but when are you going to be able to catch the shots? Are you going to be able to block the shots? Are you going to stay off the ropes? Are you going to put yourself in a position to hit and not get hit? Or are you going to get countered and get hit straight down the middle? So all these questions I'm asking myself before the fight. And are you a world-class puncher? Or are you just a guy that punches, with some effect, but you're not a world-class puncher? Tonight, what we saw is an experiment for the second time gone wrong. And that's what it is, an experiment. And a lot of people, including myself, wanted Anrthony Yarde to do well and win the world title. And that's the eyes we were looking at this fight through. But through the eyes of a complete neutral. Yarde, when he was backed up in the corner, was getting beaten up in the corner, getting hit with not one uppercut, not even 2-3 uppercuts at a time. He still couldn't block the left jab. His head was still there to be hit whenever Artur wanted to hit him. And to me, what's the rush? Why was he in that world title fight? Why, if he had gained experience, British, Commonwealth, European, along that road, he would have learned about getting hit in fights against decent opposition, landing big shots, seeing people take it and come back at him, and learn to deal with adversity. He got hit with a shot of a left hook. I think it was in the second or the third round. If you go and watch replays, his eyes open up like, shit, what is this? So he gets hit with a left hook. And then it's like, for me, he was doing more or less the same things over and over and over again. And Artur Beterbiev was just watching him. And the British fans are getting excited. Yeah, Beterbiev's head got rocked back. And yeah, when Yarde throws his shots, he looks like he's pulling his shots. He doesn't look like he's driving his shots through. It seems like he's almost lots of like all that mitt work he's been doing. It looks like he's practicing that. And when he gets in the ring, he's doing that same stuff. Like he's hitting the pads. He's not driving shots through. It's like he's stopping at the target rather than throwing shots right through. And to me, I think he's hit a ceiling. He's hit a ceiling because of the guy who's training, which is Tunde Ajayi, which is why I say is the experiment is over. It's an experiment.
Okay.
Because let me finish. If you can find me a Tunde Ajayi fighter that has won a world title with that same style and has defended his world title, then I can say to you, it's a product that's finished. This is an experiment.
Yeah, I'm not sure what trainer would have done anything with Yarde tonight that would have gotten the win. I didn't think he would win tonight. I'm not sure there's any. Gone.
Is the technique even good enough? That's what he's been taught.
Well,
the tutelage under Tunde Ajayi, is it good enough to win your world title? That's what it's about.
Yeah, but Anrthony Yarde, this is the thing, right? In my opinion, right, he has lost 2 world title fights, but he's lost 2 world title fights to 2 of the greatest light heavyweights ever, and that would be my point. Like, it's the light heavyweights he's been in with. Like, in this country, as I said before, like, we do have a lot of belt holders, WBO this, WBO that, WBA regular, WBA super, yeah? And a lot of guys are running around, and they are world champions in their own right, and congratulations, right? But they haven't fought the elites of the sport. Like, Anrthony Yarde has got 2 losses, right?
Yeah, but wait.
And he's been outboxed in both. But I do think he deserves credit for the fact that he hasn't just got in the ring with some run-of-the-mill regular world-class champion. His first loss was to a guy who I thought beat Andre Ward in the first fight pretty clearly, and I think that was a disgraceful decision to how Andre Ward got a decision over Sergey Kovalev, considering Kovalev dropped him in the first or second round, and for me dominated large periods of the fight. So I thought Kovalev beat Andre Ward, and that really should have been Andre Ward's first loss, which tells you the kind of fighter that Sergey Kovalev was. And then he's got in the ring with Beterbiev. So again, I just do think, I do agree with some of what you're saying, and you can have your opinion. I'll let you talk right now. All I'm saying is just adding from my side. I think one thing maybe I do to remember is Yarde's been in with GOAT time, GOAT status fighters. Yarde's been in with, like, when they look at who's the greatest light heavyweights of the last 20 years, who are the greatest light heavyweights of the last 25 years? Beterbiev and Kovalev are going to be right at the top along with Bivol. Those
Right.
three are going to be right at the top.
Yeah, well, let me stop you in the tracks both there. Right there, I'm going to stop you in the tracks because both of them guys are aging fighters. And boxing is about timing, right? There was no rush for Yarde to fight Kovalev when he fought him. And there was no rush for Yarde to fight Beterbiev when he fought him. Now, if you'd got the timing right, which is why I believe he's been mismanaged, had he been managed correctly and he got the right fights at the right time, these two guys you're talking about, at a little older, he could have beaten them with coupled with the experience. So I say, yes, he's fought two great champions, but they're aging fighters. And not that they're young fighters, they're aging fighters. And boxing is about timing. You look at when Hatton fought, it's an example, but when Hatton fought Kosuzu, they fought Kosuzu at the time when Kosuzu was right for picking. Then they took that fight, and Kosuzu was inactive. Kovalev and this other guy, Beterbiev, were fighting quite regularly, 1 and 2. Yarde has jumped from not even British level to world class. He's not been managed, he's been mismanaged. So if he'd been managed properly,
Carry on.
If he'd been managed properly, and he fought these two guys managed properly, then he may have beaten one of these two guys. And when he was in that position when he hurt Kovalev, he wouldn't have emptied the tank because his team would have had a little bit more experience. But no, it's an experiment. Let's jump from British level straight to world level. You didn't learn your lesson the first time. You've gone and done the same shit again. So it's not.
I definitely agree. I definitely think you've got a point. No, I definitely think you've got a point. This is part of the reason why I felt the fight was a mismatch anyway. But I think Yarde exceeded all of my expectations. The only thing I can say is, I wonder if. I would love to know the reasons for why they took this fight when they did. Maybe they could wait. Maybe they can't. Yarde's had problems making £175 for a while. You know, Anthony Yarde has turned up to weigh-ins before, and he's had to weigh in once, twice, 2 or 3 times, right? We know this for a fact. We've seen Anthony Yarde miss weight a couple of times for fights. You know, I do wonder if there's a bit of a problem there, and I do wonder if maybe he's the type of guy that, in order, you know, maybe it was these kind of big fights, these once in a lifetime opportunities for them. He can kill himself and he can boil himself down and he can get down to the weight and he can try to get in the ring and perform. But I wonder if there's a problem doing it for sort of lesser opponents. I wonder if they know something that we don't.
Let me go back and ask you the question: is the team an elite team?
An elite team. Sorry. I've got to be careful. I can't say Tunde Ajayi is proven he's an elite trainer. No.
Right. So then we've got a situation. We've got a guy that is called special.
Yeah.
But has been mismanaged. If you're special, you don't be mismanaged.
Right. Yeah. I would
also,
agree.
If you're saying he's got a problem with his weight, why didn't you get a world-class dietitian in?
Yeah, I think he's huge, but I do think, yes, there's definitely an argument that can be put that Anthony Yarde, in terms of boxing career, has been mismanaged. I think you can say that. I do think some of the decisions are so bizarre. Like, I almost think they must know something that we don't, because I think, yes, you know, you can't really argue with that. Has he really cleaned out British and European level? No, he hasn't. Has he had massive jump ups in competition? Yes, he has. Absolutely. So I don't really think anybody can dispute that. But having said that, hold on, let me say this. Having said that, the bottom line is Anthony Yarde's performer credit tonight. I don't see what any of that's got to do with Anthony Yarde's performance. Anthony Yarde tonight got in the ring with somebody, regardless whether he's been mismanaged or not, or regardless of whatever. I think that Anthony Yarde's performance does deserve some celebration there, because he's managed to get in the ring in a fight which I never gave him a hope in. Nobody gave him a hope in. And he looks to give him Artur Beterbiev a serious one for his money to me tonight. And that's what I'm trying to do. I've called this fight a mismatch multiple times. I didn't think Yarde had a fucking chance. But I have to say, I did not in my wildest dreams think that Anthony Yarde was going to put on performance like that. And it just saying, Grim, if I let you talk, it's not just the fact that I think he's hurt Beterbiev in this fight, because I think he's landed a right hand on him early on that's hurt him, and I think he was landing shots over Beterbiev's cut eye, and I clearly think he got Beterbiev's respect, right? But I would say a couple of things. I would say the fact that he managed to stand in a ring and he was taking punishment from Beterbiev. It's not like he landed the first shot Beterbiev landed, he's gone over and folded. The guy literally at the end of fucking round 6 or 7 or whatever it was, standing in the fucking corner, and they were literally going toe to toe. And he was being hit with overhand rights, and he was punching Beterbiev off the fucking rope. He was back and he's punching Beterbiev off the ropes. And I just think, look, you have to give the guy a lot of credit for that. And let me just say one more thing as well. Has Anthony Yarde been mismanaged? I definitely think there's a case for it. I will say this, and I'll say it 100 times. The alternative is Joshua Buatsi, somebody who has been moved a little bit slower,
Right.
and maybe the way Buatsi's been moved will work out for him. But you know what? You look at what's going on the other side. He's an Olympic gold medalist, right? And he's had no signature wins. He's getting into life and death fights with Craig Richards, yeah? Anthony Yarde had 13 amateur fights, and he's gone from 13 amateur fights to making £1 million against Kovalev, and he would have made a fair penny tonight. But I do agree with you. Ingram. I don't think you could look at how he's been moved and say, like, he definitely hasn't been mismanaged. You can't argue with that. He hasn't gone through the British, and he hasn't gone through the European, and it was a step up too soon. You can't really argue with that. But the performance was outstanding from Yarde, considering that. Let me ask you a quick question, Ingram. Who put in a better performance, right? Joe Smith Jr. And guys in the chat asked me, Joe Smith Jr. was a WBO world champion, right? And that was a unification fight with Beterbiev. A big hyped up unification fight. And they said that Beterbiev versus Joe Smith Jr. was the closest thing to a 50-50 fight that you would ever see Beterbiev in. Because Joe Smith Jr. had the power to hurt him. Now you tell me, Joe Smith Jr. had all that experience. He ended Bernard Hopkins' career. Maybe he did it the right way. Maybe he wasn't mismanaged. He was a WBO champion. And guess what? Joe Smith Jr.'s performance against Artur Beterbiev wasn't even a fucking tenth of the performance, yeah, that Anthony Yarde put in there tonight. It weren't even a tenth. Joe Smith Jr. gave Artur Beterbiev no problems, hung his chin out to dry and got wiped out inside 3 rounds. But Anthony Yarde sat there and fought for 7, 8, 9. Carry on.
Yeah, well, the Joe Smith thing, you can only talk like that because you saw Joe Smith use the wrong tactics against Beterbiev, get knocked out. If that fight did not happen, you would not have brought the alarm bells around to everybody say, you know what, if you go for the front door with this guy like that, you're going to get yourself knocked out. But look at Marcus Brown. He didn't go for the front door like that, did he? But Joe Smith decided to go straight for the front door and got smashed to bits. Now, let me go back to you about something. All the things you're saying, you're saying Yarde did this and Yarde did that and Yarde did this. Imagine what he could have done if his career was managed properly. 1, 2. If you flip the careers around, if you give Yarde Buatsi's career and you give Buatsi Yarde's career, what would have happened then? Because to be honest, the way Buatsi's career has been run is the way Yarde's career should have been run.
Yeah, well, I think it's a hard question because Buatsi had a lot more amateur experience. So in theory, if you'd have given Buatsi Yarde's career, you would have thought Buatsi should have done better, right? Because Buatsi had more experience, right?
Yes.
And yet Buatsi's going life and death with Craig Richards.
Well, I don't know.
Right? Buatsi's going life and death with Craig Richards, right?
Yes, and I stated that.
All right.
In my previous fight, I did say that was going to happen. Also, I think that Buatsi's been chinned in sparring. I think he's been knocked out in sparring somewhere early in his career, and that's why he's fighting the way that he fights now. I think Buatsi's actually chinny, but
did Yarde exceed your expectations tonight, Ingram, in any way?
No.
He didn't exceed your expectations.
Why would he exceed?
Are you sure?
Wait. Did he get hit with a left jab? Yes. Did he get hit with a straight right hand down the middle? Yes. Did he get caught at counters? Yes. Did he get beat up with his back against ropes? Yes. So all the things that he was meant to have corrected from the Kovalev fight, he did that same shit again. No, he did not exceed expectations.
He did the same shit again. So do you think...
Hold on. Let me finish. Exceed expectation means stop Beterbiev. That's exceed expectation. Not getting knocked out flat on your back.
So if he didn't knock out Beterbiev, he wouldn't have exceeded expectations.
No. So what are we celebrating here? Coming second.
I think sometimes we have to look at the manner of the fight. I mean, can I ask you a question? If I'd have said to you before the fight, that Yarde would have stood there, I said Yarde's going to go toe to toe with Beterbiev. I said in the later rounds he's going to push Beterbiev out of the center of the ring and push Beterbiev onto the ropes. I tell you that Yarde will take multiple clean shots from Beterbiev, punch Beterbiev back, stun Beterbiev and back Beterbiev up. Would you believe that if I told you before this fight? That's what was going to happen.
Yeah, because he's a bloody 38-year-old man. Unlike heavyweight. Come on.
But he only became 38 after this performance against Anthony Yarde, see, innit? Because before the fight, he was going to destroy Yarde. And now you're putting the performance of credit. Now he's 38 years old.
He still destroyed. Did Yarde end up on his back? Yes or no? Did he stop Yarde? Yes or no?
Not on his back, no. But yeah, he took a knee, yeah. And then the fight was called off.
Exactly, because he looked at Tunde and said, hey, bruv, I don't
Yeah, he was done. Yeah, he was done. But yeah, he was done. But can I ask you a question? Which performance do you think was better? Anthony Yarde against Sergey Kovalev or Anthony Yarde tonight against Beterbiev? What do you think was the better performance, do you think?
Anthony Yarde versus Sergey Kovalev, because I saw the same thing happen again tonight.
Who do you think was the better fighter? Do you think Sergey Kovalev? So if you took the Sergey Kovalev when he fought Anthony Yarde versus the Beterbiev Anthony Yarde fought tonight, who do you think is better fighter?
Beterbiev beat him up more. Beterbiev pushed him back up against.
Yeah, who do you think was the better fighter? Kovalev of when Yarde beat him. Kovalev a couple of years ago, just before he fought Canelo, who had lost three times and he lost 3 out of his last 5. Or Beterbiev, right? So you think Yarde was in against the better? Yeah, he was in against a stronger opponent than what he was in when he fought Kovalev. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah?
Absolutely.
And you don't think Yarde boxed better against the better opponent than he did against Kovalev?
What did he do better? Did he move his head more? No. Was he able to block a straight jab? No, he couldn't block a jab. Was he still voluntarily walking back to the ropes? He was still walking back to the ropes. Was he still getting hit clean for the middle of the right hand? He was still getting clean for the middle of the right hand. I'm frustrated because I see a guy with great talent, right, being mismanaged. I just look at it from a coaching perspective.
But when was the last time you seen somebody in a ring with Beterbiev, like legitimately taking rounds off Beterbiev? Like, so when was the last time you've seen a guy push Beterbiev out of the center of the ring, right?
All right.
Right? And land shots on him and take rounds off him. I thought Beterbiev was winning the fight, but
you know how I'll cut your conversation short. Let's see a rematch. Let's see a rematch. If you're so confident, let's watch a rematch and put your house.
I'm not saying I think Yarde would beat Beterbiev. I think Beterbiev is one of the great.
So that's the point.
But Beterbiev is one of the greatest. Beterbiev is one of the greatest in history. I mean, there's no shame in losing to him. I mean,
so then why would you put him in with?
No, I agree.
When he's been mismanaged.
I agree.
Tonight, Yarde could be winning a European Championship. We could be celebrating him. Yes, progression. He's won a European Championship. You know, and he's on his way to win a world title. Well, let's give him a few more fights. And then maybe he gets for a fight. He gets Beterbiev when he's like 39 years old, takes the same fight, and instead of rocking him, knocks him out.
I definitely think you can say his career's been mismanaged, but I think at the same time you can still praise him for the performance he put on tonight, because I don't think there's anybody out there that would have expected him to do what he did to Beterbiev tonight. Especially after those early rounds, that he was taking quite a lot of punishment in them early rounds. And by the second half of the fight, to me, it seemed like he seemed to be pushing Beterbiev out of the ring, and it looked like, actually, like in terms of the pace of the fight, it looked like he was actually bossing it. I mean, I think the cards are a disgrace, by the way. I think Beterbiev was winning this fight, but Yarde was up on 2 of them 3 cards, you know. And I think those cards are wrong, but I'm just saying, like, do you think that might be an indicator as to like how well Yarde did? Because Yarde was landing some very, very clean right hands, some good body work, some good check left hooks. Like from round 1, Yarde was. So what I'm saying is, I'll let you talk. I'll mute myself. But what I'm saying is, I agree with you that Yarde's career was mismanaged. I think I can't really argue that if his career had been better managed, maybe he had a better opportunity. But my question would be, does that necessarily stop us from giving him the credit for the heart he showed tonight and the performance he put in? Because I think if you look at him compared to Joe Smith Jr., who was apparently a much better world champion and fought with these guys, it was a far better performance. And I think if you look at some of the other British fighters that have been under the lights against elite, because I think Beterbiev is elite. I don't think Beterbiev is world class. I think Beterbiev is an elite fighter. Beterbiev is a very, very few fighters that have ever come to this country that we've seen on the level of Beterbiev. When Beterbiev, you look at his amateur background, I mean, this is a guy who's right up there with Usyk. So we're talking about some of the greatest guys to have ever boxed coming on UK shores. We're not talking about like Mauricio Lara, or some random belt holder coming to the UK with a WBA. And I'm just saying, given Yarde, may have been mismanaged or not, can we still not give Yarde credit, given that he's just, managed to sort of, in my opinion, come out with credit against one of the greatest of all time, no?
bro. My heart's turned bitter, and I see why my heart's turned bitter. I can explain to you why. Can you hear me? Hello.
I can hear you. I've muted myself. Go for it.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I see where my heart's gone bitter. It reminds me of the time when Bruno fought Mike Tyson. And Bruno went down in the first round. He got up and he rocked Mike Tyson. And he hurt Mike Tyson. He landed good shots and he stunned Mike Tyson. And it was like, yeah, but Mike almost ripped Bruno's head off his shoulders. But remember that first round when Bruno hurt Tyson? I'm like, yeah, cool. But is that what we're watching boxing for? For me, I don't know. Maybe it's just the coach of me. It's just like the world title is like the Holy Grail. It's like, you fight British, Commonwealth, European. When you get to world, that's the final dance. That's the final dance. And you should not be at that dance if you're not ready. You should not be at a dance unless you're ready. That's my
but I still, I agree with you. I still think we can give Yarde credit though for tonight though. That's what I feel. I think yes, we can. There's definitely an argument that he wasn't ready, but I think my argument would be that's what makes his performance so great tonight. The fact that I've called it a mismatch. I didn't think he was ready, and despite the fact he wasn't ready, he's gone in there and he's given one of the greatest world champions who's ever put a pair of gloves on a very, 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 very good run for his money. And I do think that, just my opinion, Yarde can be praised for that. I think we've seen British fighters fight for world titles against opponents who are far less fearsome than Artur Beterbiev, and we've seen them, take a knee and laugh and giggle, drop the belt. I think we've seen a ton of these fights. We've seen a ton of these fights where British fighters have fought for world titles and whatnot. But I will say, look, Yarde has been this is Yarde's second fight, right, for a world title. I think it's his second fight for a world title, but he's fought two of the greatest to ever do it when he's fought for a world title. And he's had his moments in both fights. And I think for that, you give him credit for that, right? That's how I feel.
Let me drop this in, yeah? If he had an elite or a top quality trainer tonight on that journey, in that ring, he may well have been a world champion tonight. That's the frustrating thing for me.
Well, so hold on. So you think if you just swap the trainers around tonight, he could have won? If you just swap the trainers around?
I think if the lessons were learned from the Kovalev fight and the changes were made then, and you'll put him into his fight now, I think he would. I think, given the position he got himself in and the shots that he was landing, and with a better team around him, I believe he would have thrown his punches with more conviction, and rather than throw punches like he's pulling punches, that he would have thrown punches with more menace and would have probably stopped Beterbiev. That's the frustrating thing for me.
Okay, that's fine. I just it's
all right. You know what I will congratulate Yarde on taking the hellacious shots that he took. I'll congratulate on that and be able to walk through the shots that Beterbiev was throwing him with, because he got hit with some shots, I tell you.
Yeah, but what about Beterbiev? Did Beterbiev get hit with some shots?
Yeah, but Beterbiev has been training and he's been fighting, and that's why he's an elite fighter. Not only he can give it, but he can take it. That's
but did Yarde not show that he can take some of it as well?
Ultimately,
how many fighters?
As Naz says, he took. I took his, but he couldn't take mine. Ultimately,
yeah. I just think Beterbiev's one of the greatest ever. Like no one's ever gone the distance with him. And this is a man who ended the career of Alexander Gvozdzik.
Yeah.
Look at how much amateur experience did Alexander Gvozdzik have when he got in the ring with Beterbiev?
Yeah, but Gvozdzik
Did Alexander Gvozdzik ever box again? Did he ever box again after being in the ring with Beterbiev?
He didn't. Yep. And the way he won his world title of Stevenson is another story altogether. And one day I might talk about that.
Okay. Okay. But I just
But yeah.
Carry on, please.
I don't want to be one of these people that celebrate
mediocrity.
Yeah. I mean, he did well. Considering we all thought he's going to get splattered. Yes. But it's the same old things I'm talking about from the Kovalev fight here.
I think you're right about the mismanagement possibly. I still think there must be something that I'd love to talk to Tunde about this, but I don't know. On one day maybe, but I would like to know, but I do think you can't argue that it was.
But you know what?
It was. Go on, carry on, please.
I will say this much: the fact that Yarde's been able in 2 world title fights, he has been competitive in 2 world title fights, is a credit to Tunde.
I mean, he's been competitive. Again, I'll say it one more time. It's not just 2 world title fights, and I think that's the difference. Like, he's not just fought belt holders; he's fought 2 of the greatest ever. That's why he's not a world champion. If we'd have got some freaking, if we'd have got right one of these WBO champions from back in the day, like what we used to, and put them in a Del Monte box and ship them over, Yarde would be a fucking world champion.
World champion today, of course he would.
Yarde would be a world champion. Yarde would be the fucking world champion around about the Kovalev fight if we'd have got one of these fucking belt holders out of nowhere. Yeah. We'd have found one of these fucking WBO, IBO, whatever belt holders. Do you know what I mean? Putting them in a box and ship them over to the UK. Anthony Yarde would have been able to run around telling people he's a world champion. Just like all these other guys who have got fucking interims and stuff, right? Let me give an example, right? Daniel Dubois, who I love to pieces, right? Daniel Dubois, technically, has won some version of a world title, technically. WBA don't even call his belt interim, by the way. It's ridiculous. But Daniel Dubois can say, well, I did something, right? Yeah. So in history, Daniel Dubois will be able to say, well, I won something at world level and Yarde didn't, right? But the difference is, right, that Yarde fought 2 of the greatest ever. Yeah, and Dubois fought fucking Trevor Bryan. Yeah. In the back of a YMCA in the middle of nowhere, right? So I'm just saying. I'm just saying, like, we do have to look at the performances. Yeah, I agree. His career's probably been mismanaged. Financially, maybe he's done very well financially. Yeah, maybe that's what he's gone for. Because I'd be very, very surprised if Joshua Buatsi's done financially better from boxing than Anthony Yarde. I'd be amazed if that's the case. But maybe they do write massive checks at the zone. Carry on, Ingram. Give any other thoughts you have. Sorry, I'll keep cutting you off.
I keep thinking to myself, if they'd gone and fought for a European title now. If they fought for a European title, and then, because both of those guys, not both of those guys, Beterbiev's like 38 now. You're thinking maybe afterwards, after getting a European title fight and then getting maybe 2-3 title defenses, Beterbiev, if he's still around, he may retire, and then there may be a loop for Yarde to get himself back in the mix and win a world title then. I mean, that's what I would have been thinking if I was plotting his way back to the world title. A little slower, build him up, get him the crucial experience he needs so the next time he gets to the world title fight, he'll be ready. That's what I would like to have seen. And that's why I'm frustrated to see him take a second world title fight against, we call him elite, which he is, and will go down as a legend. But a fight he didn't have to take, and miles on the clock and punches he didn't have to be absorbing. Yes, he took it, and yes, he did well to do all that, but I felt it was all very unnecessary because ultimately you haven't brought the gold back. So you could have taken that fight and fought someone and won a European title, and then pushed on a year from now and won a world title. That's what I think. But hey.
No, I think there's I can't hand on heart say you had to take the fight. I think the timing was bad, and I do think it was a mismatch. And I did go for Beterbiev inside 6.
I'm frustrated because I see so much talent in that young man.
Yeah, but I think he's had no amateur fights. So I think one thing we've got to give Tunde credit for is, listen, Tunde's taken a guy, right, who had no amateur experience, who had 13 amateur fights, right? And he has now ended up in big fights with Kovalev and Beterbiev, 2 of the greatest of all time. Right? There are a lot of boxers in the past. Right, but there are a lot of boxers who have had fantastic amateur careers. Scotty Cardle, right, was one of them, for example. Right? Boxed all around the world, boxer of AJ, boxer of England, boxer whatever. British level, and there's no shame in that. Never fought for world titles. Like, there are a lot of guys who have, who've been amateur fighters and had the experience, and they don't. And I don't want to be crude about it, but I do agree with what a couple of people have said. You can have a lot of experience, right? And nothing beats, experience and all that. And I agree with you that Yarde, maybe, Yarde's quiz be mismanaged and stuff. But the heart that Yarde showed tonight, listen, Sorry, mate. I don't care fucking how much amateur experience. Experience does count because you build up, obviously, preparation and stuff. So it does count. But the Heart Yard show tonight, again, I will say, without trying to disrespect any particular British fighters, and you know who the names are. We've seen British fighters go into the rings, world titles. They've had amateur backgrounds, Team GB. One was in a very, very high-profile fight with a cruiserweight. Got hit, in the O2 Arena, or got hit at Wembley Stadium against the cruiserweight and went into a shell and nearly got stopped in the last round. Right? We saw none of that from Yarde tonight. We saw none of that from Yarde, and for that reason, I give him a bit of credit. You see the undercard? Go on.
What undercard?
Oh Jesus! If you've seen it, it was a disgrace.
I just saw the young 18-year-old who wants to flatten beat Mike Tyson's record. He's going to get flattened before that happens.
Well, Itauma's extremely highly rated. I'm not sure about that, but the opponent definitely came to lay down. The opponent straight up to the
exactly. That's what I'm saying to you. If people get excited about that,
can I just say quickly how big this Yarde performance is? Right, Damian Lillard is talking about Anthony. Do people know what that is? Like, this is fucking Damian Lillard is tweeting about Anrthony Yarde. I thought this was a great performance by Anrthony Yarde. Fought very well and was trending upwards. Wasn't winning though. Got caught. It happens. I mean, it's Damian Lillard. You've got fucking NBA stars, man. NBA stars were tuning in tonight and talking about Anrthony Yarde. So listen, man. That is something. Ingram, we've got a caller coming. Ingram, you can respond to any points.
Oh, just 1 second. I just want to say one thing. I will give Tunde Ajayi maximum respect for getting Yarde in position to earn maximum amount of money in boxing. Now, like I said, a lot of guys in boxing who've got much more experience than Yarde. I've won world titles, and I can guarantee I've not made as much money as Yarde has made. So shout out to Tunde Ajayi for that side of his management and financial side.
That side, But I agree with you. I agree with you.
Adidas deal.
Yes, but I agree with you. At the end of the day, he didn't go through British time. Can't come on the show because he doesn't know how to connect his mic and camera. So he's stuck in the lobby with no mic. He's here now. Here we go. 1 sec. How we doing, brother?
Oh, yeah, I'm good. Sorry, I only got back. I went to the event. I got back about 10 minutes ago. So,
right.
Yeah,
right.
I only just managed to tune in. I wasn't sure if anyone else had come on.
Yeah. We've had a good few people. We've had a good few people on. One went to the event just like you. Right. Let me start off. What was it like in there? Was it a packed out arena or was there fucking empty seats? Could you hear your voice echoing all over the?
It was full. Any Frank Warren Queensbury haters out there, they didn't have a leg to stand on tonight. It was full. Don't get me wrong, obviously got an empty seat here and there, but the place was packed. It was buzzing.
What did you think about the fight? Did it meet your expectations? I'm gonna mute myself and let you talk. What are your thoughts about the fight?
The undercard itself was a bit shit, but the main event more than made up for it. Amazing fight. That's truly amazing. Worth every penny.
If I don't know how often would you say the general feeling people are saying is that is going to be one of the fights of the year. Is that one of the best fights you've ever seen in Britain, like in the British Union?
Sorry, could you say that last bit again?
Of course I can. A couple of people are saying that they think this could be a potential fight of the year candidate. What do you think? Do you think when it's all said and done, maybe not the fight of the year, but do you think this, towards the end of the year, in January, do you think this is probably going to be a candidate?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it set the tone for the year. Absolutely. Honestly, amazing fight. Big props to Yarde.
Did Yarde talk? Did Yarde exceed your expectations? What did you think was going to happen when you walked in? When you walked in the arena tonight, what do you think was going to happen?
I know that some people may be skeptical about this, but I said to the two friends I went with that if Yarde's worked on his stamina, I think he'll make it to round 8. If not, I think he'll be out there by 6. And I mean, lo and behold, he went out by round 8. So, but the thing is, honestly, he could have. I mean, I know a lot of people, myself included, didn't expect him to probably see the end of the fight, but he gave a really good account of himself. He couldn't have done much more. But I want to talk a bit about Beterbiev because that guy, when you see him in person, he is an absolute machine.
What does it sound like? What did the shots? Can you hear them? I don't know where you were sitting. Can you hear this shit?
Honestly, from where I was sitting, I couldn't. I was in the second tier, so I couldn't quite see them. But he just does not stop coming forward. I'd like to rewatch the fight. I haven't really managed to even see the knockout again since the fight, because again, I still don't have a proper picture of that. But I mean, what I found just so like just hit me about this guy. I mean, obviously everyone talks about he's a monster, but he does not stop coming forward. You just knew he would come and get the stoppage at some point. It won't necessarily happen in round 1 and 2, but even when he gets backed into the corner, he just manages to flip it. And then he gets Yarde on.
I agree. Keep going. Sorry, I agree.
To witness that in person, honestly, it was it was genuinely a pleasure. As I said, massive props to Yarde. He fighting these two dance partners, and he definitely took his part. But to witness that, it was a monster in there, honestly. The only way I could see Bivol losing. Sorry, Beterbiev losing is if he fights Bivol, because Bivol could be the only one who might outbox him. Because
I agree.
If boxers like Joe Smith, Yarde, there's quite a few other heavy hitters in the light heavyweight division, if they can't blast him out, then the only way to beat him at the moment, Craig Richards. I mean, I actually went to Buatsi against Craig Richards, and I'll be honest with you, I can't see either Buatsi nor Craig Richards really being a threat to either Bivol or Beterbiev, to be honest. I don't think they're skilled enough, and I don't think they carry the power to really trouble Beterbiev. I mean, Yarde is heavy-handed, and that's an understatement. And he caught Beterbiev with some good shots tonight, but it just wasn't enough.
Thanks for calling in, man. I really appreciate you calling in, man. And like I said before, you witnessed. I think Beterbiev is elite, isn't he? Like, that's what I'm trying to make. Isn't just some fucking. This isn't just some fucking WBO, WBA guy. Do you know what I mean? Belt holder. This guy ain't no belt holder. This guy's the legit, real deal. Give us your final thoughts.
I'll sum up with a quote that one of my friends said. He was like, Beterbiev, that guy eats frogs for breakfast. And honestly, you could just see it. Guy's made of different minerals. He's an absolute animal, machine, monster, whatever word you want to throw at it, that's him. He's the true beast of the East. No disrespect to Yarde, but he is the true beast of the East.
All right, fair play, mate.
I'll leave it on that.
Good evening.
I'll leave it on that. You too. Thanks for having me.
Take care, mate. Ingram, any thoughts on that?
It's true.
Beterbiev is the true beast of the East. Not
I did say that in my pre-fight. There are levels to beasts. So
yeah. Yarde's wildebeest, and Beterbiev is something else, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Beterbiev is special.
He is. Itauma, that was shocking. Anything else? People, the general consensus, Ingram, is that you haven't missed anything, and that the main event pretty much saved the card. The card was pretty dire. Any other thoughts? Any fights you're looking forward to? Any thoughts, Ingram?
Yeah, Jake Paul versus Tommy Fury. If Tommy Fury gets chinned, oh dear.
Who do you think wins that fight?
I'm rocking with Jake Paul. Strangely enough.
I think Jake Paul's the favourite. Everybody comes on and says, "Oh, I'm going with Jake Paul," but I think Jake Paul's is legit favourite, and Jake Paul should be the favourite to win. I don't know how anybody thinks Tommy Fury's the favourite to win. For me, Jake Paul's a clear favourite to win by knockout.
I'll tell you something though.
But I think Tommy Fury will win on points though. I'm going with Tommy Fury on points, but
Saudi Arabia. Does that mean there's no VAR testing?
Oh, listen, these guys will be fucked. Anyway, I've got to be careful what I say here, but listen, I've got to be very careful what I'd say, but I won't worry about any dope testing. Jesus Christ. And anyway, listen, Ingram, there's no point in having dope testing in this country anyway, because every time somebody fails, they carry on fighting anyways. What's the fucking point? Might as well just abolish dope testing anyway. Because anytime someone tests positive, Ingram, we just carry on fighting anyway.
Yeah, what's going on here?
You alright?
What's going on with the video?
That's just it's Tommy Fury took a shot off in the middle of the ring.
Yeah.
And for some reason, Jake Paul's making fun of his shoes, and so he's pointing at his shoes. He's pointing at the fact that he's not wearing any socks. I mean, Tommy Fury, this was true WWE stuff. Tommy Fury took his shirt off before Jake Paul even came in the fucking ring. Tyson Fury was having one of his down days today. You could see he didn't look himself at all today. Very he looked just very normal. Like, it wasn't like the big showman or any bravado. He was backstage with Jake Paul, talking, and that. There's no animosity there at all, I don't think, really. And it's all about business, really. But Tyson Fury is being actually the real Tyson Fury. A lot of pressure, Sonny Singh says, a lot of pressure on Fury from the family.
Yeah,
you know what? Honestly, I think if he comes in at 100%, Tommy Fury, I think he'll get it done on points. But it wouldn't. But honestly, the favourite to win the fight should be Jake Paul by stoppage. That should be. Go on.
I have zero faith in Tommy Fury's chin.
Yeah, you shouldn't. You shouldn't. No, but I'm just being real. Like, it's as simple as that. Like, there's nothing that he's done in the ring really that a normal person would look at, and think, yeah, he's the favourite over Jake Paul. He's just not. Like, Anderson Silva, right, is a guy who fucking went the distance with a blown up Chavez Jr.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, what we want to say about Chavez Jr., he is a professional boxer, right? And Silva got dropped by fucking Jake Paul. Jake Paul carries power in that right hand.
He does.
So to me, Jake Paul is the favourite to win this fight by stoppage. But I will say, just my opinion, I think if Tommy turns up 100%, I think he'll win it on points. I think he'll shock people in that one actually, because I think Jake Paul's a bit one-handed. But that's me for another day. Anything else, Ingram, that you think of? Anything else that comes to mind?
Not really comes to mind.
What have we got next week? Should we check the schedule?
Who's boxing next
Should
week?
Should we check our friends at Matchroom? Because they are the premier promoters in the UK. Let's quickly see what we've got next. No, I'm serious. They are.
Yeah. April Fool's Day.
Oh my God, Ingram. I think we need to do a separate show, and do that on a separate show, Ingram. We need to do that on a separate show. But AJ and fucking Franklin. I'm going for AJ inside 5. 1 second, Ingram. We've got somebody. Skyliner, how you doing?
What's going on, man?
What's going on?
You good?
All good, bro. How you feeling about what you saw tonight?
Man, I really enjoyed that, man. I swear. I was up, the undercard was it. Yeah, but it was a freebie. What can you expect from Frank Warren? But the main event, I can't even remember what the undercard was, but the main event was superb. I enjoyed all of it. But now we got bloody Eddie Hearn trying to flog us Callum Smith. I don't want to watch no Callum Smith. I want Beterbiev versus Bivol. That's what I want. So yeah, man, I just called in just to share my thing, because I was catching up with your watch along and everything, and then I was just going back to Steve Bunce's atrocious comments. Like, I felt like throwing my shoe at the TV.
Could I interest you in Dalton Smith versus Billy Adlington next week for the British Super Lightweight title? Can I interest you in that? Is that okay?
Nah, man. Dalton Smith, like, I don't. What's he about? Like,
Jesus, nothing. Not my. He's a good fighter, but listen, it is what it is. Lee Wood and Mauricio Lara is
good fight. Good fight.
In a couple of weeks' time. Yeah, it's a good fight. Yeah, I mean,
I
it's
like
not
that.
quite.
But what's the undercard?
The undercard's saying Dalton Smith versus Billy Allington for the British Super Lightweight title. We've got
I don't
Siobhan
know
Clark.
why Billie Eilish is getting in the mix.
Well, what about this guy? You've got Dex Spellman, former Anrthony Yarde victim, against Siobhan Clark. And then below that, we've got Gary Cully versus Wilfredo Flores for the WBA
I mean, it's
Intercontinental.
almost as bad as the Norfolk Nightmare, isn't it?
Oh, come on, man. Tommy, why is everybody like Ingram? Did you see Tommy Fletcher tonight?
Oh, terrible.
You know that guy, that journeyman against the Norfolk Nightmare?
He was terrible. It was garbage.
He was having a bubble in there, though.
Yeah.
He was having a bubble. Hold on. Skyliner. I'm going to finish up with Ingram. Give us your final thoughts on what you've seen tonight. How good you thought the fight was. If you think Yarde could be a world champion. If not, look, he's fought a hell of a fight. Like, what do you feel? Give us your final thoughts.
I think Yarde can come again. It's just that it was unfortunate he had come up against the elite fighter.
I agree.
But I think he's still got the ingredients to fix it in world level. He just needs Bivol and Beterbiev to get out of his teeth.
Exactly.
But
that's what we need.
I think Yarde can beat Buatsi.
Yes.
Well, I think
before you go,
go on.
I've been listening to you for a long time. Like this this rendition of this channel, you've come and gone, they've kicked you off, you come back, something's had. So I just want to say, you keep doing what you're doing, man, because I've been a lot, like over 10 plus years. Before you was even a software guy or whatever you were doing, I was listening to you.
I appreciate that. I had a channel and I actually gave it up before, but we'll talk about that another day. I've had someone I've shut down a few myself. Thank you very much, my brother. I really appreciate that. And yeah, we'll see you. I don't know what the next big British fight will be, but if you're around for Anrthony Yarde versus Anthony Joshua versus Jermaine Ice Cream Sandwich Franklin, then we can talk about that. Yeah.
Fat pudding's gonna get flattened, man.
Wow. Skyliner, take care, bro.
Take care.
Wow. Ingram, that's where we're at in the sport. Anthony Joshua versus Jermaine Franklin. I think, look, it's the right fight for Anthony Joshua. My only problem is it's pay-per-view. That's where we are right now, Ingram.
Ask you a question. How much heart has Joshua got left? Does he really want to be in the sport anymore?
He's getting Jermaine Franklin out of there inside 4 rounds, so we ain't going to find out on that night. April Fool's Day, Ingram.
He better.
He's getting him out of there in 4 or 5 rounds. He's not gonna fuck around with Jermaine Franklin. He's getting him out of there. He's getting him out of there. And if he doesn't get him out of there, if he looks bad against Jermaine Franklin, the writing's on the wall for him, genuinely. Because he is so far, he's so far above Dillian White. Honestly, hand on heart, yeah. I just want to see him. I am is cracking me up in the chat. I just want to see. Do you know what? I want to see Anrthony Yarde just dust off Dillian White one more time, just so he can show people how good, because he really is on another level to Dillian White. Like, to me, that is not a 50-50 fight, like, at all. White and AJ too, especially this time in their careers with all the punishment White's taken. White's been in grueling fights with Fury, Parker, Chisora. He was hurt by Franklin just after the middle round. Yeah. To me,
he's finished.
Anthony Joshua's in another level. So I hope he gets rid of Franklin, and then I hope, if he gets him with White, I'm calling that as well. I think he'll knock out Franklin and White both inside 6 easy.
But he's going nowhere near Deontay Wilder.
No, I don't believe. If he beats White, we might see it. It depends on the performances. If he beats White well, we might see it, but because they're gonna have to cash him out eventually. But we'll have to wait and see. At the minute, you can't put him in with Wilder right now. He needs a couple of tune-up fights, Anthony Joshua. To be honest, he needs Jermaine Franklin. I don't have a problem with the fight. I think it's the kind of fight he needs. I think he needs 2 or 3 of them fights. He's got a new trainer. I think he needs 2 or 3 of them fights. But it's just a pay-per-view thing.
And not
it's the pay-per-view thing. I mean, tonight we saw Yarde and Beterbiev. For me, that's one of the best fights I've seen in British boxing in the last 12 months, right? In my opinion, right? That was non-pay-per-view, right? April the 1st, someone's got to explain to me why I need to be paying a fucking pay-per-view to see fucking Jermaine Franklin and Anthony Joshua.
Because Anthony Joshua is the event.
Is he? No. He is, but they're holding. It's not a stadium fight. It's the fucking O2 Arena, which we'll see. All right, Ingram. I think we should do. I do owe you a show actually, but your show's a bit more hostile than mine. I like my own comfort zone, but I do prefer my own comfort zone here. But it is what it is. But I do owe a show. If you would like to come back and talk at some point, I do think we have some business to go through. Probably what is it now? It's now February. So it's now January. It's January the 29th, right? Mm-hmm. So we look at Matchroom. No one's doing any fucking lives about Lee Wood and Mauricio Lara. I mean, I might do one for a joke, but really, no one's. Do you know what I mean? The stars ain't coming out for Lee Wood and Mauricio Lara, innit? Do you know what I mean? So we can put that one in the bin. So ain't nobody care about that. We've got Jake Paul, Tommy Fury in a month. There you go.
Yep, great.
4 weeks time, we've got Jake Paul, Tommy Fury. So absolutely, wow. And then that leads into Big Meech versus Jermaine Franklin.
Yeah, absolutely.
And hopefully we'll get a fight before then. Any final words, Ingham? Any final thoughts? Any final words? Anything you want to get off your chest? Any comments in the chat you want to address?
Bit concerned that Joshua's still got the same people around him. Although he's got Derek James, he's got the same hangers-ons around him.
How do you know that? Yeah?
Nah.
He's still got the same. Is he still got his 30-man entourage with him?
Yes.
30-man entourage. What about Spencer Oliver? As long as he cuts off Spencer Oliver, he should be all right. And As long as he gets rid of that WhatsApp group, he should be all right. You're concerned. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you, before I let you go, let me ask you for a prediction. Why AJ and Franklin? So the way you're angling it makes me think you think Franklin's got some form of chance against Anthony Joshua.
I don't know what Anthony Joshua's got left. That's what I'm saying.
So
I don't
so
think his heart is in boxing anymore.
Do you know how many people have said that to me on this channel? Like, literally.
And I'll go back. We had this conversation together. We was at a university, and they asked him the question about. So no, it's not about boxing. It's about the dosh, isn't it?
Is that what he said?
He said it's not about the boxing. It's about the dosh.
Is that what he said?
And before the Usyk fight, yeah, he said it. Was it Brooks University or something like that? Yeah, it's on YouTube. I'm like, oh my god, it's not about boxing. It's about the money, isn't it? Forget the boxing. It's about the money. So check it out.
There's levels to this game. He's a guy who legitimately held his own with Usyk. I can't believe that same guy.
Yeah.
Fucking 9 months later can't hold his own with Jermaine Franklin.
Yeah,
surely.
He said that when he was on the Oxford Union thing. There you go. So there's your confirmation right there.
Yeah, I agree with you. But it is Jermaine Franklin, Ingram. Come on, we've got to give him the benefit of the doubt, Ingram. It's Jermaine Franklin here.
I think Jermaine.
It's the ice cream man. It's the ice cream man, Jermaine Franklin. Come on, Ingram.
I still think he's a better boxer than people give him credit for.
Oh my god.
And he's got a decent chin as well. It takes a good shot.
Yeah, from who though?
Isn't Dylan White? I've got a big left hook. Wait. The same left hook that dropped Parker. The same left hook that...
It did.
Yeah, it did drop Parker, didn't it?
He did.
All right. Okay. The same left hook that shook up AJ, right?
He did.
Okay.
Many years ago,
We can talk about that left hook and what it's
Many
done.
years ago.
The left hook that
Many years
knocked
ago.
out Derek Chisora. Clean.
He did. He did.
Tyson Fury couldn't do in 10 rounds.
This is before, obviously, you know.
This is true.
Before Dylan White, got slumped a couple of times, and that Povetkin one was brutal.
Oh,
I mean,
wow.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Starfished, mate. You fucking starfish versus Povetkin. Eddie Anthony beat the count. He got up at 9. Wait, why is it when I don't want to listen? I wouldn't say nothing to Dillion's face, but honestly, Ingram, yeah. Why is it every time he loses, there's an excuse? Like he beat the count against Povetkin, he got pushed over by Fury. Like when are they just gonna fess up, innit? When are they just gonna come straight with it, innit? Like it's just not on that level, man.
I don't know.
You're just not on that level, innit?
We'll see, but I don't think anything's a foregone conclusion with Joshua.
So how many rounds do you think it will go? Do you think like Franklin will perform with a bit of credit?
First of all, can Joshua come out the traps, throwing all guns blazing? Is he that guy anymore? Is he caught between stars?
Okay.
And what is Derek James going to give him? I love Derek. But is Anthony going to follow the game plan? Or is he going to turn up and say he don't want to train? Is he going to be dedicated when he's in America? Who knows?
Isn't he there now? Isn't he moved over there?
Yeah. But
okay, we'll
he
see.
was Robert Garcia. What was Robert Garcia saying about him?
It's true, but I think he was back and forth though. I think isn't he now? He's moved to America. I could be wrong. I thought he's actually moved. Like because before they were, yeah. Because I think before Garcia was coming to the UK to see him as well. So there's a bit of back and forth.
The problems before then, when he was in the amateur gym as a pro fighter, trained the amateur gym. Come on, bro.
Right, I see what you mean.
I just, it's the mentality.
His sparring partners, I have to say, they are quite interesting. When you look at Anthony Joshua's sparring partners, he does bring in a lot of amateurs to spar, you know.
That's what important. And he's been fighting. It was going to bring Joshua McKean, is it?
Yeah, Dempsey McKean.
Dempsey McKean, that's it. He wanted to use Dempsey McKean as the comeback fight. And people were like, no, bro, it's not happening. He used Dempsey McKean to spar for the Usyk fight. Twice.
He did.
So that tells you the mentality of where Joshua is. He wanted to fight Dempsey McKean as a comeback fight. And they're like, no, bro, you got to fight somebody decent. So fight Franklin. Why didn't he fight Dylan White straight up?
Oh, listen.
Do you need a warm-up for Dylan White?
Maybe. Yeah, I would say
against
so.
Jermaine Franklin, a guy who beat Dillian White, in my opinion.
I will say one thing. People have been giving Eddie Hearn a bit of stick in closing because Eddie Hearn said to Jermaine Franklin at the press conference, said, if you beat Dillian White, you get Anthony Joshua. Well, he got beat by Anthony Joshua. He got beat by Dillian White, and he's still getting Anthony Joshua.
Do you think Franklin beat White?
Yes, I do. Absolutely.
So he got the fight then, didn't he?
Yeah. But he didn't really, though, did he? British judges jumped in and took it from him. I don't know. We'll see. I think Anthony Joshua, look, he might have problems, but this is my opinion. I could be wrong. But in my opinion, he might have problems, but he's going to need... It's going to take... Put it this way, Ingram. I'll let you have the final word, but in my opinion, yeah, it's going to take a lot of problems, yeah, in Anthony Joshua's life till we get to the point he's losing fights to Dillian White. Like, it's going to take a lot of problems, like baby mama problems, financial problems, whatever problems you can throw at Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua could be on the verge of being chased down in court by the IRS and be on the verge of abject homelessness. Anthony Joshua could be so down in his luck, right? He could end up sleeping on Johnny Nelson's couch, and I'm still picking to beat Dillian White inside 5 rounds every single time.
I can see that.
Like, give you your final thoughts. Give you final thoughts tonight, Ingram, and then we'll call it a day. Have the final say.
Boxing is an exciting sport for sure, and Yarde and Beterbiev gave us something special to look at and look back at. Ultimately, there are levels in the sport for a reason, and Beterbiev is elite. Yarde has to learn his craft, learn his game, and take it a little slower, and hopefully, in his third world title shot, he'll bring the bacon home.
If he gets it. We'll never know. We'll never know. We have to. Hopefully he's all right, Ingram, because we don't know what happened tonight. Hopefully his eye's okay, because his eye looks sharp. We don't need another Kell Brook. Oh, actually, last question. Just give me a short answer. Did you agree with the stoppage?
Hell
by
yeah.
Tunde?
Hell yeah.
I agree with it, to be honest. But we've had some interesting alternative views on people. Actually, some very interesting views. But I thought he looked done to me. He looked done.
Turned around, he did something to his team.
He didn't look right. He didn't. Yeah, I agree with that.
Before he came to the ring, there was an agreement, I think. Much
He
like the
didn't.
Kell Brook fight.
He didn't. To me, he didn't look right. But there were some good counterpoints. All right, Ingram, I really appreciate you coming on, my man.
Thank you so much, brother. And thank you
That's
to everyone
it.
who's been listening in.
Thank you very much, everyone. That's it. Like Ingram's off. I'm off, guys. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Please feel free to hit the like button. If you're interested in becoming part of the chat, please press the subscribe button. I really appreciate the chat tonight. It's been 4 hours and 25 minutes. Somehow we've still held 100. We had, I don't know what we had, 300 tonight or something. So we had 300 plus tonight. So we did really well. I really appreciate everybody. Really appreciate the support. Thank you to all the callers. I am Blue Collar Sports, Tony's Reviews, Daryl's always great value, Jason Walker, the living legend, and numerous. We didn't have Shevin calling actually. So big thanks to everybody who's calling in. I really appreciate the support. And if we still have a functional and working channel by tomorrow afternoon, I believe Riku will be coming on and doing his debut show, which is the Riku Report. And we'll see tomorrow if we still have a channel. So we'll see. So there should be, fingers crossed, some content of a different kind coming towards you tomorrow. I'm off now to watch Toby Player's spar. He's got his head guard on in this one, and it looks like he's really knocking people out. So take care of yourselves and each other.